Okay,
boats
yeah,
vanish behind the horizon.
no, that's also wrong. So you've never been to space, right?
I don't know, but there are people they've been in space.
Yeah, how
and
do you know
took
they
pictures.
go? How do you know they go to a magical land called space?
Because they
Wait,
made videos and streamed
They
it
made
online.
videos. So do people that make movies. They make videos too.
Yeah.
so you
Okay.
think the space is fake too?
Yeah.
Not only the round word?
Yeah. So how do you know space is real?
That's
That's
where
what?
the
Or what?
Earth is orbiting. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't
What
know.
should
See,
else burn?
you don't know. That's the true answer. What'd you say, Cedric?
Yeah.
Just look at the stars.
Where are satellites?
Okay, we're looking at stars. How do I
Oh.
know? How do I know that's a vacuum of space when I see stars?
Bro, because I have a telescope and I looked in the stars, I saw
Okay.
some
What'd you
stars
see?
burning. And
They're burning. Wait a minute.
Yes.
They're burning. How do you know they're burning?
Yeah, you see it, bro.
Really? What's the distinction that star is burning? Go ahead and tell me that.
Yes, glowing. It is.
It's glowing.
I don't know how to say that. It's so.
So,
like flames,
right.
not flames, but
Shimmering, twinkling. What word
Yeah.
are you looking for?
What are you looking for?
something like that. Something. Like
Okay, so you see it shimmering, twinkling. How do you know it's burning?
that. Well, I think so. So
You think so? Come on, brother. You can't just think. You gotta know. You can't think. How do you know? I'm asking how you know, not what you think.
if you don't think, you don't know.
No, that's incorrect. I can know something by testing and verifying the thing. I don't have to think that dry wood burns. I can know that dry wood burns using combustion.
Mhm.
So I'm not thinking that the sun is burning my skin. I know it is. Yeah? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
So yeah, I'm not thinking. I know. So I'm asking you how you know that the star is burning and not thinking.
Mhm.
He saw it through his telescope.
Yeah. What do you notice that it means that it's burning? What do you see?
Because some scientists tested it.
That's not you. Some scientists, not you. You just finished saying he saw it through a telescope. And then you finished it off with saying, well, some scientist. Well, not him then,
Yeah.
right? He didn't see it burning. Is he seeing it burning? Your friend?
Yes, through his telescope.
Really? He sees a star burning.
Yes, because it's burning.
Because it's what?
It's a gas.
Yeah, how do you
Stone,
know
I
it's
don't know.
burning? How do you know it's burning?
Well, it's not really burning because
Oh
it's
my
some. Yeah, you know that.
Brother, you either know it's burning or not. You can't say that, well, it's not
It-
burning. Well, you just
it-
contradicted your friend. Your friend saying, no, it's burning. He saw it through a telescope. And you're just saying, well, it's not really burning.
Yeah. It looks like burning. It's hot like burning.
Okay.
In a vacuum.
So then how can you, well, you're making a guess that it could be burning, but you don't know.
Yeah, what should else does it do?
Who cares? If you didn't verify that it's burning, then it's not burning. It could be doing something else. Your best guess is that it could be based upon what you see, but you didn't give a knowledge claim to it. You just said, I
So-
think it could be a possibility.
So to prove
what?
that it's burning, you have to fly over to the sun or in other stars.
Yeah, you gotta, like in all things scientific, you need to test and verify, validate the claim that's being put out there. So if you see something in nature, you have to test it. Yes? You have to test. Now, if you can't test, then there's no validation, sir. Sorry.
Okay.
And everything after that's going to be what you think, what you guess. And then that's fine according to if that's the way you want to live your life, but it's not going to be a knowledge claim.
Okay. So there are so many, videos. You say it's fake. Well, but
Well, it's not just it being fake; it's you can't prove it to be true. This is the most important thing, gentlemen. When you are saying there's so many videos, okay, I will grant you there's so many videos. What is the way that you validated those videos or anything that's been done that you can say is true? That's what I'm asking. How do you know those videos are true? You're just saying they are. That doesn't make them true. You need to test, gentlemen.
yeah, you never know if a video is fake or not. Everything can be fake.
And we're getting somewhere, right? We're getting somewhere. So at least you can come from a standpoint of being skeptical. You're like, I don't know if the video is true or not. I haven't tested it, but it looks like they're presenting something that could be an idea, right? It's an idea they're giving you, but it's not something you can validate unless you tested it yourself, which I'm asking, have you?
So I didn't yet.
Say again?
I didn't test it yet. So
No, yeah. So it's just a guess you have that they're presenting you something that looks like something you want to believe is true. That's it. That's all it is, dude. You and everybody else.
so
And me at
Yes.
one time. Me at one time. Long ago, right? Almost about 11 years now. Almost 11 years ago. I was thinking the same thing you were.
mhm.
Like I said, at the end of the day, it's all about validation, man. You can't validate the thing that you videos, images, it doesn't even matter what it is.
Yes.
Hmm. Okay, I have another theory. So, if the Earth's flat, why
Mhm.
isn't everything bright because of the sun, and
Yeah,
the other half
why
of the
doesn't
Earth is dark?
yeah, why doesn't the sun's light reach everywhere across the
Yeah.
plane? What you're asking. Well, the sun only illuminates certain portions of the earth. We know that because certain portions are in nighttime when some other portions are in daytime.
Yes.
So the air that we're breathing right now is a mixture of gases, is a medium. And light going through the air attenuates through it at a specific rate. So it doesn't go through air like it doesn't go through water the same way. So it would have an extinction limit, meaning that there's only a limit to where, as far as the light can penetrate this air that we're breathing across the plane, and or adding distance to it also makes it to where that light can't travel as far as either. So the distance where you are geographically to where the sun is moving across the surface of the earth and the extinction limit of the luminosity of the sun will also show that you can't have light going forever. Let's say the idea that the earth is a plane, a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So I mean you want to see a clear example, you can use water as another medium. It's the medium that water is, according to air, is a little bit thicker, so the light penetrating water will be less. So, it'll go through water less. So that means that if you're a diver, you on a clear sunny day, you go down into the water, that light will extinguish at a certain point in depth. So as you go down into the water, it'll get really dark, even though it's a bright sunny day outside. In the same way, light can't penetrate the air forever because it has to go through this medium that you and I are breathing. These mixture of gases.
Okay.
Just a different medium. Air is a different medium than water, so it travels a lot farther. It travels a lot farther, penetrates a lot more, but it still has an extinction limit in this medium.
Yeah, so that light can't infinity go through oxygen and
Well, yeah, and the other variable gases that are in the air.
yes. Okay.
It's called light attenuation.
Okay, I can't Google that because it's English and my browser's in German. So yeah. Attenuation.
Well, I mean, the way light moves through mediums,
Mhm.
such as gases.
Attenuation. All right. Okay. Thanks for the explanation.
You're welcome. Thank you for being a willing participant and challenging yourself.
Yeah. You're welcome too. Yes.
Any more questions? Don't be too shy to ask.
No, I don't have questions yet. I come back when I have some.
Or just stick around, man. Maybe somebody else will come in here and start saying things and you might want to chime in. They say something interesting. You don't
Yeah.
necessarily have to leave or anything, but you can.
Yeah, but I would like to stick around here, but I have to do some other things. So maybe another time.
Oh, well. Yeah, okay.
So yeah. Maybe you all hear you. Yes.
Later, man. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
And sometimes in Tarzana.
Copacabana?
Sometimes space is made in Tarzana. Sometimes they use the studio at Paramount, but mostly it's in a Hollywood basement.
You've been making a lot of songs, huh?
Yeah. They're just
What
spill
happened,
out
man?
of me sometimes.
You got a flurry of like bars coming at you lately, dude. You just been
Yeah. I don't know. I just write like I used to write them. I used to write them down in a book, like a notebook. Now I just type them into the thing. I used to always trip out on like how people could just type in songs. I always had a problem with it, but now it's. I don't know if it's easier to type them in or I just do it. But I'm able to type them in now, whereas before I had to write it out. You know.
well, you seem to be cranking out more songs, so
Yeah. Thank you, bro. I always wanted music that like. There's so much good music, but then like you're listening to the music and then it'll have something to do with the globe or something, and you're just like, you know what I mean? It's like it doesn't quite like do it for you anymore, you know? I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but certain types of music will like really pull at my emotions really hard, and I don't know. I don't know.
well,
If I know that the person's a flat Earth artist, I guess it feels more like authentic. I guess is the way I could say it. What were you gonna say?
music is your expression. I mean, maybe it's harder for you to say it in words, but music is your kind of the way you would express what you're thinking and feeling.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, good on you, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Were you the one that I was talking to the other day about the Roman coin and about February and everything?
No, wasn't me.
I I can't help it, but like whenever I look at anything that's not written by a person, like with actual ink or pencil, that's like the typeface font of anything that's printed on anything, the letters will like start like rearranging themselves into like alphanumeric form, and I can't help it. I'm always looking for like some type of code. It's weird. Like it's like what they would label as like some type of like obsessive compulsive disorder or whatever. But yeah. Anyway,
You see,
I'm looking at your
code.
name
You
right now.
see code, and you see code and everything, huh?
Yeah, I unless a person wrote it, like if it's just natural like writing or something, it doesn't start doing that, you know. But yeah, I was just looking at the letters in your name, you know. How NASA like they failed to put the horizontal slash through the A, so they just look like upside down V's or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like when the word NASA, like how the A's they lack a horizontal line. Anyway, I don't even really know where I'm going with it. Just that they take the if you take the A's in the word NASA and you flip one upside down, like how you have the letters in your name, right? Or AV. If you put those two together, it creates the basically like what is it? One, two, it creates 60% of the Star of David, I guess you would say. Or it's like the Freemason symbol, like two V's intersected, one's upside down. So NASA has their letters like that, so you can flip one upside down, put them together, create the Freemason symbol, and then the N is 14 and the S is 19, which 14 and 19, you know what that is. So and I don't even know why I'm bringing it up. But anyway, had any good Globers on here lately that really gave you a run for your money? A run for your money.
We had a Blitz PhD come in here like 2 days ago.
Who?
Blitz PhD. Allegedly, he's a PhD in physics for 9 years.
Oh God, yeah. Is that the guy
there's
that
link.
Indio talked to?
Yeah, me and Indio. There was a link to a debate
Okay.
you might want to take a look
Yeah.
at.
Okay. I heard he was really good at obfuscating points.
Yep.
Professional communicator, huh? Science communicator.
Well, I mean, professional obfuscator.
Yeah.
That's
Well, that's another word for a professional science communicator. That's what Michelle Thaler does, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're professional science communicators.
So, Blitz PhD,
Yeah, I posted.
he said that.
Hold on,
Blitz
hold
said
on. I
that he doesn't
posted.
get money.
Okay, easy. Hold on. I posted something courtesy of Sporadic Echo in the side chat relative to Sam Blitz.
The fake hand society. I love some of the stuff in the side chat, man. It's fun. Oh.
Yeah, good on you, Sporadic, for hunting that information down. But yeah, he's got an E scholarship.
That's funny, man. Wow.
How is Blitz so sure he even has a PhD if he couldn't prove he 100% has hands? Like, how sure is he?
A massive gas in the middle of our galaxy, the sun.
Okay, evidence, please. I need your empirical evidence for that. I don't need you to make the claim. I need you to back up the claim. We'll start with that one right there. I want you to give me the evidence that you have that there is a massive ball of gas that is coalesced in the middle of a vacuum. I want your evidence for that, please, not the claim.
Hey, you can see it up in the sky.
Yeah, just because you see something doesn't mean the story that you were given about it means is true, right?
Bro, that's what empirical evidence is. Like, you can
It's
see
not
it.
empirical evidence. Empirical evidence is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. So far, you've gotten the observe part where you see a light in the sky. The rest of that shit that you told me, you have no evidence for. Not one bit.
I do, because do you know how the laws
Okay,
of
so
physics...
give me the data. I want the data. Don't give me the story. I want the data.
Yes, but the laws of physics explain
No, I
these
don't
things.
care about the laws of physics and how they explain things. I want the data. I want the demonstrations and I want the data.
I got you. And there's like nothing.
Don't tell me that there is. I want it posted in side chat. I want the data.
I will get it to you.
No, I don't want to hear your diatribe. I want you to get it right now. We're not going any further unless you prove your claims immediately.
Dude. So are you denying?
Dude, does it seem unfair that I'm asking you to back up the story that you're telling me?
You moron, I'm getting it now.
Does it seem unreasonable? Good, get it. We'll see if it's empirical or not.
Oh man. So the mathematics, I'm doing both. I'm multitasking. I'm speaking to you as
I don't want to hear you talk. I want to see the data.
I'm sending it. Okay.
Okay, great.
Jesus, you're like feminine as hell. Like, relax. This is a debate, bro.
Most of the time, the people that are the feminine ones are the ones that are complaining. Sounds like you're complaining.
Dude, you're repeating yourself. This isn't
now this is another complaint. Why are you doing that?
Intelligence, my guy. Like, dude, you're not even.
Yeah, the my guy stuff is definitely feminine too. So lots of complaints. You're losing today. You know you're losing, and now you want to complain like a woman. So just be quiet, post the data, and we'll go from there.
I will. So, what data are you? The size of the sun and the mass of, or the gravitational pull? Like, what data are you trying to?
This is your claim. I want you to tell me about all the data that you have about the sun and where it came from.
Okay, so I was explaining the orbit of the Earth. If you
I don't care what you were doing. I don't care what you were doing. You were talking about seasons and how we have a giant ball of gas coalesced in the middle of a vacuum. In fact, you don't know what? Make it easy on yourself and just demonstrate for me that right there in small scale. You don't even have to go to space. Show me a ball of gas coalescing in a vacuum on the small scale on Earth. I'll wait.
Well, why? How can I do that? I don't have what?
Isn't that what the sun is supposed to be? A burning ball of gas coalesced in the middle of a vacuum? Isn't that what it's supposed to be?
You want me to create the sun on Earth to show?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would be unreasonable for me to ask you to go to space and give me this data. Why don't you show it to me on a small scale?
I'm trying to find out what kind of data you're looking for. And yeah, you can. You can literally put space.
You're the one that's looking for data right now, and you don't know what you're looking for. What are you looking for then?
And they all align with each other, sir. The laws,
What?
even Isaac.
So I don't need more explanations, John. You keep explaining yourself, but you're not posting anything.
What kind of data are you looking for?
Well, tell me, how does a ball of gas, how about this? Let's make it really simple. We'll start at the beginning. Because you said that the sun is this thing, a burning ball of gas that is floating and coalesced in the middle of a vacuum. Can you demonstrate that for me on the small scale?
Right here. Here, I'm dropping one. University of Houston. And yes, you can. You can make a fabric. You can stretch a fabric. This is a 2D.
No.
In the center.
No. I need you to demonstrate this for me on the small scale, John, not give me a claim about somebody putting a bowling ball on a trampoline, okay? We're talking about a ball of gas. Ball of gas. Show me a ball of gas. Give me the demonstration of this in real time. Not the idea, not the mathematics, the actual demonstration of this physical thing. I want to see it.
You can get a telescope and look at it yourself.
Okay, so this is circular reasoning now. So you are saying if the sun is a burning ball of gas, you'll see it in the sky. You see it in the sky, therefore the sun is a burning ball of gas. That's special pleading, and it's begging the question, and it's affirming the consequence. You did the trifecta, John. You committed 3 logical fallacies at one time. Good job.
You haven't even let me speak. You can look at it with a telescope and see.
Yeah, so looking at the light in the sky, does that mean that it's a burning ball of gas in a vacuous region?
The chemical compounds, and we know everything, the fundamentals of the sun.
Okay, give me the data. I want you to give me the data and the instruments used to collect the data, because you know this, right, John?
You're denying chemistry?
I'm not denying anything. You haven't presented anything. I want you to demonstrate that. If I'm denying it, you're giving me the data. You're not giving me the story, John. Give me the data and the instruments that they use to collect the data. And then if I say, no, that's not true, then I am the one that's denying something. But it would need to be empirical. And also, by the way, it would need to be falsifiable. If I can't falsify it, then it's not empirical. See, you don't even know the depths of what you've gotten yourself into here. I'm asking you just for simple demonstrations in the physical world of the claims that you're making, not you making more stories up about the things that you've already been told or indoctrinated or hypnotized into. Just get the data.
Just because you can't comprehend it.
All right, so now you're just going to just talk about what? Just because I can't what? Get the data, John. Get the data, John.
Sun is made of gas? Is that what data you're looking for? Like, what data? You're not making sense. What data are you looking for? Okay.
You just told me that the sun is a burning ball of gas in a vacuum. Isn't that right? Is that what you believe it is?
And drop another source for that, okay?
No, I don't need you to drop another source. I need the data. I don't need the story. I don't need the physics, the astrophysics telling us about what they can't prove and they haven't proven.
Well, yeah, they have, because all...
Okay, how did they prove it? That's what I'm asking for. How did they prove it?
You do know that the
Don't tell me what I do know. I want you to get me the data and how this stuff is proved. You're wasting everybody's time. I can see why you were muted. I can see why you were a complete pain in the ass yesterday.
Are the scientists lying? I already dropped
Well, I'm not saying that anybody's lying. I'm asking for the data. You apparently know that there's data available. I don't think anybody's lying. Do you think that they're lying? I didn't say anything about someone lying.
Cool.
So you think the scientists are lying, John? Why would you say that?
Yeah,
Is it because they haven't proven anything to you?
I'm dropping multiple.
What are you dropping? Explain to me the things that you're dropping.
Facts about the sun.
Okay, how did the facts get gathered? I want the data. You understand? Tell me about if you know this is a good source, then explain it to me. Tell me what you're dropping. You've read it, I'm sure.
No, I haven't. I mean, you
haven't read it, so you're just blindly posting links? This is called elephant hurley. It's another fallacy, John. You're doing very poorly today, John.
telling me to source that the sun is a burning ball of gas.
Okay, yeah, right. How do they know that? How do they know that?
You're denying.
You didn't even read it.
So you're denying chemistry right now. You know,
What chemistry am I denying? What chemistry am I denying? Tell me.
you're denying the fact that there's a reason why we believe it's a ball of gas, and it's not
So
just
it's a belief. I see. It's a belief. So it's not a knowledge. So you have a religious system, don't you, John?
Oh, we discovered. No, I don't. And your
No, you said believe.
whole ideology stems from ignorant, archaic.
What is my ideology? You don't know anything about me. What's my ideology, John?
It comes from the dark
John,
age.
John, what is my ideology?
A flat Earth. That's your whole thing is flat.
It's not an ideology. It's an observation.
You
Do you observe? Do you observe curved Earth? Okay, show me where you see curved Earth in your everyday life.
You know, on a true source. Drop the data. How about I can't? You do it because I can, and I've already dropped 2 sources.
You're asking me to prove your claim? This is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. John, you've got like 6 or 7 fallacies today. Actually, probably more than that. This is ridiculous.
Equations verbally, which is, by the way, not how you explain physics or mathematics. No, when Stephen Hawking.
Mathematics. Is this a mathematics or is this a physical reality? Are we doing physics or are we doing math? Which one are we doing, John? I can hear you spiraling out now, John. You're becoming very emotional. This is what usually happens when people lose. You've lost today, John. It's sad and pathetic, but you've lost. So just so everybody can see, John has lost today. He doesn't even know what he's looking for. I asked him to provide evidence for his claims. He hurled links into the chat, which he has not read. He's done an appeal to consensus, a burden of proof reversal. He's affirmed the consequent. He's begged the question. This is pathetic, John. Don't just yammer at me all these claims and then elephant hurl links that you haven't read. You should read them, come back with, yourself well-versed in what they're actually discussing, and then we'll go further. Until then, I don't think you're ready for this conversation. You just yammering at me all your beliefs and all the things that the mathematicians believe is silly. But I'll make one really easy on you. I'll tell you what, you keep talking about this globe model or heliocentric model. I'll just ask you to post the heliocentric model in the side chat. How about that? Post the heliocentric model. I want to see it.
Sources or how to speak on citing sources. I can tell that you haven't been to college, dude.
Citing sources, I don't ask you to cite the source. From the source, I want a citation. Yeah, I definitely haven't been to college. That's what makes this even more embarrassing for you.
Yeah,
right? Somebody who hasn't gone to college is kicking your ass all over the place. What a bad day for John.
Sources work, dude. It's
okay. So do you just elephant hurl the sources and not read them? What do the sources say, John?
Can you show me a?
So now he wants me to do something. Hey, John, you elephant hurled sources in here. Do you know anything about the sources or what they say? I'm willing to bet no.
Exactly are you denying?
I'm not denying anything. You haven't presented anything for me to deny yet. You've elephant hurled a couple of links in here. That's not help to anybody, especially because you don't even understand what is in the links.
Oh, is it giving off heat and light if it's not a ball?
A heat and light if it's not a ball of gas? Did you know that there are plenty of light bulbs that give off heat and light and they're not burning balls of gas? My goodness, man, all of your reasoning is circular. It must be a burning ball of gas because there's heat and light. Oh, yeah, light bulbs do that, okay? And I'm not saying the sun's a light bulb, but, that's a false cause. So it's circular.
And yes, they do have gas. Like, what?
What? LEDs have gas?
Fluorescent light bulbs contain light.
Oh, now he's going to go back to his special pleading. Now he's going to go to the fluorescence. I'm not even claiming that the sun is a fluorescent light bulb. You said it's a burning ball of gas in a vacuum. I asked you to go ahead and demonstrate that for us on the small scale. That way you don't have to go through the trouble of going to space, because I know you don't got the budget. And you haven't put anything in the side chat to demonstrate that for me. Instead, you've put math in the side. I want actual physical reality demonstrations of burning balls of gas in a vacuum. Do you have that, John?
Yeah, they have it with chemistry.
Okay, I want you to get me that demonstration. You don't come off of mute until you show me the demonstration in reality of a burning ball of gas in a vacuum chamber. That's what I want. Or when you figure out that you don't have it, you can just put in the side chat, I don't have it, that doesn't exist, I was wrong, instead of just vaguely appealing to chemistry. Yeah, in chemistry they have that. What, burning balls of gas in a vacuum? I'd love to see it. Blindly appealing to things that you even know don't exist. My goodness, man, this is pathetic. You've got too much pride. You're in college, you think you know something. You don't know nothing. You've been brainwashed, you've been tricked. You're paying somebody to brainwash you. That's the hilarity of it all. Like it's so funny. You're giving people money, tens of thousands of dollars a year, to tell you how to think. Actually, that's wrong. Tell you what to think. John, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to find this demonstration for us in physical reality of a burning ball of gas in a vacuum. Small scale. Should be no problem, right? Because this is what the sun is doing. Now, if you in 5 minutes don't have it, then I want a concession from you. I'll unmute you and I want you to tell the entire room and the panel, I do not have a physical demonstration of a ball of gas burning in a vacuum. And we'll say, okay, and we'll move on to the next claim. Because we know that you've debunked your own claim about the sun doing this very thing. It's physically impossible. There's no demonstration of it. That's not a concession, John. I'm asking for the empirical evidence. You haven't provided it, John. I'm not denying anything. What I need is the demonstration, not the story. See, you were given a story, kind of like Santa Claus. They told you a story about the sun. They pointed at a man in a red suit, and they said, yep, lives in the North Pole. He's got reindeer that fly, gives you presents at night. They never proved any of that to you, you know? So you're telling me that there's some kind of empirical evidence. I want to see it. John, is this source going to have a physical demonstration of a burning ball of gas in a vacuum? Because if it doesn't, we're going to just laugh at you, laugh and laugh. We're going to laugh about your stupid source. We're going to laugh at the fact that you're paying people to tell you what to think. Oh, this is funny. Is that the source that you're dropping? This is called an argument from incredulity, John. That's another fallacy. So you've been brainwashed, right? And you don't even know it. And so when we point out the fact that you've been brainwashed to believe things about lights in the sky that you see, you think that, you know, we're crazy people. You can't believe it. They can't believe the same thing that I believed in. No, we all got taught the same nonsense that you did, John. Then we found out that there's no physical demonstration of balls of gas coalescing in a vacuum. It doesn't happen. And it cannot happen. It violates the laws of physics. It actually violates the laws of nature. It violates entropy. Do you know what entropy is, John? Now he's going to tell us once again what we do or don't know, right? This is his shtick. Now you can't comprehend. So now this is all ad hominem and poisoning the well. These are fallacies, John. Can you support your position without using fallacy? That would be the real question here today. Yep, so now this is just ad hominem attack. So John has lost. He hasn't dropped any sources. Where's the sources that you were going to drop for us, John? Your 5 minutes is almost up. I'm waiting to see this demonstration in physical reality. Well, post them. Different points. This should be hilarious. No. I'll accept a video of somebody conducting some sort of observation where they got gas to coalesce in a ball in a vacuum chamber. And, to put the cherry on top like the sun, set that sumbitch on fire. That would be even funnier. Nope, that was not my claim. A gas can't exist in space. You made a claim. Your positive claim was that there is a burning ball of gas in a vacuum. Never said about it existing in a vacuum, none of that. I want you to support your claim, John.
Am I not hearing this guy?
No, I have him on mute because he's got diarrhea of the mouth. He just wants to make baseless claims. He doesn't want to support anything.
Of course.
I'll unmute him so you can hear this. Huh?
Is there another kind of Glover out there?
No, I don't think so. Okay, John, do you concede that you do not have a physical demonstration of gas coalescing into balls inside of a vacuum chamber?
Yeah, obviously we can't fucking make that.
Is that your girlfriend, John? Is she here to help you? Do you need someone to rescue you?
No, okay, so I'm finally unmuted. So you can't replicate that. What you're talking about,
I see. So let everybody hear that it cannot be replicated. So this idea that gas will coalesce into balls inside a vacuum chamber and then be set on fire for some dumb reason cannot be replicated in any way, shape, or form in physical reality. At least here on Earth, this is not happening at all. So is that a concession, John? Do you say, I can see this cannot be demonstrated?
So can I be unmuted? And
You were unmuted. I just want you to go ahead and say, I concede that this cannot be demonstrated in physical reality.
I'll stroke your ego, buddy.
also, I'll stroke your ego, like, dude.
I don't need all the color commentary. This is very simple. You can be humble and just say, this cannot be demonstrated in physical reality.
I'm gonna stop talking to you unless you keep me.
No, see, I don't care about what you are going to do. I don't need you to be here, John. We have dozens of people like you show up every day. There will be another baseless assertion machine coming along shortly. You're not special. In fact, you're just like everybody else. You don't know what you're talking about. You've been told what to think, and you pay people to tell you what to think, even though they can't even support the thing that they're telling you. That makes you a fool. So, as a fool, you'll be just like everybody else. Tell me, John, how did your professors prove to you that gas can coalesce into a vacuum chamber and be set on fire? John the Fool gave up. He doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Does anybody else want to point out how foolish John is?
Well, I don't know. Is it fair to say that he's foolish, or is it fair to say that he poked a beehive that he didn't know that existed?
No, I think that he's foolish because we're pointing out to him, like in real time, that the things that he was told, the religious system that he adheres to, this heliocentrism, is actually not even possible in physical reality. But he still believes it blindly. He's never been given any evidence for it. He's just been paying people to tell him what to think.
No, for certain. And so he
Yeah.
poked a beehive he didn't know was around, and he thought he was going to get some honey, have him a fun little time show off in front of his girlfriend, and
Yeah.
Jet lag.
We don't need to hear about your jet lag. I'm not even sure that's probably like his girlfriend. It's probably somebody that has him in the friend zone. You know what I'm saying? Like there's just a female in the room, but you know, they're never going to have a future together, and she knows it. He doesn't.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the white knight girlfriend thing.
Like you're projecting.
All right, guys. Let's stop with the ad homs, even though he deserves it for ad homing you guys and us as a collective. So anyway, John. Let's get back to what we were talking about earlier, man. Let's get back to the reasons why we know the Earth isn't curving. That would probably be a little bit more productive than trying to prove something that you can't prove.
I can.
Right? So if you're trying to prove that the Earth is curving at a certain rate that would require that it would be required to do so for it to be a spherical Earth with a radius of 3,958.8 miles. Right? That's ultimately what you're trying to prove. And then you're trying to understand how it works, right? Like how does everything that we experience here work? Well, first you need to have the curvature proved, right? So you need to verify that the Earth is curving at a rate that comports with that radius value. I think that that's a great place to start, especially if that's the foundation for all of your other belief systems. Is that not a good way to move forward?
As a 6 foot tall person, of course, you're not going to see the curvature of the Earth based on that doesn't really make any sense. You can slightly.
No, it's measurable, John. Wait, before you start going off on a tangent here, why do we have something called the Earth Curvature Calculator? Why do different universities of people that you appeal to, because you love to appeal to credentials and people who go to university, why would the people that you appeal to have these different curvature calculators based on that radius value if it wasn't something to take seriously?
Sphere, first of all, that's not what I said. It's not a perfect sphere. And one, you're claiming that's flat. So if you got
Okay, so okay, so wait a minute. So over millions and millions of square miles, you're telling me that all right, so put it this way, John. Let me just put this into perspective for you, because you seem to be getting this all messed up. You're saying it's not a perfect sphere. Okay, so let's shrink the ball down to let's shrink the alleged ball down to the size of a cue ball. It would be the smoothest cue ball ever manufactured. Okay, that's how perfectly spherical the Earth is in comparison to our most perfect cue balls. Okay, so don't tell me it's not a perfect sphere, dude.
Like the globe in a classroom. And no, that's not what I just said. Is if you got a telescope and you pointed it at the horizon at the beach, you're not going to see Europe. If you got a powerful telescope, you're not going to see Europe.
Yeah, no shit,
Okay,
Sherlock.
so you can't do that anyway, brother. Even if you had the most perfect telescope that could do this with a huge lens, okay, what would the problem be? Air is not completely transparent, and there's different conditions between point A and point B, right?
Because I can see the planets orbiting. I can see them turning with a telescope.
You can see lights in the sky that are called planets, yes. Can you verify what they are?
They're so wait, are they not planet? The general definition of what a planet? Earth is a planet.
Yeah, a light in the sky. No, Earth is not a planet. Earth is not a planet. Earth is not a light in the sky wandering. Yeah, that's a big difference between Earth and the lights in the sky. But again, we're getting off topic. Let's get back to proving that the Earth is dropping off at a certain rate that comports with the radius value. Listen. If your curvature calculator is based on reality and and these things were generated by the mathematicians and academics that you appeal to, right? So you should go by that curvature calculator and prove that it's accurate, right? Prove that these academics that you appeal to have done some good work there, right? So for a 6 foot tall person, the geometric horizon, not the optical one, the geometric horizon should be at 3.4 miles from where you stand at the beach.
So that's not how you drop like explain yourself. You can't verbally talk about mathematical equations. Do you think when any other scientists explain their theories, they're just
Dude, John, stop telling people how they need to communicate with one another and how they convey information to one another. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Am I explaining myself poorly? Am I not communicating clearly to you?
Oh, so none of y'all can prove the actual
None of us can prove what?
Prove it. Yet we have GPS. It's that all.
Okay, dude, you're going off to all these different points. All I'm trying to get home to you right now is that you have an academic community in agreement about where the geometric horizon should be for a 6 foot tall person, dude. How is that tough for you to grasp? Is that hard for you to understand? You have your academic community, the people you appeal to, they are all in agreement about where the geometric horizon should be for you, a 6 foot tall individual at the beach, staring out at the shoreline. It should be at 3.4 miles from your position. What is confusing about that to you?
Like the Earth tiny. Like what? If it was only
is that confusing to you? 3.4 miles. Look it up. John, look it up if you're not sure. Look it up.
Wait.
Go to University of Washington. Look it up. They have their own curvature calculator. Go to a different university. Look at their curvature calculators, dude. Look it up. That's what they say based on the radius, dude, that everybody agrees upon. Do you not know this? I thought you came in here ready to flat smack, dude. What's going on? You ready to smack us flat earthers?
You're not.
You even know your arguments?
You're not letting me speak.
Well, you're sitting here talking about other stuff. We're talking about how we know the Earth is not curving. If you don't have proof that the Earth is curving to match the radius, so what are you trying to prove? Where's your curvature measurement? That's what I need to know. Did you come in with a curvature measurement, or did you come in to talk about other stuff?
I'm talking. I know empirically that the Earth is round, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm responding to you.
Okay, so how can you prove that the geometric horizon is at 3.4 miles? If I set my camera up at 6 feet, right, then the geometric horizon should be at 3.4 miles. Can you prove that? Did you bring evidence to support that?
Do you? Because you're the one making the claim.
No, you're the one who's coming in saying it's a ball. You're the one coming in making the claim. We're telling you that it's flat.
I said that you can observe the.
You said you can prove that it's a ball. Now, what size ball are you saying that it is? What size is the radius of your ball?
I was saying yesterday. The funny thing is, scientists can all agree with each other because we cross-reference each other, but y'all are all contradicting each other. You're contradicting one of Jedi's.
All right, stop talking about us and bring up your. What are you trying to prove to us, man? You're saying you have proof of curvature. Stop talking about us and bring your proof of curvature. Where's your proof of curvature?
Around, and it's because I can observe gravity. And therefore, I can also attest.
Oh my God, that's not a measurement of curvature, dude. How are you going to prove to me that the Earth is curving? Don't start talking to me about gravity, dude. Bring up proof of curvature. Come on.
I'm talking about other planets. You can look at other planets and
You don't even know that they're planets, brother. You know that they're lights in the sky. That's about all you can verify. You can look in a telescope, you can see a light in the sky, and that's about it, dude. Don't tell me you know that they're planets. Don't tell me you know that they're planets, that they're three-dimensional objects. You don't know what they are. That's the problem. You're coming here talking to me like you know what they are, but you don't.
On the surface of these planets and the moons, just like Earth. I saw them with my very own eyes.
Okay, and you know what they are? And you know what they are for a fact. You personally can verify and prove to everybody how you know what they are. How do you know what they are, John? John, stop. You're confusing what you believe with what's knowledge, dude. You can believe whatever you want about those lights in the sky that you witnessed. Whether or not you know, listen, whether or not you know something and whether or not it's verifiable and provable, there's two different things. You believe something, but you can't prove it, and you don't even know. And you know how I know? Because no one could know based on what they observe through a telescope here. Come on, dude. Be real with yourself. Know what's knowable and know what's just a belief system. It's not knowable, dude. What you're talking about, you cannot know. You cannot get there. You cannot prove it. You see some lights in the sky.
Yeah, after a while, it gets frustrating to speak with people, Luna, that are obviously brainwashed and hypnotized and indoctrinated, because he's going to keep yammering about probably what he's seen on Discovery Channel, right? And all the scientists that agree, they cross-check each other. Oh, great, I would love to see what experiments the scientists have conducted, using the scientific method to verify these claims and then cross-check them with each other, where they all do the same experiment and get the same result. That would be the thing that I want, not his, hopeless appeal to, we do this, therefore it must be true. He hasn't done any of this stuff. He doesn't know anybody that has. That's the most pathetic part about it. So the hypnotized individual, we have to kind of beat our heads against the wall with them, because they will not come out of their brainwashed state. I don't know how to get you to where you can just think logically or reasonably, John, but you better start doing it. Just wipe the slate clean and go, okay, let me pretend I don't know anything. Let me pretend that all the things that I've been told over the years but never actually given any evidence for, let me just wipe that and let me see if I can prove something from the base level. Right? Let's try that.
Okay. I'm going to speak very slowly, and I'm going to ask you if you're done. Say something. We're going to start on a clean. I don't appreciate the trajectory.
John, all you need to do, dude, is bring some proof of surface curvature and stop talking about other stuff, dude. This is the whole point. We know it's not curving. Okay? We know it's not curving. The whole panel knows. We've done the research. You haven't done it. That's the whole point. This is why we're here. So we could save some time if you would actually bring something that we know you can't bring. That's the point.
Okay, show me the academic source.
Is this thing really an arguable thing?
Which respectable, renowned scientist agrees with the flat Earth theory? Because if it's true, there would be someone out there really making academic sources.
Dr. John D. Is that good? There's a bunch of them.
So show me a credible scientist.
Wait a minute. Hold on. We talked about, dude, your phone or whatever is a hot mess. You got people in the background. We can barely understand what you're saying.
That's someone else. I heard too.
Well, tell them go to another room or tell them to shut up or something, because it's a hot mess.
That's truth by proxy. It's literally truth by proxy. But he just muted. Oh, he can now.
Okay, sorry about that then. Thank you, Truth by Proxy, for muting. Sorry to insinuate it was you, John. Anyway, It doesn't matter what somebody says. It's about what they can demonstrate. So can somebody demonstrate that the Earth is curved using a measurement?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, then just get that for me. Get the measurement for me.
Here we go. Here we go. You asked for it. So he mentioned Dr. John Dee, who is a PhD, who went out to disprove flat Earth. He thought it would be very simple. He would just go out and prove the curvature.
So just go out to fucking space and look for yourself.
And it would be over with. He could disprove flat Earth, and he would go on with his life as a PhD, right? But he went out, tried to disprove that the Earth is not curving, and he found that the Earth is not curving. So he had to become a flat earther in going out to debunk it. Okay? Now he has plenty of material that's super controlled, and he made sure that there's no way you could say, oh no, this is the reason why you made this observation that should be impossible. This is why you did this observation that should be impossible. He's got it all covered. So that's just one. That's just one PhD who has gone out and proved to themselves that the Earth is not curving whatsoever.
You
Okay?
you gotta make a source. Like, I can cite sources as early. Dude, I can cite my sources, but I'm asking to cite.
Listen, you can't bring any Earth curvature, brother. That's the problem. You don't have any proof that the Earth is curving. That's the issue here.
Huh? Are you aware?
There it is. There's the crux of the matter. We got down to the brass tacks, and we won't accept anything from you at this point. Anything other than this. John, you said that you can cite what you need to cite. Okay, what we're asking for is the measurements of Earth curve and how those measurements were taken. That's what we want you to cite. Get that for us. That's all we need. In the meantime, we have a few other new players that apparently want to jump in here. We got Edupinita or whatever. We've got Kyles. Kyles, you got something? You got an open mic. We got a lot of new people. We got Swamp Billy Jim. We got VK. That's a cat emoticon. VK, I think we already know who you are. Probably another troll.
Yeah, yes, I'm here. I just want to make one point. Like, we people, when compared to the size of Earth and people, we people are so small so that we cannot be able to see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's a great claim. How big is the Earth?
How big?
Well, yeah, you told me it was so big. How big is it? Compared to what?
Compared to, there is nothing to compare, I think.
Well, certainly there's a comparison because, you know, when you measure something, you're comparing one thing to another. And typically there's some sort of standard by which you compare. So how big is the Earth?
Thousands of kilometers. I can compare it with other planets. Like, so, okay, let me ask you this question. Do you think Earth is the one and only planet in the solar system?
What did you say? I don't think we got your question. That's why no one's answering.
No, nothing.
I'm not doing fast encryption.
Who's the guy who just asked about something about the solar system and the planets?
John, is VK in the VC?
Yeah, I'm the one who asked it. He asked
Can
about.
you repeat your question? Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
He asked about the comparison of planets. Sorry, the size of Earth. So that's why I said we can compare the Earth with some other planets for the size.
Okay, how?
With Jupiter or with the Sun. I
Okay,
don't know.
explain. Going. Okay, you don't know how.
Let me wait for a minute.
So now you're going to research it, something that you don't know. Let's see how that plays out.
But I can make a point.
No, you can't, because you haven't said any information. You just said, yes, this is it because yes.
So, okay, it's okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you think Earth is flat?
Okay, first of all, are you going to concede on your last point and make it?
Because I'm new to this topic. Because I'm new to this
being the
debate.
same size as the planets, or being able to tell what size of their planets are you going to concede that point first?
Mm.
It's just a simple yes or no. You know or you don't know, right?
Yes, I don't know, but I can make the point that Earth is not a flat thing. Earth is a total sphere.
So now you're changing the topic. So now you're gonna just I'm gonna change the point.
No.
Now they're not flat. I thought you were trying to prove your globe.
Please come again.
What happened to proving your globe? Now you're trying to prove that the Earth is not flat?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a false premise. You're supposed to prove your globe in the first instance, right? Since you claim that you live in a globe, right?
Okay, what's your belief about
beliefs? I have knowledge.
What's your belief about the
Beliefs.
Earth is
Beliefs. Stop. Beliefs. I have knowledge.
Which is Earth is flat or not?
Yes, the Earth is flat. I know. I don't believe it. I know it.
How?
Okay.
After that, I can explain you. Let me ask you this question.
Because it's measured flat. VK, because it's measured flat. If you want to know what the Earth looks like, you need to measure the surface first before you ask any more questions. The most important thing to justify the Earth is the surface. Do you understand? You make sure you know what the surface is, yeah, before you ask any more questions. Pay attention to the surface.
Okay, the surface of Earth is 510.1 million
justify the globe, you need to measure curvature. To justify the flat Earth, it needs to be measured flat. It's very simple. Do you understand?
Somebody's asking about my accent. I'm Indian. I'm an Indian.
Okay, VK, good on you and your people, man. So let's get to the crux of it, right? We need to like Flat Earth Final Boss just told you. If we're gonna prove that the Earth is curving, we would have to find measurements that verify this radius value that's been agreed upon by all the government space agencies, right? So we'd have to verify that that's a correct statement, right? Now, according to that calculation, okay, the Earth's curvature in 10 miles you should have 66 feet of drop from your position if you're a 6-foot observer, okay? 66 feet. And at 20 miles, it's going to be 270 feet. And at 30 miles, it just gets exponentially worse the further away you get from the observer, okay? So if we're not finding that drop over distance relative to your position, right? Then you can say, okay, well, how much is it curving, if any, if it's curving at all? And if you find it's not curving at all, then what do you say? You say it's not a ball. You say it's flat, correct? So that's what we've experienced, and that's what we're telling people about. We're letting people know the Earth is not curving, There's no drop over distance off of any shoreline where it would be easy to witness. Okay, and there's plenty of observations and there's plenty of observations and tests that have been done to verify this. So that's why we're here. That's why we're having these discussions with people. Not because we want to beat people over the head with it. We just want to make sure that people are aware that they've been misled somehow. We were all educated into believing that the Earth was a globe when we were young, and well, before we learned that the Earth isn't curving. Okay, so we were globers at one point, and now we know the truth that the Earth is not curving. So that's why we're here. If you have any questions?
Okay, I respect your point, but it seems like a contradictory point to me.
Okay, guys, right now I searched in Google, is Earth is flat or not? And it said it's a scientifically disproven conception.
You just cut off the guy we were talking to. Sorry, Scorp. We were just talking to VK. So you could talk next, okay? VK, what were you going to say about it being a contradictory? What were you going to say about that?
Okay, I respect your point, but the point that you are presenting is totally contradictory. Like it's a total pointless.
How?
By how?
Yes, by how?
We can able to see the curvature in the shore areas, not in the.
Wait.
We can.
You
can clearly able to. You can clearly able to see the curvature in the shore areas.
You can.
I've been to the shore areas. I don't see it.
Would you like to demonstrate this? Do you have a video or do you have some evidence you want to post?
Let me show you something. Is there any option for showing videos in the Discord? Because I'm new to the Discord.
No, you can post links. You can't stream a video. No.
Okay, then let me share. Okay, then let's share the YouTube video to the comment section.
Yeah, post it in the side chat. We'll take a look at it and you can explain it to us. But make sure you explain it to us and don't just say, go watch the video, all right? So I hope you've watched the video before you post it.
Yeah.
Okay, so while he's looking that up, Scorp, you could go ahead now while he's getting that video sorted out. Sorry to cut you off earlier, but thanks for waiting. Scorp, do you copy?
Yeah.
You could go ahead. You could go ahead now. Sorry about that. We're going to read something from Google.
Yeah, I searched in Google, but it's a disproven concept. Scientifically, it's a debunked concept. You know.
Okay, you can see the shorts video. This is what I have seen from the YouTube. This may be contradictory for you guys, but this seems valid to me.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so I had a feeling you were going to post this. I should have said it beforehand. It was in my mind, but please no cartoons. If you could post an actual video, right? Because cartoons are just cartoons. We want physical evidence from the world.
But that seems valid to me.
A cartoon is not valid. I want you to go out. You said that, on a shore, right? The horizon's curving, right? So I want someone with a video camera to go out to the shore and observe the horizon curving. Thank you very much.
Well, his video was completely the opposite, showing the opposite of what he just claimed, right? He said you can see the horizon curving when you go to the shore, the point of the video that he posted was showing that because the Earth's so big, when you zoom in on it, like in your video, you don't see any curvature. It looks completely flat from your perspective. So you completely contradicted yourself.
Okay.
Do you understand what I meant?
Yeah, I can understand, but you guys are literally making a pointless topic.
No,
I'm not just
actually,
I'm not
no. So you
Guys,
said that
I'm
there's
not
curvature. Hold on a second.
you guys.
You said you
I'm
see
not
curvature
trying to-
from the shoreline, and then you posted a video that says you wouldn't see any curvature from the shoreline, right? So you've contradicted yourself. So what are you going to do now?
Yeah, I accept the fact that in this video they haven't showed the curvature from the shore area, but I can be able to see them.
Well, your video says that you wouldn't see it because the globe's so big and you're so small.
As I said earlier, we cannot be in this video. They haven't shown the curvature from the shore area, but I can be able to see it.
Well, your
I can be
video
able
says
to
that
see
you wouldn't see it because the globe's too big.
No, not in the video. From my point of view, I'm talking about my point of view.
Yeah, so from your point of view, you wouldn't see the curvature from ground level at the shoreline, right? What you would see if the Earth were a globe would be a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. Okay, that's something that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe. Now, right, just say someone's 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Okay, so when we go out and make observations in reality, that's not the case, right? We can see far beyond where the curvature of the Earth should start.
I don't get it. Could you please come again? Sorry.
Yep, sure. Okay, so I'm going to put diagrams so you can follow along. Okay, so have a look at what I posted in the side chat. Okay, so if we have an observer on the globe and he's looking out at the horizon, right, the little yellow dot is where the horizon should be. Okay, so that distance depends on the height of the observer. Right, do you understand that? Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet. And then it shows you a picture on the right. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay, what do you disagree with? So you disagree with the globe now.
Wait a minute. Let me get this point.
Okay, Lace, do you see the diagram as well?
Okay, as I see this diagram.
But I don't get the point.
You don't get the point? Okay, so you wouldn't see actual curvature, right? You wouldn't see a curving horizon. What you should see is a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. Okay, so if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. If you're 1 foot tall, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. Right? And we can calculate the distance, and it's based off the radius value of the globe Earth. If the Earth were a globe, right, this would be something that would have to be there to have the globe. As the diagram shows you there, right? Here's another diagram.
Yeah, post another one.
Now I can make a point. As I said earlier, in that video, I've shared a video previously, right? And on that video, and the Earth's total surface is 510.1 million kilometers square, which is compared to when compared to no, I don't know how to make this point to you guys, but I can due to my broken to you guys. Let me
Look,
type.
this is what I'm doing right now. Right?
Okay,
I'm trying to
let me type.
trying to teach you guys how your globe works in relation to the curvature.
It's
And then I'm going to debunk it. But right now we're stuck on me trying to explain to you guys what your argument should be if the Earth were a globe. So much confusion, right?
let me type this.
Khalees, are you following along?
Yes. Accept the video.
Okay, so VK, I'm going to talk to Khalees quickly about this. Right, so if you can pop yourself on mute and gather your evidence for the globe, we'll get back to you.
Okay. I'll prove it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. So Khalees, right, you agree that geometric horizon would be the maximum distance that you should see from a specific observer height, right? Like I showed you in the diagrams, if the Earth were a globe.
Yeah, geography.
Yep, so this is basic geometry. Okay, so if the radius value is 3,959 miles, right, we can use the formula 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and then we'll be able to know the distance to the horizon if the Earth's a globe.
So, what is your point here? Do you say that the formula does not apply on this Earth?
Yeah, so there's no curvature when we go and test the mathematics to see if it matches reality, okay? So here's an observation in the side.
It is because the Earth has uneven surface. They have mountains.
Right. No, I understand, okay? They tell us that 72% of the surface area of the globe is covered in water. Okay, so that's oceans and seas and lakes. So we can go to any large body of water and we can test for the curvature. Water, you have... Yeah, I have. What's that?
Tidal or something like that.
Say that one more time, please.
Tides.
Yeah, tides. So it's called mean sea level. Okay, so the tide's not going to make much of a difference. Okay, we could go to a lake where that doesn't have any tides, but even if you're doing it over an ocean where there's tides, the tides don't make a difference in how much curvature there would be over these small distances we're making observations, like 20 miles, 10 miles. Right, the tide's not going to make a difference. The water's not going to be higher at point A than it is at 20 miles away, which would be point B, due to tides. It's all going to go up and all going to go down at the same rate, roughly.
Already. This must be
Scorp, put yourself on mute.
Human. Then I think we can see.
Khalees, right? Do you understand? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. What are you saying?
Okay, so we have an observation in the side chat, 41 minutes after the hour. Can you see it? Can you see the wind farms?
Let me see.
41 minutes after the hour.
What does it show?
Okay, so this debunks the globe. Okay, so this is one of thousands of observations that debunks the globe. This is just a clip out of a full-length video, okay, a small clip. Right, I have the full video if you want to see it. But in this video, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles away. Okay, but we have the windmill farm, which we know the distance to. Okay, so the windmill farm is 11.2 miles away.
And where should be the horizon point?
Horizon would have to be at 2.3 miles away. I'll post the mathematics for you from the Earth curvature calculator. Just a second.
So the camera have gone beyond it.
Yeah, the camera is set up. Yeah. So we can see beyond it. Far beyond it. Okay, so the camera height. Yeah, so the camera height's 3.5 feet, which is 1 meter. Just over 1 meter. Right, so here's the mathematics. Right, this is just a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. So you can check it yourself if you need to. Right, so there's a link. There's a link to the Earth curvature calculator.
So is the camera a drone?
No, the camera is, this is the camera. It says super zoom camera. It's a Nikon P900. Here's some information about the camera. Okay, so this is the camera that was used in the observation.
The water is still, but
Yes. Very still water, indeed. Okay, so here's some more images from the video. Okay, so we can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water. Okay, so here's a close-up photograph of the windmills. When the tide's low, the water is at the bottom of that little black section that you can see. And when the tide's high, one second. Right, so this is what it looks like when the tide's high, right? So during this observation, the tide was low. All right, so I'm going to post the observation one more time. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon would have to be at 2.3 miles. Right, but
and
the windmills...
And how
What's
do I
that?
know that it should be 2.9?
2.3. Right, so you could do the mathematics yourself, right? And you can calculate it based off the radius value of the Earth. Or you could go to this link here, right, which is an Earth curvature calculator, and you can check for yourself, right? So if you go to the link and you type in 3.5 feet as the observer height, then you'll see that it will tell you the distance to where the horizon has to be on a globe.
Okay. The height of camera?
Yeah, height of camera, 3.5 feet.
Feet. Meter? What is it, meter?
I'll check. I think it's 1.07 meters, but that's just trying to remember.
Make sure. Just
Yeah, 1.07.
okay. So it is same as eyesight level, yeah.
Well, if the person was only 1 meter tall. But he's just got his camera on a tripod, 1 meter high. Okay, so that means the horizon should be 3.69 miles.
Yeah, it shows that. And how do I believe that this formula is correct?
How do you believe what?
And how do I believe that this formula is correct for the Earth's curvature?
The camera height?
You said the Earth curve formula.
Oh yeah, so you could the Earth curve formula, you can just go and look it up yourself, or if you go to Google and you type in Earth curvature calculator, you can pick any Earth curvature calculator, right? These are mainstream Earth curve calculators. These are not made by flat earthers. This is basic geometry. But if you can't do the geometry, then you can just use one of these calculators and it will do it for you. They're all going to give you the same result because it's the same type of formula that's being used.
So in that video, where was the point? 3.69 kilometer.
Yeah, so that's where the horizon should be if the Earth were a globe. So you should not be able to see any more water after that.
And what was the point? And how do I know that point is?
Well,
Where is the point?
okay. So if the horizon was at 3.69 kilometers, right, where it would have to be on a globe, then that means that you shouldn't be able to see any water past 3.69 kilometers, but we can see the windmill at 11.2 miles away, right? What's 11.2 miles in kilometers? Let me check.
Oh.
Okay, so 18 kilometers. We can see the windmill, right? And we can see there's no obstruction of the windmill. And then we can see the water beyond the windmill. Okay, so the bottom of the windmill should be obstructed behind the horizon. That should be 3.6 kilometers away. Right, and it should be obstructed by 52 feet. Which is 15 meters, right? So the bottom 15 meters of the windmill tower that you can see should be hidden behind the horizon, but it's not. We can see there's no horizon at 3.6 kilometers, right? We can see the water beyond 3.6 kilometers, and then we can see the entire windmill touching the water, and then we can see a boat past the windmills floating off in the distance, 14 miles away, which is 22 kilometers or something.
It may be just the upper part of the windmills.
All right, let's check that. Right? Okay. So this is from the observation. Okay. Here's a close-up photograph of the windmills. Windmill 1 is 8 miles away. Windmill 6 is 11.2 miles away. Right? See the black part at the bottom of the windmills in the close-up photograph? We can see that in the long-distance observation. Right? So there's nothing hidden, and also we can see the water far beyond the windmills.
Yeah, a little bit of water.
Right, right. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water past 3.6 kilometers. Right, but the closest windmill is more than 10 kilometers away. The furthest windmill is 16 kilometers away. So there's no horizon at 3.6 kilometers. Once again, look at the diagram. Here we go. Okay, see how where the horizon is, where the yellow dot is, you can't see any more water beyond that, right? Because it's hidden, it's starting to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, that yellow dot should be at 3.6 kilometers in this observation.
Yeah, sure. And
But
it should not be beyond
yeah,
it.
you shouldn't see any water beyond it. And then you should only be able to see about 1/3 of the windmill farms towers, right? The bottom 16 meters should be 15 meters of the bottom 15 meters of the windmill towers should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can see the whole windmill towers, and we can also see a boat that's off in the distance. Okay, so this is one observation, and there's many more that disprove the globe. So Callus, I'm going to share the video that this observation is from. Are you there?
Looks like he's decided to engage in the side chat and not actually talk.
Yeah. So Callus, anyway, there's the full video, right? It's done by Dr. John Dee. He's a PhD. He goes over all of the details in the video. There's a lot more footage than I showed you. So check that out. It debunks the globe completely. 100% debunks it.
Okay. I'm on this video.
Yeah, so analyze the video, right? Use your critical thinking skills and come to your own conclusion.
Then why does this video have no comments?
Well, he turned the comments off, I guess, right?
Is there any special reason for it?
I don't know. NASA turns the comments off on all their videos. Why do you think they do it? Maybe trolls or something like that comment too often.
Yeah, they have turned comments off other videos as well.
They have, yeah. Sometimes people don't care about YouTube comments because they're usually not very productive. You know, people trolling and things like that.
But that's okay. It's not bad.
Well, it's the choice of the person that's uploading the video, right? So NASA chooses to remove their comments, and so did Dr. John D, I guess. I don't know. But the comments aren't going to help. They're not going to change the observation.
But we may get idea and to criticize some points, but now we have to just see the video. We often go to comments first. Then
Well, you can comment on it right now, right? Do you have any criticism for the video?
I cannot comment it. It is.
You're commenting right now. You can comment to me. You can email him. He gives you his email address. If you want to contact him, you can contact him. Just click the description. He has his email address.
Let me see the video. Let's see.
That's the first step.
Yeah. I'm deepening you for now.
Okay.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Why is everybody muted?
We just finished having a conversation with a guy, and he's gone off to watch a video.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then you just came in.
Hi. Can you hear me? Or are you just different?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you provide any other video or proof that shows that? Because that video is quite low quality, and I'm not
No,
getting it.
the video is extremely high quality. It's in high definition. Oh, maybe it's not in high definition, but the video is not low quality. What are you talking about?
Can you just provide me an other video?
I can. Do you want me to go over it quickly with you? Right. So, right, next observation, we have the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, it's a big giant lake in Utah where we have very low humidity in this area, and you can see a very long distance. Okay, so in this video, the guy sets up his camera at 5 foot height. Here's a picture of the camera. It's a Nikon P1000 super zoom camera. Okay, so he's set up his camera at 5 foot height, and he's going to be zooming across 33 kilometers to the other side of the lake. Okay, so all the way across the lake. It's a big, big lake. So the shoreline on the other side of the lake is 33 kilometers away. Okay, so his camera's set up at 5 foot. I don't know what that is in meters. 1.5 meters or something like that. Right, so here's a Google Maps distance marcation of where he's doing the observation. So if you can see the yellow line, he'll be standing at the top of the image. Okay, that's where that camera is set up that you can see. And he's zooming into the shoreline on the other side of the lake where he has a friend. Okay, so here's an image that his friend took on the other side of the lake, right? So this is what you're going to see.
The camera is a taboo conspiracy, and the target recorded is Robert Pecker.
Yeah, so right, so Robert is on this side of the lake. Okay, so this is what he's going to be zooming into. Okay, so we see the shoreline, that's the target. And then we see the big white tower in the background. Okay, so now let's go over the math, just like before. All right, so I'm going to give it to you in the metric system, so it's easier for you to understand. So just give me a second, because I only have it in
American
imperial, in the imperial system. 1 second. So just give me a second. I'll just convert it. Okay, so we have the eyesight, right? The camera level, 1.5 meters. That will make the 1.5 meters, and then that will make the distance to the horizon 4.37 kilometers. Okay, so the target is going to be 21 miles away.
21 miles.
Yeah, so I'll just work that out in kilometers. So that's 33.7 kilometers. Okay, so 33.7. Okay, so that means that the shoreline on the other side of the lake that you can see, right, that shoreline should be hidden by 221 feet, or in meters, 67 meters. Okay, so 67 meters, right? That's like a skyscraper building, right? That's a very, very big height. That's like a 22-story skyscraper building. Okay, so 67 meters should be hidden behind the horizon, and the horizon should be at 4.37 kilometers. Okay, so here's a copy of the screenshot that I just did the calculation from from the Earth curvature calculator. All right, so now I'm just going to repost the observation one more time. And then I'll share some more images. Okay, so there he is zooming across, right? And when he zooms in, goes out of focus a little bit, but then it fixes itself, right? And we can see, once again, we see the big white tower, and then we can see the shoreline underneath the tower. Okay, so he does this observation during the day, late in the afternoon. Okay, so just a second. I'm just going to post some images. Okay, so once again, this is the close-up of what he's zooming over to. Okay, and then this is what it looks like from 33.7 kilometers away. And then he stays there, and he does it again at nighttime. And then this is what it looks like at nighttime from the same location, 33 kilometers away. Now, I told you to take note of the big white tower. So here's the tower, close up, right? This is the close-up photograph of the tower. And then this is what the tower looks like from 33 kilometers away. Now, remember that you should have 221 foot of obstruction, right? And that obstruction should be behind the horizon, right? The horizon should be at 4.3 kilometers. So we see no horizon at all over the entire 33 kilometers. That's impossible on a globe, right? And then we see no obstruction, and we just see flat water, and the tower looks exactly the same as it does close, as it does 33 kilometers away. Right, so this one is even more powerful than the last one that I showed you. So after this observation, they actually go ahead and do a high-powered laser test as well. But I didn't include that in the presentation. So I'll post you the video that this is taken from.
Is anybody speaking?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, I was not listening. I mean, I don't understand English. Like, I was not listening anything, so I thought if someone is speaking or just my problem in my phone.
No. It was just quiet, that's all.
Yeah. It should be like that the bottom part of objects that are beyond the horizon point should not be seen.
Correct.
We can see the bottom of that. It
Right.
is what
You want one more?
What is this link?
That's the link to the full video, right? It's a link to the full video where he goes over it step by step, and he shows you a lot more information than I showed you. It's the original video from the person that made the observation.
You just created a problem that did not exist.
You want to see another one?
No, I'm not in that video.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm unmuted now, and there was something that I was wanting to say is that we can't recreate the sun. We can't recreate the sun in a vacuum, but we can use mathematics to understand our reality. The mathematics for black holes was created long before we got the image of a black hole. And that's all I wanted to say is that, yeah, you can't, just because you can't create something on a smaller scale doesn't make it not real. And that's exactly what Jehovah's daughter was explaining before she was muted. And
Right. So is it unfair, right? If someone provides some mathematics and says that this mathematics is real, it matches reality, it's not a bad thing to ask to validate that mathematics matches reality.
yeah, I mean, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton's mathematics, it's very you can find that very easily just by looking into it. And nobody
Yeah.
has to debunk certain things like the Newtonian.
Yeah, so Einstein debunked Newton, right, and replaced Newtonian with relativity.
So he did
115 years ago.
things. So Newton made a very basic concept of gravity, like on in a mathematical format. Like none of that is debunked or changed.
Yeah, it's been replaced actually.
There's no general relativity is something completely different. But when it comes to gravity, the concept of gravity and the mathematics for gravity have stayed the same.
No, it actually hasn't, right? So it changed from mass attracting mass, right? The force of gravity. Okay, and it changed to now they say gravity is not a force, right? And it's not mass attracting mass, it's the bending and warping of space-time. So it completely changed.
So it's F is force, G is the gravitational constant, M1 and M2 are the masses, and R is the distance between their centers. That equation.
I would like to say that, my opinion, the Earth was once flat until they buried your mama.
Yeah, put yourself on mute, bro, or I'll ban you.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, so just give me a second. I'll just find some citations, and then look, let's just debunk that entire globe theory once and for all with some real-world observations. But first, I just want to read some citations out from subject matter experts on your own side.
Sit like you gotta. You can't verbally source. You gotta put the link. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm getting them. I just said I'm getting them right now. So,
I just wanted to say one more before I go on mute. Force equals mass times acceleration. That's Newton's second law that is still applicable. That's what.
Right. So let's see what the citations that I'm about to quote say about that.
Yeah, so in science, they're called theories because science is ever evolving. That was a very basic understandings of gravity at the time. It didn't nullify. For instance, nothing was nullified about Newtonian second law.
Okay, so let's go over what some experts have to say about it here, right? So the citations are in the side chat. Going to start with the bottom one. Okay, so here we have Andrea Ghez, who's a UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Right, so it says we can absolutely rule out Newtonian's law of gravity, right? We can absolutely rule out Newtonian's law of gravity. Okay, then we're going to go up above that.
Which law of gravity?
Huh? It's not a law.
It's a few. Which Newtonian law are you talking about? You're just saying his...
We're talking about Newtonian's... We're talking about mass attracting mass, Newtonian gravity.
No, so there's 3 laws of motion. Which
we're not talking about that. We're talking about his gravitation, right? Mass attracting mass.
What do you think the laws of motion are? It's all applies to gravity.
Yeah, so right, so we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity, right? Newton's law of gravity can be ruled out. According to Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy, right? And there's a whole series of citations right here, right? We've got one saying that Newtonian's gravity was toppled from the throne by Einstein. We've got the one above it, right, from sciencealert.com saying that it is replacing Newton's law of gravity. Okay, so anyway, right, it doesn't really matter. Right, so even Wikipedia, right, like if full-on standard source, it says that Newton's classical mechanics was superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed a special general theory of relativity. Right, so a whole bunch of citations here, mainstream citations.
You know, they can cross-reference each other. Like, they literally cross-reference each other. So it's not that...
Yeah, cool. So let's just debunk the globe, right? And we can put all of that to bed. Right, so because you're talking about gravity requires the Earth to be a globe, right? So it has a specific radius, which is also something that has to be correct, right? For it all to work, for all the math to work, yeah?
But it doesn't say it nullified it. It said it superseded.
It says it abolished it. It says it toppled from the throne. It says it completely replaced it. It says we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Because we have more advanced equations now. And I'll give you an example. So our understanding of general relativity led to Hawking's understanding on cosmic radiation.
Yeah, that's all good, but your argument wasn't that, right? Your argument was that they're interchangeable, right? And that you said that relativity didn't replace Newtonian's law of gravity, which it did, right? So now you've moved on from that, and now you're trying to talk about now you're trying to talk about Einstein, right? I wasn't saying Einstein was wrong, which you're not able to prove he was right. Right, but what I'm saying is let's just debunk the globe, right, empirically, right now. I can debunk the globe for you right now, and then you can scrap all of this nonsense.
Conception. First of all, force equals mass times acceleration is Newtonian physics. That is literally our definition of force that we got from Newton, and that hasn't been debunked.
Okay, well, you can go take that up with UCLA professor of physics, Andrea Ghez, right, who cited right here that we can absolutely rule it out.
That's not what that means. Read the context. It supersedes it, as in science. So that applies.
Supersedes. What do you go read the definition of supersede, if you want? I know what it means, but if you don't seem to know what it means.
Eyes. And the way that Albert Einstein
military.
talked-
They'll have documentation that says this is the way you conduct yourself as a soldier. Whenever they come out with new rules, they say this supersedes the old rules, and you don't use those old rules anymore. You do not reference that material anymore when something is superseded.
times acceleration, how's that false? Force equals mass times acceleration. That's Newton's second law. It's still used today, and that's like the fundamentals of physics. You learn that in Physics 1. There's Newtonian law.
Did you learn the radius of the globe in this? Do you know what it is?
Change the subject, I guess, but
No. Okay, so this is a prerequisite to your claims, right? You think the Earth's a globe. Now I'm asking you if you know the radius of what the globe is. Yeah, so this is all pre-dependent on the Earth being a globe.
Well,
so if we can falsify that Earth is curving, right, then everything else that you're trying to suggest that requires that prerequisite can be thrown in the bin, right? Because you don't have what you need. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about curvature, right? So so once again, you're saying that because the Earth's a globe, right, and it's got a tilt, right, and it's claimed this is why day and night works on the globe.
Science.
You're gonna need curvature for that, right?
Not the tilt. It's not the tilt. The tilt.
Yeah, it is. It's all of it combined, right? You're going to need the curvature as well, right?
You just said the tilt is responsible. That Earth's tilt.
No, I didn't. I said that you claim that the Earth is a globe with a tilt that rotates at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, right? And it's orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour, and it's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour through the universe, right? All of this. Right, all of this math is all going to have the R value in it, right? You're going to have the radius value to be correct for all of these other claims to be valid, right? So let's test the radius value and see if it matches reality, right?
You got to put the equations. Don't just verbally announce the.
What did I say then that was wrong according to the globe model? What did I say that was wrong?
I'm telling you in a way that everybody.
No, what did I say? What did I say that was wrong then?
I didn't say, I'm just saying that so for me to understand the equations you're about to present me with, you have to put them in the chat.
What equations? What equations? What equations?
I kind of figured you were going to bring up equations.
Okay, so shall we show the equation used to determine what distance the horizon should be on a globe, right? If the radius value is 3,959 miles. Do you like that? Washington University, is that good? You trust them? Do you trust Washington University? It's a .edu link. I'm sure you like .edu links.
You're taking that completely out of context. And yes,
what did I take out of context? What did I take out of context?
Yeah,
dude, listen, just hold on a second, right? You can have a chill conversation with me, right? We don't have to have like an angry conversation.
I'm just saying you're not understanding what it means. Like,
what means?
You know that all of our understanding of
what am I not understanding? What it means? What am I not understanding about? I believed that the Earth was a globe for probably much longer than you've even been alive, right? So, I mean, what do you think I don't understand about it?
Those same academic sources are referencing the global model. They're not.
Right, so we're going to test it. We're going to test the global model right now in reality and see if it matches the mathematics, right? That's what you would do. If you say that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, right? That means that there are certain characteristics that would have to be present in nature, right? That go along with that mathematics, right? Like curvature, drop over distance, geometric horizon, that kind of thing. Has to be there. Right, so we're just going to test the globe. That's all. Nothing wrong with that.
So, Earth's radius is different in different places because it is not a perfect sphere, but an oblate spheroid, and it bulges.
Okay, so
and it's flattened at
okay.
the.
Yeah, I got you. Right. So it's only 0.33% off being a perfect sphere, right? A tiny, tiny bit, right? That's why when NASA shows you these pictures of the Earth from space, right?
It's not
yeah,
even.
so it fits inside a perfect sphere. So it's almost a perfect sphere, right? But because it's 0.33% off being a perfect sphere, they call it an oblate spheroid, right? It's like a technicality. And then they say if you were to shrink the Earth down to a small size, it would be the most perfect sphere and the smoothest surface that you could imagine. Okay, if you were to shrink it down, right? If you take the images that NASA gives us, if you want to believe that those are real, right? You can put one of those in Photoshop and you can draw a perfect circle around it, and it fits perfectly inside of it. Okay, so it's the tiniest bit different. They say it's about 20 kilometers fatter at the equator, right? So if you're taking an observation over an area of water over, say, 10 miles or 20 miles, right? Because the Earth is oblate, right, and because it's only oblate by 0.33%, it would make a negligible difference over a 20-mile observation. Okay, so that's why they don't take it into consideration when they give you the Earth curvature formulas or the distance to horizon formulas, because it doesn't make a difference because the Earth's so big, they say, right, and it's only a little bit off being a perfect sphere.
So this isn't
Right.
geometry, and we're not talking about balls, like literal balls. That's not what we're talking about. And I can reference a lot of different things, including gravity and the distribution of.
No, we're talking right now about. Look, we don't want to talk about some. We're talking about Earth curvature and the horizon right now, and we're going to stay on topic. Okay, so I've just referenced. I've just sent a link to Washington University. Okay, and it gives you the exact formula on how to calculate the distance to the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says if you're a particular observer height, the horizon should be a specific distance away. Okay, so if you're 5 foot high, the horizon would be 2.73 miles away. Do you agree with Washington University and the basic math here? Do you agree? Or not? You think Washington University is wrong?
I think there's a lot that can, like, it depends where you're at. I mean, let me read exactly what you're reading real quick. Hold on. It depends on if, like, how.
No, because it's only 0.33% off being a perfect sphere, right? It makes such a small difference to the distance to the horizon that they don't even include it. Right?
So,
no mainstream sources will include that. And if you do include it, right? If you use the minimum and maximum radius values, right? Depending on the Earth being oblate, it doesn't make much of a difference, right? It would make the horizon, like, instead of 2.73, it'll be like 2.74.
Okay, but we're not going to pretend like either of that makes sense. But I need to understand your depiction of the Earth before we can talk about this.
No, I'm not making claims about the Earth right now. I'm testing the globe claims. That's all.
No, I understand that, but I can further this by saying, so if I start at the UK and I just go west around South America and then keep going west, I can go all the way around Asia, back around Africa.
Yeah. You're trying to change off. Okay, so remember we're talking about Earth curvature right now, and how far away the horizon should be from a certain observation height, and how much drop there should be over distance. Right, that's what we're talking about now. If you want to talk about cardinal directions and that next, that's fine. Right, but right now we can debunk.
Because
No, because I'm going to show you an observation that completely debunks the globe. I can show you multiple observations that are impossible on a globe that completely debunk it.
It's not a perfect globe. That's the thing. When you take
Yeah. So what percentage is it off being a perfect globe? I just told you a minute ago. Do you disagree that it's 0.33?
Oh, you're using mathematics that apply to an actual circle. This is geometry.
No. If it were a perfect sphere, right, then it wouldn't be off by 0.33%, right? Because it's not a perfect sphere, it's off being a perfect sphere by 0.33%, according to the mainstream, right? It would make it a certain amount fatter at the equator than at the poles.
It is.
Right? So when they say it's an oblate spheroid, right, they say it's almost perfect, but it's just a little bit off. So technically you can't call it a ball or a sphere, right? Because it's oblate slightly.
Okay, so ships disappear over the horizon?
Yes, that's what we're about to put to the test.
So are you telling me they don't?
I'm about to go over that and prove to you that the horizon, what you think the horizon is, and what the horizon must be on a globe, is not present in reality when we go out and we test for it.
So you're telling me if I look over the ocean with a powerful telescope that I can see Europe, and I can...
No, because the air is opaque. The air is opaque over distance. Now, if you check the visibility rating when you go to the ocean, it's usually somewhere between 10 kilometers to about 50 kilometers in rare situations, right? Usually it's like 15 kilometers or something like that, or 20 miles if you're lucky, right? It's not a huge distance because the air has dust and humidity, and it has pollution, and so air is not completely clear, right? So over distance it becomes opaque. Like if you picture yourself standing on the top of a big mountain, and you have mountains in the distance, right, going away from you, you'll see that every mountain gets duller and duller, right, because of the opacity of the air. It becomes more opaque over distance. Now, under perfect technical...
but we can pulse millions of miles and billions of years away.
Right, because when you're looking... Okay, so the atmosphere is very dense when you're down low, okay, and then it gets very thin really quickly. So just 20 kilometers up in the sky, it's like 90% less dense or something like that. So when you're looking up, right, you're not looking through much atmosphere, but when you're looking horizontally, you're looking through a huge amount of dense atmosphere. Does that make sense? Right?
With a telescope, and we can see the surface of Mars. Like
No. You're not looking through the density, right? So if you can go to Google, you can go to any AI right now and ask what's the maximum distance you can see horizontally through the medium of air.
Understand that it was a hypothetical.
It will tell you 200 kilometers is the technical maximum distance you could see through the medium of air, right? Sorry, 200 miles. That's the maximum distance, right? But if you go check your visibility rating right now, where you live, say, what is the visibility where I'm at, right? It'll tell you something small, right? Like 15 miles or 10 miles or something like that. You can check that right now if you want. Do you think that the weather companies are all lying when they say that's the maximum distance that you can see horizontally?
What you can see is you can see the constellations.
Yeah, but we're looking horizontally through a dense medium. We're not looking up.
We're going to reference something to show.
What city? What's a big city near you?
Different constellations are visible from different parts of the world.
What city are you near, or what? Just tell me what state you're in, or something like that. Or you could just check it yourself. But for some reason, I have to check it for you.
It was a hypothetical.
Yeah. So we're talking about long distance observations over the surface of the Earth. We're not looking up.
Stop zoning in on what I'm saying. I'm making a second point. It was a hypothetical. Good job, buddy.
Yeah. You understand that when you're looking through something dense, it's different than if you're looking up where it's not dense at all.
But if you obviously. So my point is you can reference other things outside of a ship going over the horizon. You can reference the moon, you can reference where the stars are and how people see different, for example.
Yeah, we're not gonna. Okay, what you're trying to do now, you're trying to avoid talking about the surface of the Earth, and you're trying to talk about the sky. So we're talking about the horizon distance and the drop over distance, right? You brought up boats over the horizon. Yeah, so you think the horizon is because of the curvature of the Earth.
disappear when they're going like so.
Okay, so let's go over that.
We already have.
No. You made a claim, right? And we've gone out, right? We know the claim, and we've put the claim to the test, right? So let's show you the evidence, right? That there is no such thing as a geometric horizon that ships go over.
Y'all have no evidence, and this isn't.
I'm trying to show you the evidence. Do you want to see it?
Simple. It's not a perfect circle. Your geometrics are dependent.
Okay, we can take that into account.
You're acting like there's some kind of Pythagorean theorem for figuring. When it's
because you know what mean sea level is.
Not that simple, sir.
Do you know what mean sea level is?
Explain. Are you talking about the air density again?
Yeah. So if you live on a globe, right, according to the globe model, right, so the mean sea level would be the average height, right? So like the mid tide, right, and that would be the height that the water is on the ocean, right, to the center of the globe, right, to the center of the oblate spheroid that you think you live on. Okay, that's what mean sea level would be, right? So water would curve at a consistent rate. Now, if you take the 0.33% slight difference into account, it doesn't make much of a difference to where the geometric horizon distance should be on a globe, right? You can look that up yourself if you don't believe me.
You kind of contradicted your ideology because you're trying to talk about.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not contradicting anything. I'm just explaining to you that on a globe, the horizon should be a certain distance away from you. That's all.
But you're talking about tides, and
no, I'm not. I wasn't talking about tides. I was just explaining what mean sea level meant, right? Because according to you globe earthers, right, it's a constant level, right? That's why you're calling it level.
So if you can't reference anything on Earth, all right, why can't I?
What are you talking about? Reference anything? I'm trying to show you a real world observation right now.
Yeah,
and you're kind of avoiding it like the plague for some reason.
I'm forwarding this. That
you said boats go over the horizon, right?
I know that, and you.
Okay, so let's put it to the test. I can debunk that for you right now.
The varying star patterns, it's very relevant.
No. You're trying to change the topic from the Earth to the sky.
No. It's
John. Yeah, see, every conversation that you've been having over the last few days with the other guys, right? They have to mute you constantly. I'm trying to have a polite conversation with you, right? According to the globe model, the horizon from a 6-foot observer should be 3 miles away. The horizon from a 5-foot observer should be 2.73 miles away. And you seem to not want to agree with that, even though I posted Washington University as a link for you to check out, right? That said literally on the PDF that the horizon's exactly 2.73 miles away from a 5-foot observation height. But right now, you're throwing your own people under the bus that believe the Earth is a globe.
That doesn't change anything at all. So even if you're 1,000 feet up, it's 38.7 roughly. So like it depends on where.
Exactly. So if you're 5 foot up, it's 2.73 miles.
Yes. Yeah. Like that doesn't debunk anything. So with my comparison.
No. Now what we're gonna do, right, is we're gonna go 5 feet up. We're gonna set up a camera on a tripod. Okay, and then we're gonna find a big body of water, and we're gonna see if the horizon's at 2.73 miles.
I'm trying to make I'm trying to further my point about ships being over the horizon, because when a ship goes over the horizon, they can see different constellations signifying they're on a different part that which we cannot see. In the northern.
Yeah, we're stuck at the horizon being geometric. Okay, so look, let's go through it quickly. Okay, let's test for that horizon to see if it exists in the first place. Okay, because there are other explanations for why something can appear to disappear bottom up. Right, so have a look in the side chat. Right, there's a diagram. There's a diagram there, right? It says a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance. which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle, right? See the red and yellow circle? Okay, that would be the horizon. There's a picture just next to it saying this is what's observed. Okay, so when you look out into the ocean, you'll see a horizon. Okay, on a globe, the physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet. Right? Do you agree? And that's what you're saying the ship goes over.
And guess what? That I was furthering my point by when what they perceive when they look back at us is different. When they look up is different. Day and night in different places of the earth. I'm referencing all of that.
Okay, but right now we're talking about the horizon. Okay, so do you agree? Try to focus, right? Do you agree that the horizon should be at a specific distance depending on the height of the observer?
Yeah, no, it varies depending on the height of the observer. Is that what you're saying?
No. If the height of the observer doesn't change, then the horizon should be at a certain distance. Okay, so if you're standing there...
No, that's with your perfect circle.
Okay, so... Yeah, so I told you earlier, right, it's only a tiny bit off being a perfect circle in your globe model, right? Did you want to go and look that up?
It's not as... Dude, there's so many astronomers...
I told you, right? I gave you Washington University. Washington University didn't take that into account because it's such a small difference that it's negligible.
No one says or cite your sources that anyone's saying that is close to a perfect sphere.
Nobody. What?
Nobody.
Do you need me to cite? You need me to cite that?
Yes, nobody's saying that because we understand because of the Newtonian laws, we understand how gravity and mass interact. And because of that, we see it's just impossible. It's impossible for the Earth to be a perfect or close to a perfect sphere. That's not possible. Not to mention the mountains, ridges, and the Mariana Trench.
We're talking over 72% of the Earth's surface is water, right? That's what they tell us. Okay, and they tell us that it's the sea, right? And it's called sea level.
Yeah, and you're talking.
Okay, so that means it would have uniform curvature, right? But they tell you it's a little bit fatter at the equator, and it's only a little bit, 0.33%. And
if you were scaled down to Earth, and you were
1% is not a small amount.
If you were to scale down to Earth to the size of a quarter, do you know how big, small we would be?
John, why are you going against Washington University right now?
I agree with this. As a 6-foot observer on sea level, you can't see that much horizon. But you know what? When you're up on
what distance should the horizon be if you're 6 foot tall and you're looking out into the ocean at the shoreline? How far away should the horizon be?
Exactly, you're at. If you're closer to the equator or
what distance? Okay, so give me the range. Give me the range. Okay, do it from the maximum radius and the minimum radius with the oblate spheroid taken into account.
I agreed with you. What are you talking about? It's not that far. It's not you. We can only see.
It's approximately 3 miles, right? It's approximately 3 miles. Do you agree?
Give or take, and depending where you're at and the other variables that are into account.
Yeah, so it's approximately 3 miles. Yeah.
It changes, and what you're applying is geometrics. It's like me saying, algebra is applicable to I don't know, biology. It didn't make sense.
What you're trying to do is say that, okay, my floor in my house is not flat. And I know this because I can look at the lights in the ceiling and tell that the lights are different between the rooms in the house. I know that the floor is not flat because the lights are different throughout the house. Where DJ is trying to say, hey, if you find out if your floor is flat or not, then you should actually go and measure the floor of the house and see if there's a slope or curving, waving happening somewhere right? Because if you was to hire a contractor and you told that contractor, hey, my floor is flat, the first thing he's going to do is measure the floor. He's not going to start looking at your lights. He's not going to look at the ceiling. He's not going to look at the walls. He's not going to look at the appliances you have in your kitchen. He's going to pull out a level and he's going to measure the floor. And where he finds the floor not being level, he'll tell you the steps to take in order to level that floor.
Dude, that analogy doesn't make sense at all. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So what
The
he's
Earth is flat. Therefore, let's go measure and see if the Earth is curving. Let's see if the floor is curving. How do we do that? We check for drop over distance, which is what DJ's been trying to get you to do, and you've been running away like it's a plague.
and there is drop over distance. Like, what? Like, if you point a laser is over her, it's gonna go down. If flat earthers have debunked
or actually drops away from your observation point, things would physically be disappearing bottom up because of this drop over distance, right? Like your friend, he walks beyond the hill and now his legs are gone because the hill is obstructing the view of his legs.
So
this is what DJ is talking about.
Earth is big compared to human beings. It's very massive. We can't listen.
We talking to Don Pettit or John Pettit? John Pettit right now.
Observer, you do realize we have people in planes in the International Space Station that see a whole lot more than we do. They see the dark side of the Earth and the day side of the Earth.
Yeah.
They see the different hemispheres. When you're in a different part of the world, you see different constellations. Are you denying that?
Don't try to change the topic off the distance to the horizon, dude. Right? You're not going to get away from it.
I'm speaking
in the
to
chat, I have posted a screenshot from a question I gave Google. I asked Google, is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet a good enough equation? And it says yes. An expression like 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet is a valid equation that often represents it as D equals 1.2 times the square root of H, and is used to approximate the distance in miles to the horizon from a given height in feet.
That's going to go above everyone's head because you're verbally announcing equations. That's how you do it. Cite your
point, because this is how you
like, if I told you like F equals G
is a drop over distance, loss of visual because of the physical nature of the ground.
Like, you can't no,
you just said yes. We are using a good enough equation to find the distance to the horizon.
John, you stop talking over tactical droid, please, dude. Right? Try to have a normal conversation. Right? Wait for him to finish reading what he's trying to read, and then respond after he's finished talking.
He had to make sure he insulted everybody on the panel real quick. You heard him get that out. He was like, "Oh wait, you're citing equations. It's going to go over everybody's heads."
That's not.
You're a chode, bro.
It is like you have to cite. You have to. How am I supposed? Am I supposed to write down everything he's saying to understand the equation?
It's in the side chat.
Don't verbally announce. I can say
and go do it yourself. And if I'm not talking to you, then I'm talking to whoever's listening to you. Run away from the point that we are making.
It's the same. I'm making another point that stems from the original. Yes.
It's a non sequitur.
It's correct.
And it's the illogical fallacy
but it
to say that my ceiling tells me what the floor is.
No, that's not what I said.
Stars in the sky tell me what the ground is doing. When we're saying measure the ground and see
the same constellations. Everyone would see the same constellations at the same time, and with the model that you're giving me.
Yeah.
They don't though. In the northern hemisphere, we see the next star. In a certain direction, in a certain place. Constellation changes based on where you're at. And yes, you can reference the stars and our moon and the sun to have discussion. It's not applicable to the lights in our house.
Right. So once again, earlier I was talking about prerequisites, right? So that requires Earth to be a globe, yeah, and it requires the water to be curving at a certain rate over distance. So if we can test that in reality and there's no curvature, then that throws away your claim.
What's that have to do with? I just said.
Well, it's a prerequisite, right? If you say, if you say something that requires something to exist, and then you can prove that thing doesn't exist, that requires the following statement to be correct, then the following statement can be thrown in the bin. You understand what a prerequisite is, obviously.
Yes,
a requirement, a pre-requirement.
A whole flat Earth ideology, because science is all linked together like a spider web.
No,
and
we're talking about geometry right now. It's not science.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't a perfect circle. You can't use some kind of theorem to because there's so many variables when it comes to a giant planet. That's not a perfect circle. Nobody said it was a perfect circle. Where your confusion is you're applying mathematics like it's objective all around the world. That's not. Nobody's saying that. No academic has said that.
I gave you Washington University. Right,
Exactly.
Washington University, it's a .edu link.
Yes, and nobody disagreed with those numbers. Nobody disagreed.
Okay, so let's put those numbers to the test. Okay, so nobody disagreed with the numbers from Washington University. Okay, so let's test it in reality. You want to see the test?
About something I wasn't talking about. I was literally talking about in the spheroid theory.
If the Earth was a sphere and it had drop over distance and it was specific to specific locations, it would be similar to tracking topography. I would know at this location there is a hill of this height, of this magnitude of slope over X distance. And you and everybody else could go there and see it. Except whenever we go to look for that drop over distance horizon, the horizon's always changing locations. And it's not similar to looking for topography.
You people have been repeating yourself over and over.
Yeah, it's because you're not able to go along, right, and stay focused and stick to what is being spoken about, right? Where you just agreed, right? You just agreed that you agree with Washington University that from a 5-foot observation height, the horizon must be at 2.73 miles away. You agreed to that just now. So let's test that. Let's put that to the test in reality.
Different places. What does that have to do with that?
No, they're not saying that. It doesn't say that in Washington University's Earth horizon calculation.
I know what you sent it to me. I'm not talking about.
So Washington University. It doesn't say in Washington. This is the formula. It says on the globe.
I'm speaking
No, John.
variables.
John, we went over the variables.
The equation and variables.
John, shush. Dude, come on. Right? It doesn't say that, right? You said you agreed with Washington University, and now you're throwing them under the bus again?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so let's do approximates, right? So from approximately 5-foot height, the horizon's approximately 2.7 miles away. Yeah, are you good with that?
Don't you see all the variables in this equation? There's a lot of.
Yeah, so the variable is just that the Earth is curving at a specific rate, right? And the radius is 3,959 miles.
What does R and H stand for?
What are you talking about? We're talking about the radius right now. The R value you're going to see in all the globe math.
Huh? So there's equations which have variables, which are letters that in the equation. What?
Yeah, so height. It's going to be height. The H will be height.
Okay, what about R without looking it up? Because I hear you clicking around on your keyboard. And
I don't know, radius, probably.
Probably.
I'm not touching my keyboard right now. I'm telling you, I already told you. And I showed you the Washington University. You already agreed.
They're not set number.
You're very intellectually dishonest, right? That's why people in here get annoyed with you. You already agreed that the horizon should be approximately 2.73 miles from a 5-foot observation height, and you're avoiding, right, this long distance observation like the plague because it destroys your globe.
That's ad hominem, and I'm just gonna say this: like everybody.
How is that an ad hominem? No, bro.
Understand?
That's
giving y'all that.
Dude, come on, don't lie, right? So lying pisses me off, right? So when you say I just said an ad hominem, right? Just saying that you're avoiding the demonstration like the plague, right? That's not me attacking you. Just says you're avoiding it. Why are you avoiding it?
On the Washington.edu, it says the different numbers that the variable presents, and it's next to a whole. See that graph? H is
cool. What it also says that it gives you a chart, and it says from a 5-foot observation height. What distance does it say the horizon should be? Does it say 2.73? By any chance?
Same thing. Yeah. I'm looking. No one's disagreeing with that. Yeah, of course. That's
so here we go. We've got a camera set up at 5-foot height. Okay, see it? Okay, so this is Great Salt Lake in Utah. All right, so let's go over the observation quickly. Just let me explain it. I'll be very fast. Okay, so this is the location here, right? This is Google Maps, and the yellow line is showing where he's going to be doing the observation. He's got that camera set up at the top of the yellow line, and he's going to be going across, right? Zooming across, and he's going to be seeing what he can see across the lake. Now, here's the math that goes along with it from the Earth Curvature Calculator that you're going to see it matches up with Washington University. Okay, so we put in the observation height, 5 foot, and then it will say the target distance, right? That's 21 miles. Okay, so the shoreline on the other side of the lake is 21 miles away. It says D1 equals horizon distance 2.73 miles, right? Lining up with what Washington University said. Now, under that, it said target hidden height, 223 feet. That means that the shoreline, which is the target, should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you a clip from the video, right? So this is all from a full-length, high-definition video that goes over the entire setup, the entire observation, right? I'm just presenting some small bits out of it, and you can go and watch the full video if you want later, which I'll share for you. Okay, so this is him. Huh?
You been to college? University in the UK?
Yeah, with me presenting this observation. I'm not from the UK. Why are you avoiding the observation right now?
I'm not. It's just like
Did I say something that was incorrect? Did I say something that was incorrect? Is there something that I said that you disagree with?
Honestly, I didn't understand anything you said because I was talking about the equation being variable, which you agreed with. Like you're telling me it depends on the height of the observer. So of course,
but this height's 5 foot. The height's 5 foot.
So in this case, he's giving you an example, and everything he's going to say is objective, and you can't change it, so it's not variable.
Yeah.
He's giving you everything in an objective framework.
Yeah, he's not changing his height, right? That's why I showed you the tripod, right? He's not lifting the tripod up and down. He's got the camera on the tripod, right? It's approximately 5 foot above the surface of the water. Okay, and the horizon should be approximately 2.73 miles away. Okay, so then I showed you the observation across the lake, and you'll see that over 21 miles, there's no horizon. Not any horizon, over 21 miles, right? The horizon is not at 2.73 miles where it must be on a globe, right? Do you understand that kills the globe, right? Do you understand what a geometric horizon is? If not, I can go over it with you again. John? Diagram in the side chat. The yellow dot, that would represent the horizon. the image to the right of the yellow dot, right? That's what you would see. You should not see any water beyond the geometric horizon. Right? John, if you're not going to respond, dude.
You know, I came and I've over and over, I have nothing else to add to that conversation. I've agreed with you that it changes and that it changes, but you're using this on like a 2D scale of a circle, bro. Like it's like, what? This isn't geometry.
Oh my god, dude, you sound like a freaking stoner right now.
Big science.
This is not. This is geometry.
College, like
this is just basic mathematics right now. You seem to be struggling to pay attention.
So I've already made my point that that forwarded that when a ship goes over the horizon, they experience some things differently when they're on the other side of the world. They see.
What is that? Okay, so you're claiming the horizon, right, is the place that boats go over, right, which would be the curvature of the Earth. So we're putting that to the test and showing you that there's no curvature when we test over a 21-mile body of water. Over a 21-mile body of water, there should be 293 foot of curvature over that distance.
Height of the observer. Like what?
No, that's not dependent on the height of the observer. What's dependent on the height of the observer is the distance to the horizon and how much should be obstructed of the target.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand.
No, it doesn't go hand in hand.
So,
so the raw geometry, right, of how much curvature there should be over that distance is 293 foot. That's how much the water surface should curve over 21 miles, 293 foot. Okay, so if you want to set up a camera at 5 foot high and make an observation to the shoreline on the other side, then we change it a bit, right? Now we work out what distance should the horizon be. Okay, so we can check that 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we can work out the horizon should be 2.73 miles away.
Empirical evidence.
Yeah? What are you talking about? I'm showing you a high definition video, right, where we're testing that.
There's a lot of mathematics that aligns with the global theory. Like when it comes to everything, when it comes to
well, it doesn't match reality, does it?
To seasons, when it comes to day and night, when it comes
no. All of it requires this radius value to be correct. You're going to need Earth curvature if you want to have a globe. Oh,
Listen,
dude, this is so freaking annoying.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you.
He's coping so hard.
In reference to what you're talking
He's
about,
trying to show off to some girl that he's with. It's not working out.
But you're not making sense, and I'm asking you a question that's completely relevant, and you're dodging it. You're literally dodging.
No. You're saying all of I can still man your question. You're saying there's all of this mathematics, right, that aligns with the globe.
Parts of the world, and we're trying to.
What are we trying to determine right now, though? What's the question? Right? How much drop would there be on the globe? How much curvature would there be over 21 miles? Do you want to go and check? Do you want to check? Go check. You give me the answer.
That's very.
No, how much? Okay, so just over the surface of the water, how much curvature should there be over 21 miles? Not an observation, just basic geometry.
Yeah, the thing is, like,
do you know how to do? Can you do the math, or you don't even need to do the math yourself. You can cheat.
Why
right? You can go to.
How is my question irrelevant?
Well, I asked the question.
So, when the ship does go over the horizon and they do get to another part of the planet.
No, they don't go over a physical horizon. The Earth isn't a planet, and there's no curvature.
Then what is a planet? Oh, what?
Well, okay, so the definition of a planet is a wandering star, right? But we don't live on a wandering star. We live on a flat plane because we went out and measured it, and it measures flat.
We're not a what? Where are you getting this
from? The Earth's not a planet, right? Flat earthers don't claim the Earth is a flat planet. Flat's not a shape. Did you know flat's not a shape? Yeah, flat. It's not a shape. Right? Do you think flat's a shape, John?
Excuse me? I don't.
Yeah. Do you think flat is a shape?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with whether Earth is a planet or not? Like,
so you claim the Earth is a planet, right? And you claim it's an oblate spheroid with a radius of 3,959 miles. We're putting that to the test, and there's no curvature, right? So it can't be that, right? And we're not claiming it's a flat planet. I'm just trying to explain our perspective a little more to you, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. You are. Okay, so when we go and test, bless you or something, I don't know, right? So when we go out and test for the curvature, there's no curvature, so it's flat just like you experience it.
dude, why can't we move on to the second point?
Because if you don't have curvature, then the second point is completely useless, right? Because you're going to need curvature for the second point to be correct.
On different parts of the planet experience the same things, like there's just daytime and they see the same stars. Like, is that what you're telling me?
No, why would you see the same stars in different places?
Well, because that's why you don't like. There's
No.
The world that proves curvature. If it was flat, they would all see the same stars.
Why would they all see the same stars?
Because it's flat and it's
Why would you always see the same stars?
Because it's facing one direction. When they see different stars, it's because their sky is in a different.
You're still thinking of some sort of flat disk planet floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space, right? With all these burning balls of gas, trillions of light years away in a vacuum, which is ridiculous.
No, I'm not.
Right?
I don't.
You have a limited field of view, right? And you don't know how far away the stars are. And when you're in a different part of the Earth, you see a different part of the sky, right? Just like if you were in a giant building that was 100 miles across, or 1,000 miles across, and you had lights on the roof, right? When you're standing on one side of it, you're going to see different lights than if you're standing on the other side of it, obviously.
They're astrophysicists right here.
Yeah, so even the astrophysicists...
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets, you can see moons.
And y'all are just repeating yourselves about the horizon.
Because if you don't have curvature, if you don't have curved water, then you don't have a globe.
Whoa.
Water? What?
Yeah, if you have flat water, right? If 72% of the surface of the globe, right, is said to be water, and then all of the water measures flat across the surface, then you can't have a globe, right?
Then how do tidal waves work, and how
tidal waves like tsunamis?
This makes sense.
First of all, DJ. First of all, everything DJ says makes sense.
You're debunking all of science off some ancient theological.
Whoa. What are you talking about, man? John, slow down, brother. Slow down.
I'm not
John, take a breath, man.
Y'all haven't been trying
Take a
to
breath. Take a breath, man. The reason why everybody keeps repeating themselves is because it's very important for your claim to be true. Measurable curvature has to be everywhere. Everywhere. You can't have a bunch of flat areas adjacent to one another and you say it magically starts curving.
Yeah, but he just said that people on different parts of the planet don't see the same stars. So he just
because the planar surface is very large. Does that not make sense? So if the planar surface is very large, the area above the planar surface is also very large, meaning if you're in a gigantic warehouse, all of the lights above you are going to change as you travel around the warehouse. Does that not make sense?
No, but it's the same. You can see the same.
Okay. I get it.
I still see
Is he
the
just
same,
really confused?
same constellations.
Yeah, his brain's in a knot right now.
Millions of light years away. They're millions of light years away.
Whoa.
It's
You are making a ton of claims, dude.
Jedi. It's
You're making a ton of
actually
claims, son.
we've
You're
realized
making
we're
a ton of
talking to
claims.
Don Pettit's brother. This is John Pettit
See
that we're
different
speaking with.
constellations based on.
Get it all out, mate.
Depending on the circuit, you see different constellations depending on where you're at.
You can see the zodiacal lines.
So John, you have a lot of beliefs that you have memorized, right?
That's
and they're not
memorized.
verifiable, right? That's the
common
problem.
sense. I haven't even thought about
No,
this.
it's the problem. Why would you think? Why would you think by looking at a light in the sky that it's millions of light years away? You would think that on your own, or would you need to be told that information? You would really come to that conclusion on your own. Oh, I see a light in the sky. It's a tremendous distance that I can't even fathom. That's what you're going to think on your own. You're going to think
Day
it's
and night.
like
Y'all aren't
Day and night.
skeptics. Y'all aren't skeptics.
Stars and things in the sky, and I go to different places, and they look fucking different.
Insult to skepticism. Like,
no, dude, you're pointing out something really obvious, and it's like you can't see the wood for the trees.
Misinformation 5 times yesterday.
It's not misinformation. It's just how you observe the world. You're not listening. You're not listening, dude. I think that's clear.
Destroyed that technology.
Here before Jedi. Once listening, all they did was repeat themselves, and now they're
What are you
all
talking about, dude?
Jedi. I'm muting you,
Yes.
dude.
Don't mute a moderator, otherwise you'll get kicked out. It's just not going to happen, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So John, again, man, DJ and the rest of the panel have been trying to get you to look at this from your own personal experience, as if you were a detective trying to figure out if all of the stuff you've been told about the sky, all the information, is factual or not. How would you be able to verify that? And one of the ways you can do it would be to verify the curvature of the Earth, since so much is riding on that radius value being correct, right? So that's why DJ's trying to keep it to the radius value.
It's not a.
Now you're saying because it's 13 miles difference, right, over the course of 29,901 miles.
Number
one end to the other. That's what you're trying to say is it's imperfect, right? You're saying it's an oblate spheroid, right? And he's trying to tell you it's negligible, which is why it's not factored into the curvature equation in the calculator, right? So let's just get back to the basics, man. Are you telling us that on a sphere there's flat areas, perfectly flat, non-curving areas on a sphere? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, how do you guys make a living spending all day on this?
Yeah, so John, right? Have you put Jedi on mute?
No, I can hear him.
He's a moderator, so don't put him on mute, or we'll have to remove people that do that.
He's not muted, but he spreads misinformation.
That's right, dude. Let's not get off onto the wrong foot today.
He said that atoms were on the molecular level yesterday.
Excuse
and
me.
then DJ just said, DJ just
If he's going
unknowingly
to talk through me again, this is going to be an unreasonable conversation.
I got him.
Let's not bring up yesterday, otherwise we're just going to keep going round in circles. For everybody's benefit, let's just deal with what's being spoken about at the moment. Don't get personal, dude. It seems like you got an issue with me personally. Let's not go there.
That you're trying to use to understand how far horizon is, use those mathematics and understand how constellations work. How we
Yeah, so John, right? Seems like you've still got Jedi muted.
Oh, he's not muted. I heard him.
Well, we just proved it with an experiment. I put you on mute, then I unmuted you after Jedi was finished speaking, and you were still in the middle of your own dramatization of the event.
Responding to somebody because they were trying to argue with me about the
You
distance.
didn't even know you was muted, dude.
When I agreed with him, but that still does not debunk the spherical Earth.
Sorry, can somebody catch me up?
Disappear over the horizon.
So, DJ was talking to the gentleman whenever I arrived, and he was going through the Black Swan with him. And the guy wanted to talk about everything except for the Black Swan.
Oh.
And DJ gave him multiple examples of the Black Swan. And the guy was always trying to obfuscate to the lights in the sky. Boats go away from a certain location, and the lights in the sky are in a different arrangement. And DJ keeps reiterating, well, you got to verify that that thing underneath your feet is actually a sphere. And he stays away from it like a plague. He will not look at the horizon. He will not try to verify that the Earth is flat by measurement.
Okay, thank you for catching me up, mate. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been going on for much longer. DJ jumped in after I spoke to him, says who spoke to him. A bunch of people spoke to him. But we're trying to keep it on a new foot today. So I like the way you approached entering the conversation, because I said let's forget about yesterday and focus on today. So
Yeah, he won't stay focused on a on a single point. He just keeps taking it back to something else, and he can't finish a point, right? He couldn't finish the horizon conversation, right? And he just keeps jumping all over the place. Oh, he's gone now, anyway. All right.
No, he's doing the right thing by trying to keep him on point. Maybe with some patience and some time, in a few days, maybe a week, I think he's still going to keep coming back. Maybe eventually. So well done for being patient, guys.
well, he had a girl with him, and he was obviously trying to show off, saying like, "Oh, these guys don't know what they're talking about, and they're not educated, and just a bunch of appeal to credentials." And yeah, he was asking, he was like, "Oh, I could tell by the way you're presenting your information that you never went to university." It's like, geez, bro. It's unbelievable the way he was trying to approach the conversation. But still, again, he was trying to get a gotcha on stuff in the sky, right? Oh, well, we could tell that stars are light years away and this and that. It's like, come on, bro. Let's just stick to the surface and things you could actually prove. Stop talking about things that you can't possibly know. And I understand the information you memorized, dude. Like, we understand it. We used to have this stuff memorized and think it was true too, bud. Come on.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny, now I think about it, because like he probably thought, oh, these dumb flat earthers are going to go in and show my girlfriend or this girl how I can wreck people in a debate and show her how smart I am, and then he was just getting destroyed, and then he was stuttering and he was freaking out and all over the place, and yeah.
Yeah, someone's not getting any tonight.
That or you just made it a flat earth without having to talk to him directly.
The interesting thing about my conversation with him is that I didn't make any claims at all. He was the one that was making all the claims, right? So there was no information for me to present. So it's like, you go ahead and back your claim, but he didn't do that.
No, he just tells the story and adds claims as he goes.
Right. Now, me not being college educated, I'm not going to say I wear it as a badge of pride or anything like that. But, for someone that is not college educated, that can just go ahead and understand simple concepts like backing up a claim that I made with some sort of empirical evidence, is all I need to do to embarrass somebody that did go to college. I think that's not bad, so whatever. That can't be the gauge for someone's ability to reason, whether or not they went to college. Now, I know there's plenty of people that have gone to college, brilliant people. I'm not saying anything against people that have gone to university. But that's not going to be your defining feature as to why you're intelligent, You ever get this feeling that there's a lot of the folks that come through here that, you know, they're going to bounce in, they're going to have a good laugh, you know, make us look dumb, and then they plan probably on moving on from the conversation, but because we make very concise and obvious points about reality, and that their paradigm has no way to explain it, nor is there any evidence for it, that now they instantly become obsessed. They want to get the win, so they'll spend, you know, days, weeks, months, and for some people even years in obsessing, trying to get a win somehow. And that's how you make an anti-flat earther, somebody with a lot of arrogance, and then they find out they don't know anything, and now they've devoted the rest of their life to just trying to get a win in a Discord server against a flat earther. Amazing.
Yeah, I've seen that countless times. Right, let's say, for example, when we started on the politics server, people like Britnat and Mez, right, that never come across Flat Earth before, right? And we had conversations with them, and like you said, everything we were speaking about was reasonable, and they were banging their head against a brick wall, and over the period of weeks and months, they turned into flourishing anti-Flat Earthers. Yeah, it happens all of the time, even in this place. I think we're breeding them. So, oh dear.
Right. But I don't know how you avoid it, right? Like, we're just trying to have a conversation. We're trying to point out simple truths. And all of a sudden, monsters start to come out. It's crazy.
And maybe I better do something so I look a little bit more like a didgeridoo player. Stand by. Stand by. So I got a pair of scissors and I made my crew shirt into a real musician didgeridoos kind of attire. And so I can play my didgeridoo now. Orbital didgeridoo, didgeridoo, didgeridoo. I'm done. Orbital didgeridoo, didgeridoo. I'm done. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. We cobbled one up from the space station vacuum cleaner hose. I can play my didgeridoo now. I'm done. We're on the International Space Station with didgeridoos and oscillation of spheres of water. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Delightful oscillations. I'm done. pure sine wave tones. Gotta play the didgeridoo. Gotta play the didgeridoo. I'm done.
Yeah, I like that you played the Don Pettit for John Pettit. That was nice. So, do we have anybody else? Any strangers in the chat looking to ask some questions, or is it the usual bunch of good fellows? And we got any of the good ladies in the chat? Over fences. Yeah, anybody have any questions? Go ahead and unmute your mic if you don't feel comfortable or you can't mic up right now because you're at work or doing something where you can't talk. Just go ahead and post your questions or evidence in the side chat for us. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Sorry there's a lull in the discussion, but apparently there's no globe evidence. We had a gentleman in here earlier who wanted to talk about everything other than the things that would prove that the Earth is curving anywhere on its surface. So here we are. No one left to discuss this with. Hey DJ, are there any events going on right now in the hub? Will you be able to start one? Oh yeah, there's an Ask a Muslim event going on. Such a shame. Such a shame. It'd be nice to get some new traffic in here. Could always spam the general chat until we get some folks triggered enough to come in and have a chat.
No, we can start an event, John. It's fine. Multiple channel events isn't a problem. Oh, but there is a stage event in. Oh no, there isn't. Oh, there's a vegan stage event in 16 minutes. So yeah, we can't. Oh well. guess I'll stick a song on, seeing Flatter-day Saint sent me his new song.
Yeah. The state of the level nation. Truth and plain. Sight on television stations. I seldomly have patience to even engage in debates if the one who narrates it happens to be a patron of the patriarch. It seems lately the days be dark. All the ways these sharks play these marks. Just a big game we thought. What the television stations were saying wasn't a script. Because some of these kids still believe in doctrines taught by demons. Going off in the deep end. Off in the deep end. Thinking so deep inside of my soul. Providing my bowl full of fire and coal. Lighting up what I must with a lighter and hold it all in, trying to never blow it out. But you know without a doubt that you cannot go without that oxy. No, I cannot, not go without my oxygen and juice. Yeah. If I gotta keep saying till I'm red in the face, and you said all the fake bullshit that's been fed to your plate. Like, what if you were put in a rocket and went up to space? To that, what shall I say? The logic is not even inductive to make a well thought out rebuttal. Cause a lot of these Mongos are still in the huddle, while the heroes have fumbled their cartoon ball away. All the way, out of bounds. Strike three, yeah, out of here. I once thought in my noggin that to bargain for my part in this department at Target, where they mass target their product to a vast audience. Isn't it at last obvious that they can't conquer us? They can distract and wander us. In fact, it's all they just happen to have, and even after that, it's just an act. Just to practice a flash to distract us and crash. Our hard drives are part-tied, they start fires. These smart liars that melts the rims and rubber on car tires. I call them smart fires. For all you guys out there doing it wireless, I advise you just to hardwire it. They try and obfuscate. It's getting awful late. I wish I could stop and take a wrinkle in time, a glitch in the makeshift. Smoking mirrors with vape hits in the wall, just another fake brick. If I gotta keep saying till I'm red in the face, and you said all the fake bullshit that's been fed to your plate. Like, what if you were put in a rocket and went up to space? To that, what shall I say? The logic is not even inductive to make. Trust me, it's fake. Trust me, it's fake. trust me. You fellas that choose the path of least resistance. I'm sharpening my teeth before I eat my victims. Pastors heliocentrics, preaching kids. It's the demons teaching nitwits, sadistic, scripted as wit said. I'm kidding, you're smitten, no vape hits. It's a religion, it's a decision to use your wisdom for mischief. So significant, calling dudes fake truthers. Since when does your word salad need to serve a mixed blend of perverting the heard words of a Christian? Then one day he just walked away for a lot of paper or pay-per-view. Maybe you just stop the danger that an awful stranger threatened to make your life a perpetual pain for all the days of existence. Cause all the games and angles of distance outweighed your God-ordained resistance. But I'm sure that the witsits deserve not to be victims. Plus the incentives of seeing your pictures on all of the TVs and pixels. DreamWorks and the scripts filled, need work and the rent's billed. To your groomers, as long as you sit still, I get ill even writing these lyrics. But I'm like the appearance of lightning and you hear it striking at your spirit, fighting with your tears. It's trying, it's so weary, your time has been nearing. Nice try on you steering some of your biggest fans away. Wait, kids, don't forget to behave. You don't gotta commit to be made into the depiction of a slave. They played your ass and I don't see any other way but ask, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they not? They plot and derive by watching the Antarctic Amazon sky, and they know it's a mock. Jarian's picking both sides. He's got the flurfers divided and then they disguise, and now Duffy's devising a plot. You ask why they lying? From behind closed eyelids they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Only way that Austin will survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe him. They enticing the ones with word salad, cause they the brightest. The things they say are chimed in. PayPal or Cash App, you can buy him, and when confronted from behind, he gets to whine in. But the one time he vaped it from the sideline, bribed by the Zionists. Either that or they threaten his life, and need some treacherous time shit. When the mic hits the sidewalk, chalk it up as a lost dog. Your time to shine is passed right by, kid. But regardless of your new assignment, I still love you, Austin. You're a snake, just like I is. Wait, did I say snake? I meant a saint. I ain't saying my halo ain't been defiled. It's a fine line between being a highlight and the twilight denialist. Why would they lie? Maybe they don't mind the silence, but the sun seems to be the line that divides the community till they start fighting. And even if you told the truth, the Jews still might not like it. But homie, you still alright, kid. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? The space that I know's all made up and away, like the smoke from my blunt. When I'm puffing the day, running on E, 'cause there's never enough in the tank to fly all the way to Uranus in a spaceship, then make it all the way back to the States of America, which would be a miracle. Only in America, it's hilarious where they say terrorists cause so much wear and tear on stuff and brought down the towers, which turned in midair to dust. But compared to Musk, NASA's got the upper hand on all the right stuff. But we must trust upon Elon for the economy to be strong, even after all the things gone extremely wrong with his e-cars and all the recalls. But Donald Trump ain't got shit on King Kong, who got beat on by Godzilla, the original Hong Kong killer, dropping bombs like Operation Dominic, that is. When swine fly and pigs flew, regardless regardless of all the emergency orders that have been issued. Our past is blurred with fancy words, with pansies work at being master jerks, hidden hands in shirts, trying to expand their pursuit of crappiness. If it so happens, kids, that your parents practice witchcraft, to which that these witch doctors trick fathers to let them prick daughters with this pharmaceutical. TikTokers and Twitch bloggers using influencers to misconstrue shit. All or nothing, all this fussing, is it worth the trouble to obey my thirst for puddles of carbonated syrup? But I sure fuck can hate to burst bubbles, but the ingredients of what you're drinking, it burns rubber. Google searching pics of the Hubble, no, not generating images. I wish you'd use your given senses and see the significance that at the end of the day, kids. So at the end of the day, when my friends mention in space, that I know is all made up and away, like the smoke from my blunt when I'm puffing the dank, running on E, 'cause there's never enough in the tank to fly all the way to Uranus in a spaceship, then make it all the way back to the States. Son of a bitch, trusting in Bitcoin, bitching and complaining in America. And just to clarify, they prepared you by declaring it's imperative that parents get their cherished kids to impair their awareness when pledging allegiance and swear them into where they say terrorists caused so much wear and tear on us and brought down the towers, which turned in midair to dust. But compared to us, NASA's got the upper hand on all the right stuff. But what about Elon, who made the economy strong with this e-car, even though they blow up from cheap parts?
Guys, is the Earth flat? إلا ليه بعد ما في رد.
You gone already? Oh man, didn't even give me a chance to pick up the phone.
Well, hello, ladies and ladies. Oh, it's nap time. I see. Bye bye.
Oh, it's easy. That stuff easy is cool. What brings you in today? School's out?
Yeah, school's out. Long time. I was on the feminism VC chilling.
Oh yeah. How was
Yeah.
that? Good
It was
experience or bad experience?
good experience.
There you go. So, do you find any globe Earth evidence that you wanted to share with the panel today, or just coming in
Nah,
to
I just came to chill.
shoot the breeze? Okay. Yeah, we had an interesting discussion earlier, but yeah, things have been kind of slow otherwise today. Not too many
Okay.
people coming in to argue for the globe. I think people are getting frustrated with the lack of curvature evidence
Yeah.
on the globe side. Yeah, it's
Well,
kind of difficult without that.
John, I was doing some research on Antarctica since Adam Unsalted asked me to watch the video yesterday. Alright? So, I found out that apart from the visitor centers, you can also travel all around Antarctica, like below the 16th line. So, that will make his point invalid, right?
You said apart from the visitor centers, you're allowed to travel all throughout the 60th, the 16th. What'd you say?
16th, yeah,
16th
like there's some line that's called the 16th.
parallel. You're talking about the 16th south parallel. Is that what you're saying? Line that's called the 16th. Okay. So you're saying that anybody could
South
just go there.
parallel.
Anybody could just go there. Anybody can just go there and just freely explore. You're saying based
No,
on what?
you have to have
Okay.
like supervision. Since Antarctica is cold, you have to protect the wildlife, etc.
Oh, okay. So did
But
you
you
have
could
something to
travel.
post in the side chat? And did you have something that you wanted to post into the side chat and tag Adam and see what he has to say?
Well, um, to put it shortly, I'm banned from the side chat.
Well, if you have something that you want to post in the side chat, you could go ahead and send it to me and I'll post it.
Okay, Mr. John. So I was doing some simple like is it chemistry or something today? It was about ecosystems, yeah, biology. So we were learning about ecosystems and habitats. You also learned about those in school?
Yes, yes. And after school as well.
Yeah. Well, ecosystems, why do we know so much about the Antarctic ones? If Mr. Adam Unsalted said that we couldn't travel to most of it. And we all know that the Antarctic or Arctic ecosystem isn't a lie. We know that for a fact.
Well, you could say that we know it for a fact, but in reality, it's just based on trust. And I always bring this up to people because of the small number of people that's actually been there to verify any of the claims about Antarctica. It's very difficult for me to get on board with making such statements, right? So we could say that we have great evidence about things that like the Antarctic environment, right? So if you're going to say so you're aware of like the average temperature down there, correct?
Yeah.
Have you done a amount of research? Yeah, what's the average temperature down there?
Okay, so it's a little colder than Ghana, let's say.
Average temperature is negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what
How
they
much
say.
is that?
In Celsius?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what Celsius would read. I do all. I'm from the United States, so it's very cold, man. Negative 80 degrees is insane.
Well, I think that could be pretty cool.
I would venture. I would venture to say. Like you'd be hard pressed to have an engine or any type of motorized vehicle operating smoothly down there without some specific engineering going on to make sure that the fuel lines don't freeze and such. Specialty
There is
additives to the fuel.
engineering.
Well, what I'm getting at is that's like kill you in a few minutes cold. You know what I mean? That's like insanely cold.
Yeah. But people wear jackets, don't they?
Like I said, with such a small number of people being able to verify that they've been down there, it's really tough for me to get on board with saying like, yes, I definitely agree that this stuff is common knowledge, right? So that's where I kind of stand on it, and that's just my personal belief, right? So I would just go as far as to say it's unverifiable claims, right? But that's what's claimed. The same thing about the average temperature. I don't necessarily agree that that's or claim that that's the average temperature. That's what's alleged. So, when you look at just the percentages of people that's been there, you're saying that it's a really small number
Flat go to
of
Antarctica.
individuals. Huh?
Flat earthers, they
What did
go
you
to
say?
Antarctica. They measure stuff.
Yeah, I heard about those gentlemen that went down there, and again, like I said, it's a small percentage of people, right? And there's no way to verify whether or not someone's compromised or something like that. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to say they've been compromised, but because I can't verify whether or not they've not been compromised, right? I can't make any claims to that either. So I'm just not going to touch that topic, right? Making positive
So I'm
claims
doing
about
good
somewhere
because you
or
can't find
very
any
few
claims.
people. Think about it. I'm not going to make any positive claims about somewhere that very, 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 very few people have been, right? And that, I mean, we could make claims about it. We could speculate, but I don't really think it's that's not really much of a fruitful endeavor, right? Now, it seems like you have a bone to pick with Adam Unsalted about this. Would that be safe to say?
Yeah, Adam Unsalted is always very mean to me. Adam and Over Fences, but Over Fences, he's kind of chill. Adam is just mean to me. So anything he says, I'll pick on it. Well, I see DJ isn't in the server. Is that why the place is so quiet?
No, that's not what it is. It's just, like if there's not much going on, people stop by, they don't hear people talking, and they say, okay, well, maybe tomorrow's a better day for this. But yeah, so just to clarify, Over Fences is a female, and Adam Unsalted, I believe, is like over 80 years old, so he doesn't really mic up.
Over 80?
Yes. You're talking to a very
Oh my
experienced
goodness.
individual. Yeah. Anyway,
He could have held my grandmother in his arms as a baby.
yeah, man. There's a lot of different people, a lot of different age groups. But yeah,
And
man.
over fences is a
People get
girl.
frustrated. Yes, yes. So yeah, people get frustrated on when it's just like regulars posting stuff all the time, and it's just like they feel like um, it's not really relevant, right? If it's not globe evidence, right? So I wouldn't take it personal, man. It's nothing personally against you. It's just if we feel it's redundant, right? Might just be a little of that, just a little frustration. So don't
Oh,
take it
okay, sir.
personal. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Yeah. You have a good day, man. If you're not into hanging around waiting for Globers to come in, because I don't know how much of a conversation is going to be taking place unless we get somebody asking some questions or presenting some evidence. So
Well, I'm
yeah,
gonna
man.
dip soon anyway.
Okay. Okay.
But I have a question.
What's up, man?
Why does Adam Unsalted think I'm a troll?
Well, they're not sure, right? If you're really a young man from Ghana that's in school, right? But there's a voice changing technology out there. We have a lot of haters out there that would do anything just to troll us. So some of these guys have been doing this for 8 years, and people change accounts. They, with voice change technology, they'll come with that too. So just giving you the true facts of
Yeah,
the world here.
but before I got banned from side chats, I posted a picture of my uniform in my hand, like touching the uniform.
Yeah, man. Listen, it's nothing against you, brother. Like, it's just this is the problem with the internet, right? When you can't verify somebody's identity, uh, they have the right to believe whatever they like, right? So now it may be incorrect, and you might be who you say you are, right? And that's fine. I mean, you should just be all right with just saying, "Hey, I'm me," and that's that. And if they don't choose to believe you, that's up to them too, man. They have their freedom to do that. But I wouldn't take it personally, is all I'm getting at. Um, just make your arguments clear and concise. Try and stay cordial, and yeah, I mean, just make sure if good evidence is presented to you, don't just don't throw it out, right? Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You get some good evidence, so just stay true to it. Okay, that's good. I can't really refute that. It's just I feel like that's a better
Okay.
way to be. Just concede when you have to concede. That's basically what I'm getting at. Like you have something that you can't
So you're
refute.
saying,
If you have some evidence that you can't
so you're saying
refute,
I
right?
should send my whole address?
No, that's not what I'm saying, man. I said
Should I?
if they don't want to believe, if they don't want to believe, no. Like I said, if they don't want to believe you, that's up to them. You can't take it personal, is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, it's the internet, dude. If you're from another country and people are thinking you're a troll, it's just because we've been doing this for a long time. They've been doing it some longer than others. Don't take it personal, man. It's going to happen a lot if you stay on the internet. People are going to continue to do that to you, I promise.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, you're going to have fake accounts try and reach out to you, try and get you to give away your information. Don't dox yourself. That's probably the best advice I could give you. You want to keep
Oh, okay.
yourself anonymous if you can, if it matters to you. To me, I'm one of those rare folks that doesn't really mind having my name out there. But I'm pretty rare because I don't have much to hide in my own Personally, I don't feel like I have much to hide.
Are you doing screwing things like zoom zoom?
Yes, sir. I'm working on a project for a client.
Oh, that's cool. My father does that too. What client?
Oh, I have several. Right now, I'm doing project management for residential clients. So I got a lot going on at the moment. Quite a number of them.
Could I have a book on woodworking.
Good. What'd you say?
I said, could I help? I have a book on woodworking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could help. You got your
Okay.
you got your tool pouch. You ready to go?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Got it.
Yeah, so I'm just doing some repairs around this nice client's home, and yeah, man, just trying to man the room
Nice
while we have.
person.
Yeah, of course. I could kind of dictate who I work for and who I decide not to. So if I don't think they're worthy of my services, I won't even answer their call. But
Well, sorry, got a dip.
yeah, man.
Bye bye.
All right, take care, bud.
Yeah.
Bro, what the hell? Ancient world order is not here, is he? This is bullshit. Can somebody please tell that meathead to unban me, thanks?
But you said that you want that he leave you alone.
Yeah, I want him to leave me alone, bro. I don't care about debating the Earth. I'm just working. I need something to listen to. And you know, you guys talk, and you keep me awake while I work. I don't care about debating this shit.
I think also that there is nothing to debate, Alex. That's the point.
Listen, I'm just not. I don't have enough knowledge about the topic to debate it.
Yeah, of course, you don't need to debate.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm not here to debate. I just want to listen, and if you ban me, I cannot listen. Somebody please unban me. God damn it, bro. Been here longer than he has, by the way.
What doesn't matter that?
I've been in the server since pretty much quarantine, on and off. What the fuck?
What do you think about these people? What they have this server?
Sorry?
What do you think about these people? Why they have this server?
I mean, once it used to be like a hangout, not only for debating shit. Then I guess Discord regulations changed or something, and it became just a debate server. Frankly, I don't know.
It's not anymore debating server.
Well, I mean, it's 24/7 flat Earth, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when I say I don't want to debate, this guy who's been in here not even a year. God damn, when did people start giving up Gold Plus so easily? What the fuck? It used to be respected. You had to earn it once. Now you're giving it to man babies who do not know how to behave themselves. What the hell? Anyways, yeah, no, I remember.
Who's a new one here?
I'm not a new one here, man. I've been here since like what? Quarantine, pretty much. Yeah, beginning of quarantine. That was 2020.
Alex, you're LARP for years. Pretty tired.
And Alex, what do you think about? Alex, what do you think about that? What these people think?
These people what?
But these people have something to say. They have why they
flat
have
earthers. Wait. Flat earthers or globe earthers?
Yeah, flat earthers.
I mean, look, you guys can believe whatever you want. Again, I don't care.
You think that I believe something?
No. I'm saying you guys because the majority of this chat is probably believes in the flat Earth. You know.
Hey, Alex.
Again, I got nothing against you, man.
I don't believe in flat Earth. The flat Earth is presenting itself to me.
I mean, good for you.
It's funny, Alex. It's funny you're not here to debate.
It's the same for you, Alex. It's not. Is it the same for you? You cannot choose. Like, for example, I will be flat earther, I will be globe earther. You know, it doesn't matter that even. But it's only identification with something what you want to be. But Earth itself, it's what it is. You know, and that's what you know. I'm not believing that is, but Earth itself, it's telling me what should I think about Earth.
I mean, you do you, man.
Yeah, but what is for you, for example? What is that information or these flat earthers has? Do you know what they has, or they're spiraling something bullshit or whatever?
I mean, since look, I look at it like this, right? I'm not a doctor, so I cannot talk about how the human body is made, for example. So the same way, I'm not an astrophysicist. I don't
Alex, I'm not also.
Yeah, okay, good. But I cannot listen to a topic, right, and consider it true if I don't know what the physical explanation for it is. Because if you give me, I remember there was this pretty popular argument. It was what the Black Swan. Yeah, I think it was called that. And everybody here was losing their mind, changing their names. The Black Swan. Oh my god. Which, yes, okay, cool, but I'm not me not being a physicist. Even if you tell me that is because the Earth is flat, and I don't have something to compare it with, which apparently it's because of Fata Morgana effect. If I do not have something to compare it with, what?
Alex, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You just have to know what a spheroid is.
I don't.
It's funny. It's funny.
And again. I'm not here. I'm not. Hold on. Let me.
You're not here to debate.
Yes, I'm here to listen.
All you do is insert stupid terms on your little
man. Okay, yes, listen. Man. Okay, listen.
So,
okay, listen.
No.
Can I please speak for a second?
When you don't listen to me.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, oh yeah, you are sorry. So end your LARP. You tried.
I'm not
Go
a LARP.
Something else.
Listen, I come here once in a while. I come here. Okay, first of all, English is not my first language, first of all. Second of all, I come here once in a while. Sorry, let me please let me finish speaking, dude. I'm trying to say something and you're not letting me. I come here once in a while because I need to work.
Your LARP all morning.
God damn, all morning. I just joined. What are you talking about? I just joined this voice chat. What are you talking about?
And I've identified your LARP. Go find something else to do. Go pick flowers or something.
Are you what? I joined like 10 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
You joined 10 minutes ago. You were talking about something about a year ago.
Yeah, I used to come here like in quarantine.
Identified.
I used to come here 1 year ago, dude. 2 years ago even. When what was her name? Dandelion now I think she's called was around. Quarantine. And then I stopped coming here, and now I joined because I need to work on something and I cannot sleep. I need to listen to someone talking like podcasts, and you're over here, oh, you're LARPing. How am I LARPing? I'm just here trying to listen, and you guys are trying to tell me, hey, give me a proof. And when I say I'm not interested in debating, you're like, oh, okay, ban. Leave me alone, goddammit. I want to listen to this stuff. Jesus Christ. It's always the same people. Holy fuck. Who is Ancient World Order? Been here since 2022. I've been here 3 years. Pretty much. 3 years and 4 months. I joined the first time. It was January of 2020. Probably. Let's see when I joined. From Alex.
Alex, could I ask you something?
I joined, oh, jeez, yeah, I forgot I changed the account.
Hey, Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sorry.
Yeah, I just remember, I recognize your voice and sort of that interaction you had with Dandelion. But, my question for you is, why do you find this server the one you want to listen to?
The other servers are because the other servers it doesn't have anything to do with like flat Earth or globe Earth. Listen, I could probably listen to somebody talk about the war in Ukraine. I just like the way you guys talk. That's the honest opinion. Like, listen, other servers they are e-boys talking to e-girls trying to get some e-pussy, and honestly, I don't fuck with that. Besides, except for the man babies you have in the server, it's actually a pretty good listen. But it always comes down to that two people that think they're so good because they have a speck of power that ban you. As soon as I leave this, as soon as I leave this voice chat, I am not allowed to go back. I don't see the text of this voice chat. Why? Because I was not interested in debating you. Like, the fuck am I to debate, dude?
Alex, it's written. I don't know who did it, but it's written.
It was ancient world order or something like that.
Well, it's sometimes. Do you know that I was banned like 2 times?
Yeah, I was banned as well, but like before I was banned because I was actually trolling. Like I was, haha, flatties, fuck you. But now I was just literally telling I'm not interested in a debate. And they, oh hey Indio, by the way, didn't see you join, and now I get banned. Fucking bullshit.
Well, you have to understand, Alex, that we've done this a lot, and we've gone through a cycle of many different people who all LARP in various different ways. Right?
How am I LARPing? Please explain.
Well, just kind of hanging about, and don't get me wrong, we're going to ask you a question when we see Globe or sort of even just VC verified. Now, don't get me wrong, everybody else
I'm going to cut
has
you
a
off for a
different way
second.
of
I'm going to cut you off for a second if I can. I'm going to cut you off for a second. So, as I understand it, right? If you get banned, okay, it's because you are being disrespectful, okay? And that can be trolls that believe in the globe earth that come here and are like, haha, fuck your theory, fuck all of you. That's one thing, right? But if I come here to listen, not harming anybody, and telling you, I just don't want to talk, maybe I cannot talk. And that was the case for me right now. I cannot talk, I'm working. Okay, I'm working on my PC, and here you are banning me because I don't want to talk to you.
We understand that now because we've talked, but sorry, I didn't understand.
I only give you 33. I asked you repeatedly the same thing over and over again, man. I typed it.
I don't care to debate you, man. I'm doing something else. Leave me alone.
No, debate.
I don't have proof. I don't have proof about it. Even if I don't have proof about it, I don't have disproof about it. I'm not a physicist. Right? If I debate something, if I talk about something, I need to know what I'm talking about. If I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not talking.
Thanks for the concession. You have
what concession?
My point was you've got nothing. You've just admitted you've got nothing. So
yeah, I don't have anything because I don't know this. I haven't studied it.
So why were you arguing the point with me and avoiding what I was saying, bro?
Where am I arguing the point?
Bro,
you're saying
where am I arguing the point?
You can let me finish speaking. You can let me end my sentence before you start talking. Just chill out, bro. Like, there's nothing personal. I just put you in for 33 minutes. You were being obtuse. You weren't answering my question. So when I've wasted time over and over again and you're not going to answer, then you post a dumb meme, people shaking their ass and say, don't speak to me again. So I gave you 33 minutes. Get over it.
Listen, I told you from the get-go, leave me alone.
No, you told me at the end, leave me alone. Bro,
yeah, no, hold on. What was the first message that I sent after you asked me the question? I cannot look at it because I'm banned from the general chat.
You're not banned, man.
Okay, sorry, the cognitive dissonance, whatever it's called.
But Alex, I can tell you, Alex, it's written 1635. God damn, that was your first sentence. God damn, this chat is dead.
Yeah, because I joined and nobody was talking. And that's first. Okay, then what?
Then Dave asked you something. Feel free to join the panel and demonstrate a globe or claim or two. And then you wrote that they are not interested in the.
Yeah, that's it. There you go. I just said it from the get-go. I'm not interested.
You never said that to me.
Yeah, but you need to only, Alex, understand people. That's all right. You're correct. Nothing wrong with you, But so many other people will do the opposite things, But you didn't do anything wrong. That's correct.
Apart from avoid everything that I said and make
Yeah.
Alex, could I ask you one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that, I mean, I understand, not all of us can be physicists or astrophysicists, but do you think that those astrophysicists that you may know, do you think that they have the proof of this globe?
Well, I mean, I trust physicists just as much as I would trust a doctor, for example, right? I've never dissected a corpse, but I know for a fact that lungs look a certain way.
Alex, sorry,
yes.
I will interrupt only because you said now physicist. This is different from astrophysics.
Sorry, yeah, I use them interchangeably. What's the term in English? Yeah. Astrophysicist.
Like for example, my wife is biochemist, but she will say we are not biologists.
Yeah, okay, astrophysicist. I'm sorry.
Does an astrophysicist?
I will tell you why my wife. My wife will say I'm scientist. I'm biochemist, but biologist is not scientist. He will tell me that.
Alex, did you mean that an astrophysicist or like theoretical physicist, one of these professions, is that?
Well, the professions that you might think are linked to you.
No, but no, I'm not. Who's saying that? I mean, astrophysicists don't go to space, bro. They look at the sky that's been unchanging for thousands of years. It's been reverse engineered. They're working within their models, their animations, the paradigm that they've got. There's loads of maths to back it all up because it's all like clockwork in the sky. But at the end of the day, they're not going to space. The only people you've got going to space are people like NASA and ESA and like all these other people. And we've got vast amounts of evidence that these people have been bullshitting for decades.
It's funny you say that because the constellations actually do shift to the west. But that's a different thing. Again, listen, okay, hold on. I'm just going to answer that one question and then I ask to get unbanned, please. Because again, I'm trying. Okay, sorry, untimed out, whatever it's called. I just want to read the chat, okay?
Alex, can I ask you about Black Swan something? What is for you, Black Swan, Ollie?
No, forget the Black Swan. I have a question for Alex.
Yes.
Hold on a second, Sasha. This will take 2 seconds. Alex, so...
hey, India.
Yeah, hey, what's up? So you said you trust astrophysicists and you said that we think they're lying.
Well, the last time I was here, I got the feeling that you thought they were lying. Because, NASA
is it a lie or they're telling the truth? Like, are those the only choices? Maybe they're just wrong.
Again, I trust them just as much as I trust doctors. I think that to talk about this, I think that to talk about this topics, you need to have at least a basis of school. Let's call it a scholar academic degree, right? Take a doctor for example. I cannot tell a doctor that what he is looking at is not that particular disease because I do not know what that particular disease is. The same way, I cannot really argue with an astrophysicist or physicist, or I'm sorry, I forget the name of the profession.
Yeah.
I cannot argue with them.
Trust is misplaced even in doctors. Do you know how many people a year die from medical malpractice?
Well, yeah, but you know how many are saved?
In the hundreds of thousands.
Well, hundreds of thousands of worldwide.
It's in the hundreds of thousands per year.
More die of the drugs prescribed to them than die of illegal.
That's a whole nother issue. The drug things, I'm just talking about medical malpractice from doctors, not even the drug prescriptions on any of that. I'm just talking about medical malpractice performed by doctors. It's in the hundreds of thousands.
Right.
In America. How many? I don't even know what it is worldwide.
I know. It's if I remember the study correctly, it's 400-something thousand
per year.
Per year, yes.
That's almost as many people that die from the number one leading cause of death, heart disease.
Right. Yes. But
you could say doctors are almost the leading cause of death.
What I'm saying
is your faith is misplaced. You don't know anything about in the medical profession, and I can understand why the human body is so complex. Yeah, defer to somebody, but the Earth as a ball isn't a complex claim.
Well, if you word it like that, it is not. But when you look into all of the proof that they provide for the ball Earth, then they use a lot of equations or explanations or overall phenomenons that a normal person without an academic degree, the average person cannot understand it.
So just believe it.
That's actually not complex. Pretty simple.
Could you explain to me like the physical equations that they use to prove the Earth? Could you explain the equations that prove the Einsteinian gravity, for example? Because I cannot understand it, so I take it at face value. I mean, they studied it. It's kind of an appeal to authority at this point. I know, but
equations don't prove a physical phenomenon. Right, so
they theorize it.
Okay, so you could call it that, but that's not really the term. Right, so there's a difference between physics and, say, natural science. So natural science deals with, like, experimentation in determining the cause and effects relationships of phenomenon. Whereas physics, they're just trying to model reality using mathematics. right? So you can model reality with one set of mathematics, and you can also use another set of mathematics and also accurately model reality. This happens all the time. The thing is, doesn't mean that those equations prove anything, right? They're just a set of equations, right? So what you do is you take a bunch of data and you look at the data and try to come up with some mathematical relationship that'll predict what happens next in the data, right? So now you have a formula. Boom, I have my formula. Okay, so now I'm making this observation. I'm going to punch all the variables into my formula. And then when I make another observation, I'm going to see if my little physics model here matches that prediction. And this is what's done. It's simple. It's not really complicated. But they don't actually learn anything. These are not explanations. This is a common misconception, is that they're explanations of reality. They're descriptions of reality. They describe reality mathematically, but they don't.
Well,
it
no
describes fundamental knowledge there.
And it describes, but also predicts it. Unless it's wrong, it describes it, but it also predicts it.
Okay, so if I have two models, right, that are different, and they have the same predictive power, which one is correct?
Does that actually ever happen? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, I'll give you an example. The heliocentric model of Newton's universal law of gravitation, right? So, and epicycles, they identically predict the motions of the planets. Actually, epicycles is slightly better. Slightly, but it's like better on the margins, meaning like it's better if you go out like 400,000 years, whereas Newton's will start getting fucked up after like a couple hundred.
I mean, that's why we have, well, Newton was kind of replaced by, well, not replaced is probably the wrong term, but it was
general relativity, and that doesn't even actually work for planets, quite honestly.
What do you mean by that?
Because the speed I'll explain to you why it doesn't work. Because the speed of light has a speed limit, right?
Yes.
It's the speed of light. The gravitational influence of a body upon another body also has a speed limit. There's a delay, a time delay. So like you have the sun, Earth, and Jupiter. And Jupiter's moving. That gravitational influence between Jupiter and the sun is delayed by the distance.
See, right, but again, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
If you try to, the point is, if you try to use general relativity to model the motions of the planets, you can't get a stable orbit.
This is what I'm talking about, Indio. This is what I'm talking about. You know stuff that I don't, okay? And
it's complex, and it's explained it to you in 5 seconds.
Okay, you explained it to me. Yeah, you explained it to me, but what is... I cannot argue with you about the theory of relativity if I also don't know the exact theory of relativity. You explained it to me in 5 seconds, but it's not.
But the problem isn't you not understanding the theory of relativity.
Well,
the problem is you not understanding what a mathematical model actually means as far as truth value for determining what the truth of something is. Doesn't mean anything. All you can say about it is it works, in quotations. It works. Whoopie-doo.
All right, dude.
Condoms work, but they're not procreation, right?
I gotta kind of go. I'm sorry.
Your thing will time out anyway. Your cog-dis or whatever, if nobody took it off.
Oh, I took it away.
They took it off. Thanks. Whoever took it off. No, I gotta go because I gotta go to.
Well, consider this, Alex, before you leave. Why is someone that thinks the Earth flat stupid, but the globe model is too complex to understand? Think about that contradiction there.
It's not necessarily. Oh, did he leave? No, he didn't leave. It's not necessarily a contradiction. It's
well, if you can't be smart enough to understand why it's a globe, how could you possibly be stupid if you don't believe it's a globe?
No, I don't believe you're stupid because you believe it's flat.
A lot of people believe that.
Yeah, okay. I personally don't. I believe that if you are talking about it without knowing the physical concepts behind both the flat Earth and the globe Earth, then you're stupid because you're arguing a point that you don't really understand. But if you have studied and researched it just enough that you know the explanation for both models, and you know that, and you're convinced of the fact that your model is actually the correct one, and you could explain it to anybody in physical terms, then yeah, I mean, kudos to you. Go do whatever. I don't care. Again, I don't care about this. There's much more important stuff in life to care about. Sorry?
Do we have to give you a model because we've falsified the one you believe in?
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that if you... Well, first of all, if you believe in flat Earth is already a model.
No.
Yeah, obviously...
Flat Earth, bro? Like, flat Earth is reality, stationary, topographical, lack of convexity, especially over standing water. This is reality. That's not a model. Reality's not a model. So reality can be expressed through a model. I mean, if you believe that it's flat. No, hold on. Because I really gotta go. If you believe that it's flat and objects fall down, and you think that that's your reality, cool. But that is already a model. Why is that a model? Like, observations in reality.
What's the definition of a model? What's the definition of a model?
Scientific one, India would have to like expound on that one for me, right? Because a scientific model is specific.
Models are representations of reality.
Yes, if
you could say using words themselves are models of reality.
Yeah, if you think that flat Earth is reality, you can represent flat Earth as in a model. Do you agree with me?
We cannot, Alex. We cannot.
What do you mean?
Conceptually.
I mean that because we can. You cannot go 60 degrees south, whatever. Even if we can do that, that must be like a together, all countries together. But we have limits, border, and border it's called like a 60 degrees south everywhere. That means like a real border. You cannot make a model if you have border.
Why not? What's stopping you?
We don't know the whole Earth.
What's stopping me?
Well, if you can at least start by representing what you know,
Alex.
I mean, when hold on. When scientists make a model of the universe, do you think they make a model of all the universe? No, they make it only of the universe that we can observe. Oh, that's an example. Obviously,
I'm telling you now that we cannot observe nothing behind the 60 degrees south.
Yes, okay, I understood it. But if you believe that under 60 degrees south or over 60 degrees south, you cannot observe it, you can start by representing what is within 60 degrees south.
Yeah, that's what we are doing.
Yes, okay, great.
In this 60 degrees south, the sea level is always sea level, and that's only what we are saying, nothing else.
Yeah, okay, props to you. Then you have a model. Now, if you can explain,
I cannot explain you even the model, because the model, maybe you want to know what the sun is doing, moon, everything, because Earth is closed system. Where is the container? Maybe you want all of that stuff that I present you, and then you will say, okay, now it's good.
Oh yes, absolutely. If you make a claim,
Alex,
you want
that anybody to give you entirety of our Earth, outside and inside.
No, I want you to
making the claims. We're not making the positive claims, bro. You claim the Earth is moving. You claim the Earth is a ball of a specific radius and circumference. So that's loads of claims that you've got within your model about the Selenian eclipse, the lunar eclipses in the daytime, for instance, that destroy the model. So your model is not functioning at all.
Well, you see, the thing is that so how to explain it? You are correct. In some cases, under particular phenomenons, the ball Earth does not hold up. And in some cases, yes, that is true. But
what's the ball for you? That is very important.
The black swan for me is just distortion of the atmosphere. I mean, you can see, if you look at the original video of the black swan, you can see that it's all wobbly. If it were, if it were,
I will tell you what is black swan. I will tell you what is black swan for me. You said now that black swan for you is that 2 oil rigs. Is that true?
Yes.
That is not only black swan. That is one of 10,000 black swans. That is in Santa Barbara. I can show you. Like 1,000 black swans in Croatia only.
And they will not be wobbly like the Black Swan and Santa Barbara?
The horizon's not wobbly, bro. The only
you have Black Swan in
distortion is on the cranes, so the horizon's not distorted in the slightest. And it's
I would really like to debate this with you.
It should be before the first oil rig, not beyond the second.
I would really like to debate this with you guys, but I really have to go.
Okay.
Only
Alex, I wanted to tell you this: the Black Swan is not that Black. Yeah, that is the example. That is that is the name. It like a Black Swan. That is what we discussing about. That two oil rigs. But Black Swan, it's Lake Michigan. Black Swan is Canigou Mountain. Black Swan is Japan Mountain. Black Swan is every observation.
Claims he doesn't exist unless someone has modeled him. I mean, someone has modeled him.
The Black Swan practically is the lack of the curvature. That's the Black Swan.
Sorry, can I reply before I go? Can I reply to this guy? Breathe entropy. Yes, technically somebody has modeled me. There are medical scans of humans and there are medical models of humans. Yeah, they haven't modeled me, Alex, but they still modeled that the human, the average human. Okay, I really gotta go. Bye, guys.
Alex, does entropy increase in an open system?
Sorry?
Does entropy have to increase in an open system?
I don't know what entropy is, man. Again, you are asking me questions that I do not know how to discuss, and I really gotta go. Bye.
Bye. Saved by the bell. Oh well. That cheered me up a little bit. I got told that he was in here moaning that I gave him 33 minutes, so I thought I'd come in.
Yeah, he started as a complainer, but glad we got it back.
Oh yeah. He just kept avoiding what I was saying. I typed it out repeatedly. I was getting pissed off typing because I've got a new screen protector on my phone and it's not stuck down correctly. So at the right hand side of the phone, I have to press it really hard. It's annoying as fuck. I'll try and get someone from Cogdesk. What tweet? Javan Die. If you want to speak, bro, I see you're a Globe skeptic. If you want to ask some kind of questions or something, or present some information, you're free to unmute.
I have idea to make a model of Michigan Lake. You know, to put some water and behind, and you know, you make buildings, you make town Chicago, you make mountains around if they are, and then you make a model of the lake.
How can they expect us to model the sun? Like, we don't know where it is, what it's made of, what kind of medium it's in, like, what the fuck? Like, a model's going to be comprising everything that there is when we don't know shit.
Oh, even you can know.
That was kind of humorous.
What, that last guy, Alex?
Yeah, that's funny.
He'll be back.
Oh, I don't understand it, but I believe it anyway.
Hey, fuck it.
I understand that people think that Black Swan is Black Swan. That one, oil rigs. That it's only one proof for the flat Earth. That's it. That's nothing else.
Yeah, he obviously. We all know why he thinks the Earth's a ball. He saw TV. That's it. We all know. He can pretend that it's because of the physicists, astrophysicists, scientists, and that it's just too complex for him to understand, and that there's millions of proofs for the globe. But we know he just saw a TV show, and that's it.
I hate the way he keeps saying, bro, you believe in flat Earth, and you believe this, and you believe... I'm like, that pisses me off.
Yeah, well, they try to drag you into their cesspool.
Delusions.
Like, we have to go outside and imagine that the Earth's flat, and that it's like we see a globe and we're just imagining it's flat.
Or moving.
Or moving, yeah. We got to imagine that too.
Fuck's sake, man.
Well, that's one of the hardest things for them to admit, is that the globe is a belief. It's hard for them to admit it.
Especially if you ask them, or if you say to them, so you accept you've got a religious belief system. They don't like that shit. Like, they're like, what?
No, especially when they're atheists, right? That triggers the hell out of them.
Or if you tell them, or when they say their answer is, oh, well, I'm an atheist, I'm like, that's a religious belief as well.
It is a religious claim. There's no doubt about that. When you say, because atheism is denial of God. It's not just like, oh, I don't think God exists. It's like, no, God definitely does not exist.
Yeah, man. That's why I thought I was agnostic after I found out. Like, I thought I was an atheist for years, and then I found out what agnostic meant. But now I would say I'm just a deist. Like, I do accept there must be a creator for all these fucking creations that are everywhere. They've not even discovered a fraction of them. But they know the whole space.
That's because of science. That's how it's manipulated. Pseudoscience.
Well, I mean, it's an uncomfortable fact for atheists and the type that man has never created a single thing ever. We've never created anything. Literally nothing. Maybe thoughts in our head, but nothing other than that. We take things that already exist in reality, right, and we rearrange them. We say, yes, look what I made, right?
I would say...
We make a chair, right? We say, we made a chair, right? No, you took a tree, rearranged its parts, and then, turned it into a chair.
Yeah. And it's the same with our thoughts. We have to take thoughts and rearrange them to create new thoughts. So we don't even have original thoughts either. We're just making...
Most of the time we don't. Yeah, we're thinking in somebody else's language, right?
Yeah, the subconscious is running the show.
Got that right.
But same logic cannot function for the. You will say, I don't believe in God, of course, because God doesn't exist because you cannot prove the God. Okay, but let's speak about gravity. Gravity is proven, but it's not proven. Nobody proved. Yeah, but I believe in gravity. Yeah,
no,
okay, but you are religious now. No, that science did it.
No, bro, there must be a creator. There is a plethora of creations all around us, and not even never seen before. So there must be a fucking creator. It's impossible to deny.
Well, I think it's funny when they come and they go, you don't believe in gravity? Like, should I?
I love to ask
gravity. I thought it was proven. I thought gravity's proven. Why do I have to believe in it?
Or if you say, which one? I love fucking with them.
Yeah, which one?
I've said that for fucking years. Brilliant.
They don't know that there's more than one version. They think it's all just gravity. Gravity's gravity. If you don't
Dude, there's so many. Like, I don't think they realize there's so many, man.
They're like Pokemon. There's so many.
If you Google alternate theories of relativity, you're going to get like 25 models of gravity.
Fuck.
But you will always start at things falling. With that, you will start.
Drop something. Drop a pencil. Jump.
and then you have relativity in that. How, I don't know. Or you will refuse that and say, okay, that was wrong with Newton, now they realize better, and now it's functioning with relativity. And maybe in future, they will find out, look, relativity was not. After 100 years, they will supersede it with another theory.
Well, that guy Lewis Ryder from Oxford, of that citation from, he's from Oxford or Cambridge or some shit, and he says because Newton, because his gravitational law doesn't work with quantum mechanics, the theory must be abandoned. That's what it literally says. And that was years ago.
But not only that, I like that letter what Newton wrote, that he didn't want to have anything with gravity.
On his deathbed, probably.
Yeah.
Regretting what he's done to the world and what he's put into motion.
Well, they don't teach in school that that the universal law of gravitation is actually not a physical law; it's a mathematical law.
But I thought gravitational law was the 9.8 meters per second, little g, is it not?
Well, yeah, that's the little g, but the big G, right? The
Newton or Einstein.
Force equals G times M1, M2 divided by R squared. That's the inverse square law. But that's the law that's called the universal law of gravitation. But it's actually not like a physical law, meaning they didn't make a bunch of measurements and measure that. Right? It's not a physical law. What happened was Newton read Kepler's elliptical orbits in an ellipse. If you look at an ellipse, right, there'll be it has two foci, meaning two focus points, right? So you can take two nails and stick them in a board, and you can take a string and a pencil, and as long as you keep that string taut, it'll transition from one nail to the other, right? Those two nails are the foci points. Well, Newton noticed that if the force is directed at one of the foci only all the time, then that force falls off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It's not a physical law, it's a mathematical law. It's a mathematical relationship between an ellipse and one of the foci points. They didn't, like I said, they didn't go out and measure. They didn't go out and like, hey, let's measure like the force between two planets or the force between two objects. They didn't do any of that. That's a physical law. Like the second law of thermodynamics, you can take a high pressure and a low pressure chamber and then, open a little door between them and they reach equilibrium. That's a physical law. They didn't come up with an equation.
India, they are saying that the orbital speed is 66,000 miles per hour. If we double that and put all double speeds everywhere, the result will be the same.
Oh, yeah. You can quadruple it, quintuple it, doesn't matter what you do.
Doesn't matter, yeah. Only the point is put them in the same equations, only put them double. Now it's not 66, it's 132, but other planets, it's not going this speed, it's going double also, and it's also the distance. Sun, it's 186 million miles, it's 800 times bigger. Make everything double and everything is working.
And the common person would still believe it all. Because it's out of anybody's fucking reach, man. You just got to see it on TV.
Like, I asked these guys, like, what wouldn't you believe? They could go on TV, like, and when would you finally question the stuff they say? Like, how ridiculous would it have to be? Would it be like they found a blue whale in space? Like, what would it have to be?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
What's up?
The Quran says that the earth is on top of a whale. It's called the Nun. Literally, that's what it says in the Quran, that is on the back of Jonah's whale.
Really? No.
I learned that in school.
Hey, check out this clip I got yesterday. I'm gonna play for you guys. It's about in here.
This one.
What? Never mind. Hey, I'll get it in just a moment.
Who?
I thought the bot was gonna. It was the guy with the avatar Yeshua saves.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, give me a moment. I gotta see why the clip isn't playing.
It says you tried to play something called Unknown.
Yeah, I think I know what it is.
Your link is bad.
Yeah, I'll put the right one in. Yeah, here goes the right one. I'm on my phone, so I gotta navigate it a bit different. All right. 1 second.
Else, because like if we're saying that we see a horizon some of the time, right, then well, we'd have to establish what is that. Is that an optical phenomenon caused by us not being able to distinguish the surface from the sky, or is that a physical phenomenon caused by an obstruction by the earth?
I would say probably both.
Both. So you have a thing that is physical, but then it's also not in a physical location.
And then I would say part of it, yeah.
Right, so it's part physical and part not in the same physical location. Is that your claim? That seems pretty contradictory.
I mean, part of it is that it.
Well, I mean, if I have a neighbor like at 100 feet away from my house, is he gonna be 150 foot away from my house on some days? I don't think so. Right? I mean,
he could walk away.
Yeah, but his house won't be, right? Unless he has to pick up and build and remove the entire house. Like, okay, he could do that.
Right.
But then I would be able to see, hey, he moved his house. I could go over and measure, hey, he moved it 250 meters. That's great.
Yeah, okay.
I can expand my garden. Awesome. So, but the point, right, is that you can measure that.
Yeah, and?
Okay, therefore it's physical, right? And now if you're claiming that the thing is physical, but not in the same physical location, well, that's a problem.
So part of it is
you said both. But that's a problem because there
is optical.
Yeah, but that's mutually exclusive though, right? And then you can't use one.
For argument's sake, you could assume only optical if you wanted, but I think it would miss some of the value.
Why do we have to assume anything?
Are you like what?
Smoked.
Yeah.
Dude, you ever see like a contortionist at the circus and stuff? How they like turn themselves like into a pretzel? That's like some of these Globers. That's what I visualize as they're talking. A human being turning themselves into a pretzel, only mentally. I mean, what?
Crazy, right? That guy.
There's the horizon where nobody knows where it is. What did you see? What Dr. Phil said? I posted that this yesterday too, man. Dr. Phil. Heretic asked him, like, what's the distance to the horizon? He was like, oh, I can't tell you. I would need to know the temperature. So I would need to know the atmospheric profile above the water. Otherwise, it's just a guess.
The hell, bro?
It's just a guess, bro.
Hey, so this guy was he was also, like he said, that the just assume and imagine, but you want to talk about the globe, which is what they usually do, their song and dance. Most of these Globers would do that. So, like, we got two really good clips out of yesterday, that one and this one. And just the reason I'm playing them, because I think a lot of people don't know that when we deal with these guys, this is a type of like issue that we have to deal with. And then I got the clip right here.
Assume that for now.
Well, that's what you said.
The point is, if you assume that level is a tangent plane to a curve, and I said assume, so Let's that's the problem with that basis. Just imagine with me for a second that it is curved.
Just imagine.
Yes.
That's not what we wanted to do, though. We wanted observations from reality, not imagination. We didn't want to imagine curve. We wanted to see it.
Just imagine with me for a second. Okay?
Is that all we can do for the globe? Just imagine it?
Just humor me for a second. Yeah, let's just pretend that this nonsense globe thing were true. Let's just assume. Okay, let's just pretend.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just assume and pretend, and yeah. But I want to hear what you have to say now.
We're gonna move forward on that premise, and we're gonna say, okay, we've been using celestial navigation for, centuries, and it works, quite frankly.
Can we assume to move forward and just not move forward at all?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we're imagining this globe, so can we just imagine that we're moving forward, but we don't move forward? We just stick to the fact that there's no curve?
No. Let's just, for argument's sake, look. If we assume that it's globe and there's a contradiction, then either one, there was an assumption made that was wrong, or two, the contradiction disproves the globe. Okay, so let's just
okay. So for example,
there is a contradiction.
If we have, like, say, if the Earth is a globe and then we have a horizon's distance that doesn't match, then we would have to question the assumption by the same logic, right?
There's an assumption that the horizon distance, though, is, well, a lot of people assume
is a certain distance away based on your observer height and radius of the globe. Yeah.
Because, you could have elevation. Because all your elevation...
Yeah, I said that observer height and radius of the globe. That's what determines the horizon
observer height, but nobody accounts for elevation in observer height either. So
sure they do.
Saying there's a horizon.
I've seen dozens of people account for observer height.
But observer height, where they include the elevation, it's kind of just this vague concept where you end up not having a definite horizon for any given location.
So then you don't have anything to obstruct things in the distance, right?
Well, what do you mean by that?
I mean, if you don't have a horizon, then things obviously can't be blocked by it, right?
I mean, things are definitely blocked by it, but horizon, as most people understand it, and how I understand it, the horizon is where the sky meets the land or the sea. That's how
it's basically the line where at which I would say it's the line at which the surface and sky are indistinguishable from each other.
Yeah. So if that is the horizon, we have to assume. Again, I use the word loosely.
Well, I don't know. I think we should start. I think we should start somewhere else, because if we're saying that we see a horizon some of the time, right? Then we'd have to establish what is that. Is that an optical?
Pretty cringe, huh?
That was cringe, dude.
I know you were just like, I'm gonna rip this guy's head off. It's I wanted it to be. I have to save some clips that have to be cringe, because it makes your skin crawl, like how somebody can be that ignorant.
I mean, obviously he was punching out of his weight class.
Yeah, this guy is an ignoramus, so he doesn't know anything. He's so ignorant to everything.
Yeah, he sounded young. I mean, he sounded like he maybe in his late teens, early 20s.
But the problem with this is that we're filled not with just his age group, but the older age group. They say the same thing.
Oh, I know. I'm trying to make excuses for him, man.
Yeah, I'm not.
So his mother doesn't beat him for being so stupid. I'm trying to make excuses for him.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't ever I don't give anybody a mulligan. I don't cut them no slack. This is real. The moment somebody steps into this arena, it's like they have to realize, it's spatial awareness. What I got myself into. What is this going on? What? Because okay, so you coddle this person, right, in this server, or whatever, and then they go out into the.
Oh, I didn't say that.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, the idea that can be the case, right? Let's say we're all bleeding hearts, and we coddle this person, and then he goes out into the world, where he has to face reality, you think that's going to be fair for him? It's not. So if you show him,
if they're being honest and civil and they want to learn, they're not being a dick, they're not trying to avoid and obfuscate, these people deserve help. I understand what you're saying. Some people need to be treated like that arena, but some of these people that come in, like, everybody jumps on them and they're like, shit, I need to go. It's like, well,
I think this particular instance, and I think we have this sometimes happening more and more, I think we have like one of these young guys, they see a Flat Earth Debunk video or MC Toon Debate Witsit or whatever, and they think, oh, I can do the same thing. And they'll just like, and they come in here and they, throw their hat into the ring. And they're so just outmatched that they don't know what to do anymore. And I think this guy, because he brought up celestial navigation, you could tell this guy knows absolutely nothing about celestial navigation. Nothing. I bet you if he got asked what a sextant is, he doesn't even know what a sextant is. Like that level of, I don't know anything about celestial navigation.
Most of the things that I know about celestial navigation is that it wouldn't work if we were on a fucking spinning, orbiting fucking ball and all the stars would be fucking different constantly. So...
yeah, the issue is like this person wouldn't understand from a perspective of somebody that speaks to him in a way that, like, let's say Martoth and Heretic, they were handling it really well. I didn't interfere because me and Indio already had talked to him before, but he didn't handle the situation kind of the same with like the rebuttals that were coming at him were just, okay, let's just talk about what you want to talk about, and then we'll go from there. And so he went all over the place. He wasn't stopping. He didn't think. And so that kind of treatment is just like, allow him to speak. It gets us nowhere fast. So there's a bit of discipline that happens with a discussion that kind of makes him think about what he's saying versus him just saying anything, because there's no stopping that type of cognitive dissonance once it takes off. And it was all over. Like he went from imagining the horizon, like just imagine, right? For before that, to where he was saying that it's possible to be optical and physical. So
well, I agree with you. But I think there is some utility in letting them meander for a little bit, like maybe for a couple minutes, right? Just to show, I guess, the audience that this dude has no idea what the hell he's talking about. He's trying to convince himself in real time in front of your face, right? That's what it sounds like to me. You know what I mean? It sounds like he's trying to convince himself.
Of course, it's just got. But if you let them speak, then they've basically led themselves down the path. They've already gave out what they believe in, so that's why it's so easy to destroy it.
Yeah, but what Miggy's saying is, like, if you just let them free form talk, man, it ends up being incoherent mess. Yeah. You got to guide it. I thought Martoth did a pretty good job, because all Martoth did was basically ask him basic questions, and the answer to the question was so like discombobulated that, like Miggy said, it was cringe, dude.
The psychosis, man. Their mind, their subconscious is trying to scramble to hold on to the fucking delusion, man.
But at some point, when he starts waffling on the horizon, you gotta like rein that in, dude. You gotta like, no, we're not gonna like. Okay, I let you waffle a couple times. I played your game. Now the game's over. Now we're gonna we're gonna focus in on this horizon thing. Like, what is the horizon?
Exactly.
Is it the edge of a ball? Yes or no? Does it block ships? Yes or no? You know what I mean?
And that's the point of realization for anyone. Like, we have to start to agree to come to like, a reason and logic. If we don't do that, then we're doing a disservice just to allow like the conversation to continue. So on the one hand, I am all for like listening to what they have to say, but at the same time, you're going to have to like guide them to understanding. And sometimes that guiding process it's not like, go ahead and yeah, that's fine. We can imagine. We can continue to look at it the way you want. No, you're going to have to say like, no, okay, so now we're going to have to stop imagining and think about going to the field. We're going to the field and we're going to do a test. What method can we do so that we can see if this is correct or not? Because you can imagine all day long and assume and everything, but that's not going to do justice for anybody trying to figure this out in reality. And that's the issue. That's the part where we're getting somebody to think about, how is this possible that this is what he's saying is happening in reality. That's not. And so that, if you don't stop that short, and because the mind, like you said, Spake, is going to wander. It'll start.
This was wandering all over, man.
The imagination.
Wandering more than the horizon. His horizon was wandering all over the place.
So yeah, they did a great job, and this is it's not. It's like you said. That's been ramping up for some reason. Like the younger crowd has been coming in here, talking this like nonsense.
With arguments they don't understand, and you can tell they don't understand them. Like right off the bat, at least I can. Half the anti-flat earthers don't understand them. MC Toon doesn't understand his own arguments. Like, what is the chance of someone hearing MC Toon and like, I could do that too, and then coming in here? Like, you have no chance. He doesn't have a chance. You definitely don't have a chance.
And then they come in here and they're like, "Where's Whitsett at? Does he ever come in here?"
Yeah.
Like,
he asked that. He's like, "Where's Whitsett at?" I was like, "Yeah, you don't want really. That's a big.
They want to throw their bodies into the flames."
I was like, "That's a bone you couldn't chew on." And like, not only that, then I think somebody mentioned QE. I was like, "That's not even a bone. That's a concrete cinder block. Like you're gonna chip your tooth for sure." It's too much. The thing that we have here is it's like overwhelmingly like that you can't withstand it. Even if the nicest truther was to talk to you, you wouldn't be able to have an answer to them because there isn't. You can't answer truth with an idea or an assumption that you have. It's like you're not going to come to the truth that way anyway. But I don't know, these half-hearted attempts that they get, I think maybe these guys are getting gassed up, but people like Dave Keegan, like he hasn't been like he made a rebuttal video.
Yeah,
he made a rebuttal video on Nathan Oakley's video of rebuttal to him. So he's like back and forth now with Nathan Oakley. I don't know if you've seen that, but he's already made a.
I actually haven't watched very much of his stuff, like because it's hard for me to watch their people like anti-flat earther stuff because I watch it for a little bit and I'm like, man, like
cringe.
When I get like 10 minutes in and I'm like, well, you've made about 30 factual errors. Like why should I keep going? Because like they try to build a logical argument and then like. If you made so many errors in the beginning, I know you can't end up at a logical place. So, like, why should I keep watching the other 30 minutes of this video? Like, there's no point. And that's how a lot of, like, videos I watch from anti-flat earthers are. They make a whole bunch of mistakes in the beginning, and then I'm just like, why even watch the rest? Because there's no point.
Yeah, he's definitely doing that guy.
Yeah. So,
but it's
because honestly, they'll use a straw man, right? Like, so in the beginning, right? So they'll start from a straw man argument. Why should I watch the rest? Right? So, like, why should I watch you make a 30-minute video, knocking down the straw man? Why would I do that?
Yeah, these guys, and they're iterations of the other anti-flat earthers. They are. Because they have the same thumbnail, as like, I think he's got almost the same thumbnails that Dave Farina would have, but he's just making it sound like, he wants to be another advocate for the anti-flat Earth position, and they don't realize what they're getting themselves into. They're just doing it because they know that those get views. They get views. They look at all the views they get from these guys. So we know one thing because of that there's a lot of people that want to be rescued from this flat Earth conspiracy. They want that. They're like, man, these guys are making too much sense, man. We need our side to come up with like people that are going to stand up for it. And you get the likes of Dave McKeegan. That's what you get. You get the likes of him and other people that just want to fall in suit.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. It's like, should we respond to these clowns or not? That's like, I've been in this dilemma for a few years. Like, okay, the people that watch this video are like hardcore Globers. I can make a video refuting it, but then the people that are going to watch my refutation are going to be these same hardcore Globers, because I don't think anyone that's a flat earther would watch one of the videos and be like convinced, or some just normal person, right, that just happens to come across this video and be like, damn, he's right, flat earth is stupid.
Well, I think
right? The people that are watching his videos are the hardcore people. You know what I mean?
Well, so Indio, so the algorithm actually bends and folds to their will. Like it goes to those guys.
Yeah, we know that.
Whenever they post a video and they refute you immediately get the attention of the guys who are like watching that. They could be hardcore Globers, but there's a shit ton of them. Like they're
plus flat earthers get it.
Yeah, and then so everybody's getting this, so you start to go to a bigger arena, and then when they see that, like you're not going away, and you keep making.
Let me tell you what happens, right? So if you're in this topic, right, and you're searching on YouTube, right, globe earth or flat earth. So say I'm a flat earther, I'm trying to find flat earth videos, or I'm a globe earther and I'm trying to watch globe confirming or flat earth debunk videos, or vice versa. When one of these guys comes out with a new video, the algorithm's going to feed it to me, right? If it's a globe video, but if it's a flat earth video, I'm going to see nothing. You understand? Because we're censored, right? They're not promoting flat earth videos. They're only promoting globe videos. So the algorithm is going to say, yes, these people are interested in this topic. Oh, here's a new video on the topic. Let me give it to all the people that are interested in this topic. Oh, but this is a flat earth video on this topic. They're not going to see that. I'm only going to show them the globe earth, flat earth debunk videos. So you end up with it's totally tilted one way. It's not even like badly, not like a little bit.
Oh, after I watch a flat earth video, it's either a Professor Dave video, Fight the Flat Earth I've seen coming up after it, or a space video, like some kind of space.
Yeah, I always get that. Yeah, that's been for a while, man. Yeah, so like to use an analogy, like say like there's a Red Sox Yankees, that's a thing here, I guess. So we got Yankees fans that are into the rivalry and Red Sox fans that are into the rivalry. But if they suppress, right? So say like someone comes out with a video showing, oh, Yankees beat the Red Sox gazillions of times. And someone also comes out with a video, Red Sox beat the Yankees gazillions of times. But they're going to censor Red Sox, but they're not going to censor the Yankees. Everybody's going to get that one side and not the other side. And this is what's happening with flat Earth and globe Earth, and it's not even deniable. Like, I wouldn't say even Globers they'll always say, "Well, you're not being censored. You're just not being promoted." Well, no, we're being suppressed, actively suppressed.
They fucking admit it, man, or they admitted it at least years ago.
They say that. We're not significant enough. That's also their excuse too. Like, there's not as many as we
must be. Yeah. Then why did Dave has that Dave McKeegan guy, right? So Sheepdog. I don't know if you're aware of this. He has 67,000 subs. All his anti-flat Earth videos. Well, there's a good portion of them. One has 750,000 views. Another has 500,000 views. Another one has 500,000 views. Yeah, with 67,000 subs, dude.
What the
fuck? Not possible. Yeah, that's not possible that he's got that many views with that many subs.
Bots.
Unless it's promoted on the search engine.
Yeah, that's what we're saying here.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. They're being actively promoted.
In the meantime, they can say what they want with the absolute power to reach an audience way bigger than their subs. We are not able to do any of that. There's a chokehold on how far we can go.
Right.
Yeah, and I just thought of this. If we try to make a video refuting one of their videos, that's also not going to get promoted. Right.
Well, and it's it's the whole you search flat Earth and that's their video that pops up. If their video isn't on flat Earth, their videos on refuting flat Earth, like you said.
Well, typically the way YouTube works, in a normal topic, is if someone makes a video about something and then someone makes a rebuttal, a refutation. You see this all the time, reaction videos, whatever. They'll be promoted if someone looks for that specific top video. All the videos that are related to that will appear in the search underneath it. So if I make, Donald Trump's the best, and based upon some video clip, and I make a video about it, there'll be obviously there'll be rebuttals to that, and people will make videos, reaction to so-and-so's video about Trump's the best, and there'll be a whole series of videos that'll appear in the search results about that one video. But that's not happening in this instance. If Dave McKeegan makes a video and we all make rebuttal videos, like Nathan Oakley's made a rebuttal video. If I search for the video Dave McKeegan made, the next video isn't going to be Nathan Oakley's. Nathan Oakley's isn't going to even appear at all. So it appears that if you are just like a normal person that don't know how the algo works, you'd be like, yeah, this video's been up for a year, man, and no one's rebutted it yet. This is the same way like Professor Dave videos are. There's multiple rebuttals of like Dave's 10 things all flat earthers say. There's multiple videos rebutting that. But if you search 10 things all flat earthers say, you're only going to get Dave's videos. His, another one after that, another one after that, another one after that. You're going to not see any of the refutations of Dave's original video from Flat Earth. You won't get any of them. So it appears as if there is no refutation, that we don't have an answer for any of the things he says.
Right. And it goes much further than that too. Like we could give two damns on whether or not if the videos that we make are monetized. Just put us in the algorithm so that way people can make their own decisions.
Yeah, I mean that's what they should do. I mean, bad enough we get that little Flat Earth is an archaic, disproven idea, blah blah blah.
But the weird thing is too that the videos that they do promote are stereotype fallacy videos, and they like to do hit pieces on Flat Earth. So they'll do something where it looks like it's stupid people coming to a conference with like UFO hats and just make clown makeup, and like that's the image they want to paint to people who are in the critical thinking arena. And it's like there's nobody to stop that, because of the fact that in this particular truth arena there are people like that. Reality, like that's the only bad thing. Right. Because when you start growing more, like there's no like large 24/7 groups of people that are critical thinkers who are like, yeah, but we're not talking about all these speculation and conspiracy ideas. And like, if you just let all that go and go strictly on critically talking about like what can be verified, you get somebody who can stand up to any debate. But you don't get that because like in people come into this. That's why in this server, like when people come in here and they start talking about lizard people and the Bilderberg group and all that shit, and it's like, dude, like when you get into all that, you're painting everybody in that same light. Not saying that people have to be, but it's just human nature.
No, they will try to paint you in that. It's not just that. They'll do it. It's not like they're. I'll give you an example. January 6th. Who do they focus on? The crazy person with the hat, right?
Yep.
The diagnosed schizophrenic with the hat is the person they focus on. Right? So, like, a crazy person can come into Flat Earth and, like, that's who everybody's going to focus on. Like, that's part, the other side, rather. That's who they'll focus on because they're trying to make the generalization. Oh, look, here's an example of a flat earther. He's batshit crazy. Therefore, all flat earthers are batshit crazy. No, the flat earthers think he's batshit crazy too. Like, you're on your side with that one. This person's nuts. And like that's why even from the beginning, I'm like, I hate when they call it the flat earth community or have these conferences and conventions because I know what they do.
Yep.
Right. They're going to plant, if they don't have someone that's actually crazy that's part of it, they'll plant somebody in there.
A provocateur, yeah. They're good at that. Insert crazy person in van, popping out of the van, rusted down van, and they come out with UFO hats and freaking like makeup and shit, and they got a styrofoam propped up like flat earth model and shit. It's like, dudes, man, like why are people going in this direction? But they're happy, they love to go to their flat earth conference and be like, well, who's this guy? Like, where did they come from? And it's like they're representing a group of critical thinkers, and you can never talk about something that's actual reality because you got the rest of the crowd Right? You know, like, but I've seen it. People come in here and they're just all about the whole conspiracy side. Well, what about this? And what about the chemtrails? And what about, like, that's, you know what? When things are validated and we have the sufficient evidence, I think it's best to move forward on it. But when you're just having a go at speculation, it sounds like we're all just like batshit crazy talking about, like, you know what, the lizard people next door and shit, you know? Or I've seen a vision of like what the future was in my alphabet soup because they are the freaking letters arranged and now it spells like, you know, doom and shit.
Spells simp. No, like I never understood the idea behind the Flat Earth Conference. Like, what are you trying to achieve? I just didn't like. I never understood like what they were trying to achieve. Like, okay, say you succeed, what's the end goal? Like, okay, we have a Flat Earth Conference with 1,000 people. Next year we have 2,000. Next year after that we have 4,000. So you have a Flat Earth Conference with 10 million people, right? It's held in frickin', on 500 acres of land. Yeah, now what? Like, what's the point?
Yep.
What are you gonna storm the White House next? Like what? Like what's the point?
Exactly.
You're gonna storm NASA? Like.
And my only thing was that on the side of people who can actually take this seriously, it just makes that part of us look like, we're a bunch of nutcases talking about all kinds of crazy shit. And it's never about, like, when you boil it down to like, what is this really about? And like the information wise, it's really not but very few things, that we need. And like, if people want to gather together and just like, talk about that stuff, that's great. But when you make it like a dog and pony show, then it becomes something to look at as a spectacle. Then everybody's looking at you like, why are you gathering together? Oh, because you want to sell merch and you want to like talk about like these, underground groups that are roaming around everywhere. And like, aren't you aware of them? And it just makes us sound like that's all we're about. Now, I'm not saying that stuff isn't something to be looked at, but it's not as important as getting somebody to realize the nature of reality and how we can actually discern with critical thinking. That to me is important. And moving forward on that, you can't. I mean, it's like we're, I hesitate to say our team, but like the people that are on the side of truth, they often go into these like conspiracy rants, and then it's just like, dude, what are we doing to ourselves? Like,
yeah, I mean, fundamentally, it's about truth and discerning reality for what it is. And I mean, that's like, if you look at the modern social paradigm of how people think about the world, they're so lost in their imagination. They're disconnected from reality. And this was happening before computers, but computers made it like 10 times worse, right? That they're just like in this dream world. But I mean, perfect example is Alex that was in here. A model. What about a model? Model this, model that, model this. They're so lost in abstractions, right? Well, what about reality? What about that? Like, why do we need a model? Like, let's just have some reality and just describe reality for what it is. I know you guys have noticed is how hard it is for a glober come in here and just describe reality as it's observed.
Especially if they're educated or think they're educated. If they've got,
it's all like their observation is first filtered through their abstract ideas, and then they spit it out. And I'll give you a perfect example of this. I saw the moon go in front of the sun during a solar eclipse. This is the prime example of that, the best example. Nobody has ever in the history of mankind saw the moon go in front of the sun during a solar eclipse. Ever.
Not one.
Never. Never, never, never. But they swear to God that they saw that. And they really think they saw that. Because they had a concept that they got shown in school or told about. That thing, that black thing that's going in front of the sun, that's the moon. And they've incorporated this into their very existence. And this is what I'm talking about. The inability to even recognize or describe, this is the reality I saw, and this is the abstraction idea I have in my head. They are not separated. They are merged together. So much so that the abstraction is the reality. You see what I'm saying? The ideas in their head are the reality, not the actual happenings of the world that you see outside of your body, that you experience. That's not the reality. The reality is how I thought about it. And this is how, like, all of society is turned into this. It's like, I feel this, I feel that. Like, you know, that's, at least for me, that's what I'm fighting against. That worldview, that delusion, this collective delusion that everyone's going through, where they're lost in their own head.
Well, you can add seeing the curvature of the Earth from a mountain,
from an airplane, yeah, from the top of my house.
I've seen it. I was there. I was in the plane. I saw it. What do you mean to say that my eyeballs are deceiving? Well, what's going on? You're telling me that observation is it, because I've heard this before. You're telling me that observation is a way to do it, right? And I look upon the Earth and I see a globe. That's what they're saying. How do you see a globe? Nobody, even the ones who come and advocate for globe, don't ever say that. They say, well, it's locally flat.
Well, that's the funny thing is, that's an example of, they have an abstract idea of the globe that's incorrect, and this is why it's wrong to behave this way, right? Is to live in this abstract world and not in reality. Because if your abstract idea is incorrect, then your experience of reality is delusional, right? I don't understand the geometry that says the globe Earth geometry that says a plane isn't high enough to see the globe. I think, in my understanding of the globe, you should be able to see it. So I'm going to get on a plane and I'm going to see it because that's my idea.
Yeah. Yep.
Whereas if Neil deGrasse Tyson gets on the plane, right, he don't see a globe, right? Because he can actually do the math, and he's like, no. And then if Neil deGrasse Tyson gets in a hot air balloon, he still don't see a globe. But he's still wrong. But he sees a globe if he goes to the ISS. So he still has a wrong idea about the abstract reality. Because even fundamentally, he believes the TV set, right? Because he's in the TV set. Yeah, go ahead, speak.
No, I was just, I can't even remember what I said there. It was just some agreeing with what you said, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. They're lost in their head, and it's like things that it's getting worse, right? It's getting worse. It got worse with video games, augmented reality, virtual reality. Like these people, like, they've been born and they've never even dealt with regular reality. Why do they need a virtual reality?
They can't wait to plug themselves in, man, into their PlayStation 7. Like, just plug it in the side of their head.
It's scary outside. I'm gonna put my headset on and wear a diaper.
They already walk about with earphones blaring in their ears, glued to their phone, walking across main roads and shit.
Yeah. I do the same thing, but I got headphones that you can actually hear outside.
Yeah. What? Is it cancel
yeah,
some of it?
they actually, like,
oh, they're smart. They're smart headsets. They cancel out like really loud decibel sounds, but you could hear the wind blowing. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
If you can hear cars driving next to you, I actually can hear them a lot better than normal with all the extra sounds that go on out there. It's kind of isolated.
Yeah, I got to set it. Also, like, we'll give you augmented hearing because there's a microphone built into them. So if you're running at night, it's called Be Aware, and you can turn it on, and you can actually, like, you can hear people talking like a quarter mile away. Yeah.
But just think, if you can hear that, imagine what other people can hear if they tap into your phone, tap into your earbuds.
Oh, I don't think they want to hear that.
They might hear flat Earth.
Yeah, we're gonna flashback the FBI.
Like, fuck, he knows. Well, I guess everybody's got to be loud.
Yeah, so yesterday we were talking to a guy named Bearded Dora, and we were telling him about all this, and his mind was filled with a lot of, like, I want to say propaganda, but like from the side of like the truther circles, and he was coming against everything with like just the things that he picked up, and I won't get into them because there are a few things that are triggering, and I don't want to say them in the room. But you can go back to the stream and find out what he said. And Mimas, actually,
Bearded Dora is triggering. Like that's horrifying. I used to watch that with my kids. Imagine Dora with a beard, man. That's actually horrifying. Especially nowadays.
I mean, him as a, that's who he was. He has an avatar that way. But he basically was in a lot of different truth. These other made up stuff on the side of truth, let's say. And I say that loosely because it wasn't truth. It was just something a person with a biased understanding was advocating for. And so he was saying this, and Mimas was like, well, it's when you're looking up things and trying to figure things out, you could start forming another biased understanding on something that someone said versus you actually figuring out if it's true or not. And a lot of people have these strong positions in here without having the investigator knowing. They just are like, well, that sounds like it's right, so I'm running with that. And he's like, if you really want to be in here and know the culture, you got to let those things go. Like they can't be something that you hinge like high on your burners. Like that's something we need to talk about this. Like because he's like it's like the black pills and stuff that people like to talk about, like the doom and gloom aspect, or if you don't get away from that, it will consume you. Like it will be the thing that's all your life is about, and you'll be in misery. Instead of like we can't go through life like talking about all the bad things that are going on. Like we have to at some point live life. You can't do that with all that like dark shit. That's did you know about the dark web? And the people are getting like, or did you know about this other thing and this other thing and this other thing? It's like, damn, man, like you're never gonna come up for air. You're always just gonna be immersed in this like gloom and
no way to prove any of it.
Well,
right?
And
it's like you're like I just said, you're lost in abstraction. You're staring at your computer screen, typing shit in. Anyone can make a website. Anyone can type in any text. Like you're not actually learning anything.
No. Well, and so he was telling him that, and it like at some point started to make some sense. He was like, "Yeah, I can see your point," like. And I mean, I totally agree with it because it's like, what does it do to the mind? Because on the one hand, you have somebody who's like trying to look for truth and figure things out, and then you got these other guys who are saying, "No, this is the truth," and like putting their videos out. Like for example, on the side, people looking into flat Earth and stuff, you'd get like the moon map videos and obstructions of like the true knowledge of what things are, and then you got like groups of people like, you know what? He's onto something. I'm like, no, he's not. Like, how is that something? You don't even know something. Topographically can be organized as like the landmass sizes, the orientation, and then he's onto something. Like, how?
I'll give you an explicit example too, Miggy and Indio. Like, how many times have you gone through looking through like a news feed or search results, or just like if you scroll through Reddit? And you'll see an article to something and it'll have a title to it, right? But you click on it and then it'll have like 2 sentences written and then it'll say more to come. And you'll never get the rest of the article. Like the whole thing was just a clickbait article. That's all it was. I don't know if you've ever seen those. I know Indio has. I'm sure you have, Mickey. Where you click on it, you're like, this was the article? Like there's no information whatsoever. The title
is scroll to read, and you got to scroll through like 92 ads to find nothing.
Right, and it was just a mind virus, like you always say, Mickey. It was just a mind virus planted there.
And I feel that's a common theme sometimes with the truther circles, because people want to feel like, okay, we can't just say I don't know to everything, so I've got to start investigating and follow the rabbit trails and the money trails and like. Start pointing to certain groups and you want to know who they and them are? This is them right there. It's the elite group. It's the Illuminati. It's the FBI. Black Op. Whatever. And then those you start pointing fingers. Like, that's what they're doing. Look at what they're doing to us. And now you got the boogeyman you can point at. And then you start going all these other rabbit trails where you wind up, the only thing you're doing is chasing a ghost and then becoming paranoid about it. You know, and then coming in here, be like, dudes, you got to be aware because they're listening on our devices and they're going to listen to you. It's like, yeah, so what? They're going to hear me talk about flat Earth?
Awesome.
And it's not like they're going to be knocking on my door and saying, like, you know what, that thing you just said about Earth being flat and stationary, we take offense to that. Like, okay. And what? Like, some people say, and then you take offense to people saying that Bigfoot is real? Are you going to knock on their door too? Like, you know what I mean? Where does this end? There's no end to it. So, like, unless there's somebody committing a crime against the law of the land, they're not going to come knocking. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's. But here's the thing: people thinking that they have to get rid of all their devices and take all that away. That's going to make things better. Now I can sit here with there's no devices. I'm back to Amish. You know.
Well, let me
Still can't listen.
Get this right. He's going to come onto the internet to tell you how you shouldn't use the internet.
The what?
He's going to come on the internet to tell you how you should not be using the internet.
Yeah, no, I'm
podcast.
What I'm saying, or people that say, like, look, man, we gotta like stop using these listening devices. I'm like, well, you're talking on one right now. Like, you're talking on one right now. Like, that's been a hypocritical, right? But the thing is, though, okay, now my point in India was like, you get rid of all the stuff, right? And you're sitting there like the Amish somewhere. And you're like, now to me. You think that's the reality that you just mentioned a listening device that can hear people like a quarter mile away with just, your headphones. And that's just like a regular basic technology. Imagine the people that have the access to technology they really wanted to listen. They could hear it from miles away. They don't need the device in your house. That's just like stuff that's used for like advertisements and shit. But like the idea behind all of it, like, because watch out, and it's like you're living paranoid. You get up paranoid. You go to sleep paranoid. Like that's the thing that we're talking to a bearded dragon. It's like, or dragon, Dora. Like once you like go down that road, there's like it's almost like a train that doesn't stop. You go to the one rabbit hole to the other.
Sure, he wasn't LARPing, man. I'm always suspicious of those guys that come in here and they act like paranoid freaks. That they're trying to drag us into their nonsense.
Yeah, you can think that too. It's like you there's nothing that's going to stop somebody. But also, I think it's a bunch of being gassed up by the truther circles, and that's what I don't like. That it's like some topics you look at them, you're like that could be true. Who knows? They got the flat Earth documents in the bottom of the Vatican or some other bullshit, and you're like, wow, that might be all right. Like that could be possible, but you're not going to dwell on this shit. You know what I mean? You'll be like, well, let's put up a one of those push pin cardboard or corkboard like things where we're drawing a line, a red string to this thing to that, connecting this and that, and then now we got like, there it is, like we figured it out. And then people are like, ooh, you got a pretty smart mind, that you come together and you put all this stuff together. It's like that's the thing. People are listening to those guys that are like in their in their house, kind of like making all these connections, and then all of a sudden they're seeing like the oracle on their cereal box or something. Like, oh man, it can't be too much of a coincidence because like I was thinking of something and all of a sudden that word came out on the nutrition facts or some shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of
that's why I think flat Earth is different than all that stuff. And that's kind of like when I started rambling, what I wanted to get to was that we don't have to rely on anything. I don't have to rely on the internet. I don't have to rely on an abstract model, no mathematics, nothing like that. I can just go outside, man. It's literally, can you prove flat Earth? It really burns my ass when they're like, oh, there's no evidence for flat Earth. You mean other than everything?
Yeah. The world.
What are you talking about? Like your entire reality that you've experienced your entire life is evidence of flat Earth.
Like, don't you go outside? Here, let me Google this picture for you.
No, they're like, show me a picture of flat Earth.
Show me a picture of flat Earth.
That's like every picture.
taken ever?
I just tell them to take a picture outside their window, man.
Hey, Spake, you sound like the guy that wants to know like how the Earth is a globe. Well, I looked out my window. That's what he said. I looked out my window. I saw the Earth as a globe.
Yeah, it's crazy. But the reason they think that is because like I said, dude, in their head, in their mind, the abstraction is reality. Not reality's reality. Like, think about it like this. Like, Thomas Reed said this, there's 3 ways. You can experience something, you can remember something, or you can imagine something, right? Of how we perceive things in reality, right? There's the perception of the mind, the direct perception. There's the perception that you have because you imagined that thing. And then there's the perception you have from remembering something. So if you have a table, you have, okay, I see the table. Then you can imagine a table, and then you can, remember seeing a table. These people are stuck in between the imagination and the memory. But the memory and the imagination are conflated with each other because what they're remembering are images on a television set or images in a book or images somewhere else, right? So you go, yeah, where have you experienced the Earth as a globe? Their memory is of an imagination. Right? I remember when I imagined what the Earth was like. So that's my experience. As opposed to like the actual experience of reality. There's like this disconnect. And it's like maybe it's unique for me, but it's like if you go, I know I'm in a city now, but I've been like way into the woods for long periods of time alone. And like when you're in like reality, right, without distractions, without music, without sound, without pictures, without people, without all these things, reality is very different than the abstractions that we see on TV, reading a book, like talking about it. What'd you do last week for dinner? And then they tell you how they ate lobster, and then you imagine lobster, like you visualize like his dinner or whoever's dinner in your head, right? It's a way different than just like being in the world and just like experiencing reality. These people they're so far away from like the experience of reality, right? Just like being that it's past it. It's kind of cliche, but like in the moment of, go to the beach, observe the ocean, right? What does the Earth look like? I don't know. Go to the beach and observe the ocean. Like that's where you're going to have the longest view, right? Like if I go to the ocean, there's nothing in the way. I can see everything, right? I have the most wide view of the Earth. I can go on top of a mountain. I also have a wide view. Still looks flat. I can get in my airplane. Still looks flat. But you go, okay, what's the Earth look like? And they think of like some picture they saw on television. It's really weird. But that's the great thing about flat Earth is because we can just go outside. We don't have to prove there's papers in the Vatican or the moon map or anything like that. People that are on that stuff, right? People that I'm serious.
They need that
I love these rants, by the way. It's like the rebuttal to the rant. You know what I mean? The rebuttal rant to the rant.
Well, I mean, we don't need all these like people try to do all these bells and whistles with flat Earth. We don't need any bells and whistles. It's like
no, we don't. Like we all of us here come from a different background, different research going in the flat Earth, and I mean it doesn't stop at flat Earth. We all come to the agreement that the Earth measures flat, and so we have our observations. We have our basic little experiments that you could do where you set up like a little scenario similar like what Dave Weiss did with the kitchen set and the sun setting on the kitchen. That was genius. But like these are all like observable things that you can do on your own independently and specifically. And then as far as like what other kind of conspiracy theory you want to concoct as far as like why the government would lie to you and yada yada yada. Every person is different, but the objective truth is the Earth measures flat, and that's what's special about this Earth.
Yeah, those are all like derivative, secondary considerations.
Right. That's why I like this server.
Well, the primary source information comes from the Vatican, actually. That's how we prove the Earth is flat. We found the papers below the Vatican. That is actually the proof.
Yeah, they even got a picture of Jesus down there, a photograph of Jesus from space.
That's actually so funny. I'm glad that we don't have to do that. I was kind of touching on that earlier, earlier this week, how we don't have to rely on silly scams and weird tricks and parlor tricks and stuff. Oh, well, you see, there's papers in the Vatican. That's the proof. Like you would think that that's what flat earthers would be talking about, but it's really more about, hey, did you go out to that lake, that you live by? Or
that's totally... why when I was talking about Speculation Sunday, like and doing that, I was like, you can all that stuff to that day and just have go nuts,
Yeah, right.
Go nuts.
Nobody's really listening on Sunday anyway. Everybody's at church.
Well, no. What I'm saying is like, dude, like yeah, the idea that you're gonna just if you had something through the week that you wanted to talk about it thoroughly, like you could do it like on a time period where it's not always like, well, okay, so we're done with flat Earth, right? So let's get into another topic that it's like throughout the week, and people can't come in and ask questions because we're talking about how Obama is the king of the lizard people or something. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, did you see his eyes in that one photo? You could see like
blink sideways, dude.
You blink sideways. Like.
And he lives next to the water, and he lives on top of a heating rock.
But you catch my drift of what I'm saying, and so like we're dealing with that, and it's like we can just wait till Sunday if you have any other kind of like stuff like that, and let people and make it a thing.
And I like that even on Sunday, it's the secondary topic. Like the primary topic is still going to be flat Earth. We're going to talk about flat Earth, but I mean, like once we've gotten over the education process of whatever's going on, there's nothing to talk about. I mean, why not speculate? That's how we grow, and you never know. Somebody might have some information out there that nobody else has come across, and we can share it amongst each other. And
yeah,
what's the word I think of?
Even in the speculation chat, there's people that challenge each other on that. So even when you're speculating in here, it's like that gets challenged, but it's still
peer review. Yeah, no, like you guys have done a terrific overview. This is the place to go if you want to learn about flat Earth and why we say it's flat and why anybody even still thinks that it's flat these days. Come here. This is the place. This is where you want to be. You want to find out the truth? Come here. But don't come in here with your chest out thinking that you're better than us, because we're going to put you down. We're going to knock you down and put you back on the ground, put you right back on Earth. You're not going to be up in the clouds. You're going to be here on Earth. Just like all of us. What's up, CB? How you doing?
Just telling some goofball in the Cogdis room that Earth is a damn frisbee, but the usual.
Even if it was a frisbee, you'd still go flying off of it if you were spinning at 1,039 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, these guys salivate over the fact that Flat Earth has a map or a model, don't they?
Yeah.
They froth at the mouth. They want it so badly. Give us a map. Give us a model. It's like the moment that even comes out in the form of like the azimuthal equidistant or the Gleasons, oh, they're all over it, man. Like white on rice. They just can't wait. Oh, let's talk about this now. We got something to look at.
They do. Let me see your model. That's the first thing out of their mouth when you debunk their model is, let me see your model. Let's talk shit about your model then.
I've been working on another guy in the Cogdis room, Helvetica, and he was at the point where he was saying the same thing. Give me a model. And when I popped in, I'm like, look, dude, there isn't one. And he goes, okay, well, I'll make you one. And we're like, dude, don't do that. Don't worry about that. But eventually, well, he was gonna say like, oh, I tried to ask him, what shape are you gonna make it? First, he's like, well, I'll make it a circle. Well, why would you make it a circle? Oh, then I'll make it an oval, because those are the closest things to flat. I'm like, what?
What about square?
But eventually, I started to realize we got around to talking about how you like. I kind of brought him to the edge of outer space. I'm like, so what shape is that, and how would you model this? He's like, oh, so I guess we haven't really explored and we don't really know. So I guess he dropped the whole model thing after some explanation. So it just takes some time with people, but yeah, a lot of them are desperate. They're thirsty for that model.
I've spoken to him twice in VC, and I think he's fucking insane, bro. Honestly, like he keeps making all these crazy noises and talking funny into the mic and like covering it up and like, what's that?
You spoke to that Helvetica in voice?
Twice in VC. Wow. I've tried to, man. One yesterday he was in school, so he said that was the reason for all these funny noises and rustling and fucking talking and then muffled. It was like pure insane. And I tried to speak to him again today, and he's still making fucked up noises. And then he wouldn't speak at all.
Weird. Yeah, I thought he was trolling for a bit when he was like, "No, I'll do an oval." Like, dude, what? Like.
Oval effort.
We were in the chat saying like, oh yeah, well, yellow is the closest thing to up. He was saying like circle is the closest thing to flat. Bro, what?
Triangles are flat, are they not?
You got a category problem.
Yeah. I tell people too, like, when other people in social media, they'll bring up the azimuthal for this and that, and it's like I'll tell Globers, I'm like, it's just an idea, no different than your globe. It's falsifiable. We don't know what's really going on, but we damn sure know it's not a ball because you can measure a fucking ball.
Yeah, but that's the issue. It's like me giving him a plushy toy elephant and saying this is what we live in. Right. Yeah. I'm serious. It's equivalent to that. When you give them something to say, look, we don't live on this thing. I'm just showing this for posterity so that you guys can wrap your mind around what we live on. But it's a nice plushy toy elephant. So think about it like that. And it's like, why? It doesn't look anything like that, like at all.
Right.
But yet you still want to introduce this idea that Flat Earther will continue to say, I think it's useful. And like, in what way do you think we can use this applicable to the Earth? And how? Because when you talk to Flat Earthers, they're like, well, I disagree that the landmass orientation is that way. I think it's this way. Okay. Well, how about the continent sizes? Yeah, they're not the same size, so they're probably a different size. Okay. So how about the distances? Yeah, I don't think the distances are correct. Well, what the hell you're going to use this AE map for then? Because you don't agree with anything, but it's useful. In what way? Right. Like I'm tired of hearing that people saying that it's still useful. It's still useful. How? We don't use it to navigate across. Nobody's pulling up the AE map and saying, okay, let's use this thing to navigate to that place. Where is that being done?
So you just made me think of something, which I think is kind of funny. Is like when there's an earthquake and they're like, yes, the earthquake was that epicenter was here, it was down 500 kilometers or whatever they say, right? They modeled that in hyperbolic geometry. And like, yeah, it's useful to say, I guess, the epicenter was here, but what are you going to do with that information? Right? What good is it to know, like, where the earthquake epicenter was and how far down it was? Yeah, now we know. Now what? Right? You're gonna stop the next earthquake? Like,
well, no, like, we can calculate the sphere. Like what I'm saying, though, right? Because models are like you were saying, are used to describe something, but then when you're applying them to reality, they don't function. Because if you were to say take that very same epicenter model and you're saying let's follow to the place where this was, to where the epicenter was. How do we know it was 500? What if it was 5,000? You know, whatever it was 10,000. Why are we saying it stops at this and then showing people a model? How do we know this? Like, we can't ever travel to the epicenter and then figure out, okay, this is where it originated from, and then it expanded outward from this place. Who knows? Like, that's just a bunch of bullshit that everybody's falling for.
Well, then there's the thing where Brandon was here. Oh, Brandon still is here. So here's a model for you, Brandon. It's a model, and assuming the Earth is a hyperboloid.
Oh, God.
Because it's in a hyperbolic geometry. I don't see anybody running around claiming that the Earth is a hyperboloid because the seismic wave equation works.
Don't feed the troll.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it's like, well, it works if we assume that the Earth's a sphere. Yeah, so what?
Oh, yeah.
Like, different things work assuming different shapes. Like, I actually have some papers that show, like, what is it? They measure what's called telluric currents, which are electrical currents underground. And if they use a flat Earth model, it's more accurate than the globe Earth model. But that's not evidence the Earth is flat. It's just like, it doesn't. The purpose of the model is just to be able to make predictions for some useful purpose. And that's it. This is like known, man. It's not. It's a philosophical viewpoint, right? The Platonist versus the non-Platonist viewpoint, where, you know, Platonist viewpoint is that math is reality, and that if we make a physics model and it makes accurate predictions, the physics model is reality. No, it's not.
Yeah, Bob's your uncle, right? Like, that's the only thing you need is just conceptualize it. Voila.
Yeah.
You know,
you get some math to prove Bob's my uncle and he's my uncle.
But I think that's what they rely on, is that once you get that mathematical, okay, come back when you have the mathematical construct and we'll talk. But these intellectuals will not have that sit down with you until you got that. It's like, that's pretty stupid. So I got to make something up to talk to people who've also made some shit up, or at least advocate for some shit that was made up. And so we're going to be talking about things that we've made up. Like, that's the topic of discussion. Things that people have made up. It almost sounds like one of those, like Alex Trebek. You know, you're calling on the game show. I'd take things that people made up for 100. You know, like, it's freaking stupid. Like, that's what they want. They want us to all just sit around and talk about, like, oh, I just made this model, this map. Let's discuss it. How? Why? What is it going to relate to in reality? I think that's a lot of what we do here. We now let's discard that, talk about what we see, and then explain how it's possible that we could have this and this happen on the Earth. I don't ever want to talk about that unless you have a map or models. So that's, I don't know.
What is it called? Like a potluck or pasta party where everyone has to show up with a little dish.
Yeah.
Well, you have to bring yours. Sorry. Yeah. You have to bring yours. Yeah. I'll bring mine. Like, no, I'm good.
I am curious about how the Earth was formed in your worldview.
Probably not from a Big Bang. That's what I would say.
The Earth itself, wasn't.
I mean, would that be anything other than speculation? Can we ever actually know that?
Well,
I mean, I feel like the only answer is like,
let me put it to you like this, Brandon. There's a crime. You have a crime scene, and it takes the police a couple hours to get there. They get there and they analyze the crime scene. Now, there's some things they can say about what happened, and then there's other things they can't, based upon the state of the crime scene. But the longer you wait, right, the worse that analysis, that reconstruction of the events is going to be. So how?
Yeah, the environment will begin to decay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So like, to say, oh, how the Earth was created and try to reconstruct, let's call it the creation of Earth, the crime scene. How the hell are we going to reconstruct that crime scene, dude? It's not possible.
And if
creation is one idea,
Well, yeah, it's an idea.
You know what a collision is?
I mean, it can't be proven unless, like, God signed it or something.
Didn't some...
I made this, signed God.
Didn't they do a salt experiment in space? And the salt, like, clumped together?
Is that gravity?
Oh, what? In space?
Mass attraction.
Salt? Didn't someone in the ISS do an experiment with salt in space?
Oh, salt? I don't know. Did they?
I don't know.
Salt's electronegative, so it wouldn't surprise me if it clumps together everywhere.
Hey, table sugar clumps up in your jar. Does that mean that mass attracts mass or what?
Yeah, try to get chocolate to dissolve in frickin' water, man. Good luck.
That's a good point.
Just saying.
I know. I'm cool. We're good.
Well, you see, the natural laws don't apply in outer space.
Yeah, good one. You're like, people are floating around in space in the ISS. Yeah, but there's still gravity. Where?
That's a good point.
Who said it's floating? I thought people said it. I'm sorry.
Now go on.
I thought people said it's falling, but it's never going into the atmosphere,
In a decaying, according to
those
them.
are the people with the advanced imagination.
It's in a decaying orbit for over 20 years. Well, probably more now. And it's going around the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. If you can believe that a bullet that shoots out of a barrel of a gun at 1,000 miles per hour, that thing's going way faster than that around the Earth. But that's all right. It's all relative,
But what about rockets? Rockets have got to escape Earth, the velocity, the escape velocity of Earth. Then they've got to sync up precisely with the fucking ISS that's traveling at 17,000 miles per hour. Come on.
I never knew how they even could accomplish that, going from escape velocity back down to what they put the the air brakes on or some shit. Like you have escape velocity happening at 25,000 miles per hour.
The vacuum brakes.
And then you gotta match the ISS speed at 17. So you gotta slow down a bit. Like, what the hell, bro?
I'm sorry, man. And 20 years ago when the ISS went up, they had the technology to do it, with computers or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, they want you to believe that shit for sure.
Well, if planes can do it, then they have a bigger budget and better rockets. So come on, guys, they're experts.
It's smarter engineers.
Yeah, better engineering, smarter engineering. It's just really good engineering. Yeah, exactly. The air brakes, the space brakes.
You need those because when you're going 25,000 miles per hour and you got to match up to the ISS at 17, you got to pump the brakes, man. Otherwise, how can you match your speed?
Yeah. That's so funny.
I've said this before. There's a video of a Russian cosmonaut talking about coming back to Earth from the ISS, and said, as I got closer to Earth, I could feel gravity start to take hold.
This dude.
Now think about it. He's falling back to Earth, and he's feeling gravity as he's falling. How is that even possible?
I would have asked him which one.
He's being magnetized to the ground.
You can't feel gravity when you're in free fall, man.
Is it space-time bending that you feel? Is space-time in the room with you right now?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
My table. Or is it my shoe?
You're both psychotic, right? Is it talking to you right now? What is it saying?
Tell us how it makes you feel. How does the space-time affect you?
That's this weird conversation, man.
Well, I mean, sometimes you have Globers that say flat earthers can't agree on anything. Well, half the Globers think people are floating around in the ISS because gravity is less, and then there's the other half that think that you're in free fall, falling around the edge of the Earth, just barely missing its edge.
Well, they claim there's 95% of the Earth's gravity on the ISS, but because it's called zero G, they seem to think that there's no gravity in space.
Yeah, exactly. They think that it's anti-gravity or something.
Yeah, the whole like all FE doesn't agree, that's just pure projection. I always say if you just take a random sample of 10 people, your neighbors, and you ask them globe claims down the line, what's the radius, what's gravity mean, so on and so forth, how many you're going to get different answers. There's not going to be the same answer from every one of them. Someone's going to say it's a force, it's not a force. Oh, I can see curve, I can't see curve. It's, as you pointed out, oh, it's falling, no, it's gravity. You know, so they're all over the place.
You could ask them what time it was. You could ask 100 people what time it is, and you won't get the same answer.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just funny to hit that reverse on people. They think they got one on us all the time. They don't. We've been doing this rodeo. There's no, like, you can't gotcha us. Sorry. But you didn't consider refractions. Like, really? You think that's... You think you got something there, don't you?
Never heard that before.
This week.
Maybe it'll work this time.
Or if they keep saying it long enough.
I wonder what word has been said the most in this Discord. Gravity's been typed 165,000 times.
Ooh, let me make a list. Let me write this down. Yeah, just start throwing them out there. Obviously, refraction, gravity.
Refraction was like 41,000.
Gravity. Round.
Times I've said which one.
Oh, that triangle.
Round. Yeah, I did one for like all the shapes. Round, triangle.
Triangle 63,000, 6,000 times.
Planets, yeah.
Oh, planet. Oh my god.
Shadows.
Planet's actually more than refraction, 59,000.
59,000. Jeez.
Yeah, the words would type 59,000 times.
59,000.
There was well, let's just put it this way. There's 6 million messages in the lobby.
I've got to have 500,000 of them.
6,253,077 messages just in lobby.
Oh, I'm almost 300,000 words.
How many results for space? Damn, we just hit it at the same time.
How many results for what?
Space.
Oh god, I don't know. Hold on. Space has got to be freaking tons of times.
Infinite.
Oh, 197,000. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man.
Did I just take the top of the leaderboards?
So far.
Oh, yeah.
It's more than Round. Round is 107,000.
107,000? All right. We did it, Gizmo. We got the top. We got the top slot, baby. I wonder what else is out there.
Band is 156,000.
What?
The band is 156,000.
I just searched for flat.
But that's just because it duplicates. We got a bot that like logs bands that duplicates.
Boys,
so every time someone gets banned, it posts banned through, like the word banned is written like 5 times.
Yeah, I just searched for Flat Earth Society and it's only came up 6 times. How the fuck is that?
I know people must have said that word in here dozens of times.
Fucking thousands and thousands.
Yeah, it's weird.
I'm gonna search the word fellow because they're like my fellow flat earthers. I'm just gonna search fellow.
Oh.
7,200 results.
Science. Look up science.
Science, yeah.
She blinded me with science.
Damn, 90,000.
Trust the science. 245 people trust the science.
Experts. Let's see what we get for experts. 6,000.
Oh man, 2,191 for peer review.
Nah, they ain't care about it. You get these trench level. They ain't talking about no peer review, bro. They're talking about
how about lie? L-I-E. Like, why would they lie?
Lie. 105,000. The same as round. Wow.
Why would they lie? 5,591 results.
NASA, 90,000. Damn, space still has the top slot, huh? Damn.
Yep. Their friend is almost 50,000.
That's hilarious, dude. Yeah. The moon has almost 20,000, 119,000 for the moon.
So word "and" is 1.2 million.
Let's see. So what's more popular, the sun or the moon? The sun is more popular at 137,000.
Selenians only came up twice.
Are you spelling it right? You didn't spell
Seleneion. Oh man, I've spelled it wrong. Shit. No. Come on, motherfucker. It's only 3,500.
Gravity waves, man. It's only 269, but still. Just be embarrassed if you say gravity waves on this Discord.
I don't think I've ever said that.
Well, people have come in and say gravity waves prove gravity. Gravity was proven with gravity waves. Whatever.
Bro, you just tell them, before you start telling me what gravity does, let's establish if it's actually real in the first place.
Yeah.
Before you start giving me equations.
It's real. Otherwise, I'd be floating.
Can we surf a gravity wave? That's all I want to know.
If they existed, somebody would have already tried it. Checkmate.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Someone would have tried to hang 10 on a gravity wave.
Jeez. Globe.
Oh no. Wow.
290,000. Holy smokes. Top spot. By 100,000.
Flat Earth is on top with 347,000.
Let's go.
They are sea level, which is ideal.
Sea level, so what, 0?
Yeah. Or
so on the
human
surface
height,
of the water.
person standing on a beach photographing.
So
right?
6 foot, 8 foot, 14
yeah,
foot.
6 foot, 6 foot. Yeah.
You see, my friend, I at least went to the effort to giving you the height of eye of the camera. You're not going to be able to give me any of these effects. We're not going to be able to judge a distance to the horizon in the first instance. You're just saying, hey, look, this thing that's beyond the horizon that I assume is physical Earth curvature, even though that got taken away from me no less than 10 minutes ago, I'm still going to say it's physical Earth curvature because I can't see the bottom of this object that's very far away.
Yeah, you can basically, like, if you're far away enough, like, there's only 1,500 meters of the top of the mountain visible, and all the rest, the 3,000 meters below, is all
Yeah,
missing.
I'm not surprised. Your eye level is very low to the lowest level of the mountain. There's lots more of the mountain above your eye line. So don't get surprised when the bottom of the mountain that exists in a smaller angle in your eye line disappears first beyond the horizon. The horizon being the angular limitation of the observer's view when looking horizontally across the surface. At distance, you can't resolve the angles anymore. They disappear, so it forms a horizon. That mountain's beyond the horizon. You can't resolve the bottom of it because it all exists in that angle that you can't resolve.
No, but the angle is linear, so you should always see the base of the mountain, no matter how far. It should just shrink.
No.
You're basically describing curvature now.
No. How much of the mountain is above the eye level of the observer compared to the bottom of it?
So actually,
it's a fucking great big mountain, dude.
But basically, in the...
You said it was 6 foot sea level. You've given me the height of the mountain. Do you agree
the reason
that
I'm
there's
using
more
this
of the
mountain is
mountain
because
above
the
the eye level of the
discrepancy
observer? All right, no problem. I'll go and make my dinner. Have fun.
The point is that the discrepancy of the mountain is so huge that there is an undeniable effect of the curvature of the Earth. You can simply not explain away how 3,000 meters.
No, I can. I just did. That's not the curvature of the Earth. Remember, the horizon moves, so it can't be physical. Remember the optics that we use, the atmospheric conditions.
The optics are still seeing straight lines.
Yeah,
they're not
and
curving
in the image
light.
that showed you, the straight line to the horizon was 7 miles beyond where it should have been.
It doesn't matter what you think it should be.
That's your claim that the curvature of the Earth is in the way of things. We're trying to measure distance to the curvature of the Earth, and it's beyond its geometric limitations.
There's no geometric limitation. There's no geometric limitation. Because it doesn't make any sense. Why would there be a geometric limitation?
Valandris, let's do something you can do very basically at home. Let's do something you can do ultra simple at home. Grab yourself a tennis ball, a basketball, a baseball, a softball, something spherical. I want you to draw with a marker an X on one side of it, and then I want you to rotate it away from you. The physical obstruction of the ball will stop you from seeing the X. So replace X with your stupid mountain. Is the physical obstruction or curvature of the Earth blocking said mountain? Yes or no?
If you have an infinitely long table and you roll a ball away from it...
Did I mention a fucking table? Come on, bro.
I mentioned there's no geometric constraint, so therefore no curvature.
Rules that don't make any fucking sense.
I'm not making any geometric rules up.
Yes, you are.
You hold yourself a spear in your hand. Valandris, come on, bro. You claim all these other technical shit, and you can't do something as basic as put a ball in your hand.
How is it that over 50%? How is it that over 50% of the mountain's height is missing in the picture from the sea?
What makes you think it's missing?
Because you can't see it. Because it's below.
You can't see what due to the geometric limitation. Due to the geometric limitation. Yeah. Hold on. You said you can't see it due to the geometric limitation that you said doesn't exist.
What do you guys think about the Charlie Kirk assassination on the flight?
Not the subject here. So wait, you said there's no geometric limitation, and now you're saying there is a geometric limitation because you can't see the bottom of the mountain. So you gotta pick one.
No. What the fuck is geometric limitation?
The horizon.
The curvature of the Earth that you're claiming.
Are you talking about things obscuring? Because that's what curvature does. The mountain is rolling under the horizon.
Of the Earth.
The further away you are from the mountain.
If you don't understand, it's probably best you listen. When we say geometric horizon, that would be where the tangent line from your eye level meets the curvature of the Earth at distance. You know, the point for which your sun hides behind. It's marked with an X called horizon in what I just told you to Google.
Do you have a diagram?
It should be in the Earth curve calculator.
Geo, Earth, metric, distance 2. We're not pulling your leg here, dude.
I actually, let me, is it possible to upload an image? I'll just superimpose these two on top of each other. It's very easy to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. Because the problem is, the base of the mountain doesn't have snow. In the other picture, you can only
can't see the bottom of the mountain, dude.
Yeah, because it's
we understand your point.
Because it's curving away. Because
we understand your point.
Under the horizon, the further away you are from the mountain, the less of the base you see, until you only see the top.
I know, we get it.
That's how curvature works. That's how we know.
Excuse me, my friend, please. This isn't our first party today. We understand how Earth curvature works. We've even given you the formula which predicts where it should be.
Yeah, it's also missing the refraction part, which also helps you guys.
Hold on, dude. Are you just going to talk? Or are you not going to listen? I hadn't finished. Forgive me. Thanks. So even if you're going to say the dreaded R word, that's going to ruin the idea of a geometric horizon, dude. You won't have a measurement to it. You won't be able to make any observation unless you backwards engineer it to your preconceived idea that it's a sphere, because you've got the notion that all of the light is being humped up from around the sphere to make everything look flat for you. I've already told you, and I'm at pains to worry why you haven't asked for the evidence, that using infrared optics and infrared signal propagation, lasers, we see further than we should, and we hit targets further than we should, because there's no observable or that's going to get in the way of curvature. I don't understand why you don't want to see that. You agreed to it earlier.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. For me, it's like the thing is, I can model all this in 3D.
That's nice.
Yeah. So
I can model it too. I can actually show you things disappearing on a flat surface from the bottom up. You could also cause, and we were talking about it earlier, the gas that's in the way, the reason why the sun looks dimmer on the horizon, that changes the direction of light. It deviates its path. Sometimes it squashes it into a narrow band and you can't resolve it anymore. This happens at the bottom where the atmosphere, bad word to use, is thickest, like you agreed to also earlier.
Yeah, it is thicker. Indeed.
Yes. And we can demonstrate these things causing objects to disappear from the bottom up on known flat surfaces.
You would have to demonstrate this with a model, because what I'm trying to understand...
I can just show you.
Yeah, okay, show me. Because the thing is, I can't see the sight lines that you're talking about, because what I'm thinking about is like if you draw a ray from one point to the other, how is this obstructing? Also, by the way, a football field is actually curved upwards intentionally for drainage, so it's a really bad example.
2 feet in 50 yards, you are saying?
Football fields are higher in the center.
Well, if you're not happy with the football field...
2 feet in 50 yards, you are saying?
So don't forget too, when you model this, to model perspective scaling as well as curvature, because both should be present if Earth is a ball.
Sporadic, just a second. I want to keep playing this.
Yeah, non sequitur.
But every football field is curving 2 feet from the 50 yards. Is that correct?
I don't exactly know how high it curves, because I'm not an expert, but I know that it's higher in the center because you have to drain the water.
You can see the guy.
We don't care.
Sorry,
have a look at the image above that, Valandris. The two cans. That's on a flat surface. You've handed us an image of your mountain saying, therefore, why are you talking for a second? Just, you can breathe, it's good. Right. You've given us photographs saying, oh, look, I can see mountain, therefore Earth curvature. Well, look, I can see the bottom of the can disappearing, therefore curvature. The problem is, that's on a flat surface. Directly above the football field that you don't like. 2 images of the cans. 22 feet on a flat surface. And the bottom of the can's disappearing. So your claim is that curvature causes this. We can see bottom-up obstruction happening on perfectly flat surfaces. So the cause of such effect is not just curvature. There must be something else there.
Did you take the picture?
I'll just
it's
roll
also
up for a second.
perspective and angular resolution is what Matrix is getting at. So there's a longer distance from your eye to the bottom of the can where it meets the floor than from your eye to the top of the can. So that longer distance means you'll have a narrower viewing angle. Mm-hmm. And that narrower viewing angle means that that information will get destroyed faster than the top of the can over distance.
Why would it get destroyed?
It's approaching the angular resolution limit of your eye faster.
No, because
it's a further distance. It's a further distance from your eye to the bottom of the can than the top of the can. Think about the hypotenuse of a triangle.
No.
Yeah, so that's why things disappear bottom up on a flat surface at extreme distances.
No, actually, I would love to see a video of that picture.
Great! I've got art books on this. I can probably send over to you, like James Gibson.
I studied art. I am.
Oh, good. So read some James Gibson. He'll talk about that. In fact, we pulled a bunch of diagrams from his books to put in our server so that we can talk about it more effectively too.
Nah. Don't get me wrong. I like talking about this shit. It's also fun to.
Oh yeah, I mean these are rational. These are demonstrable things that we can prove about how we see in reality. So for globe curvature to exist, you have to have perspective scaling as well as curvature scaling. So you have something that's quasi-linear and something that's curvilinear happening at the same time. Like the top of the mountain should be perspective scaling and curvature dumping over the curvature at the same time. That's not happening.
If the Earth was round, right, if you just imagine, and you have a mountain and you go further away, which means you go around the Earth, right, then the mountain, which is very high and everything else is really low, is going to cause the mountain to appear to roll away. It's going to basically tilt away very, very shallowly. And that's the reason why you only see the snow of the mountaintop when it's really far away, because the base is literally under the horizon.
Yeah,
because
we understand, dude.
Yeah, because it's round. That's why.
Yeah, no, we get the idea. But when we please. When we measure the surface of water at any distance, the water lays horizontally. When we measure it, whatever these phenomena, whatever these effects are, we can demonstrate them on flat surfaces. We can even play with the gas and change its temperature and density between the observer and the object and cause all sorts of things to happen. But when we go to confirm our idea of whether it's flat or whether it's curved by measuring it and surveying the land, it's horizontal, dude. Can't get away from it.
I think that your guys' problem is how large the Earth is, mainly.
Sorry, the distances that we measure are horizontal plane for one observer. Taking two measurements can be an extent of 6,000 miles. That's one observer making one measurement across a horizontal plane to calculate a distance.
Yeah, they gave us the math, dude. Nobody's losing the scale. That's what 8 inches per mile squared, or 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, just as a reference so that you can kind of imagine it. 1 mile, like how long is a mile? Behind a high school, they have a racetrack. That's a quarter mile. Run around that racetrack 4 times. That's 1 mile. That's 8 inches of drop. It's not some sort of astronomically, unperceivably large number. Otherwise, we never would know the Earth's a globe. Should be detectable.
Well, I recommend that you guys go and actually photograph Mount Rainier.
Why? That one in particular. When we make any observations, like the one that I showed you earlier, the horizon isn't in its geometric predictable position for the eye height of the observer. You said we should go and make these observations, particularly of your one mountain. No, we can make observations of many things, like the one I showed you that you decided to ignore.
The reason why the mountain matters is because it is.
It's because it's the only claim that you've got. So
no, you don't get to do that.
The Landris, You've got no other claims. You've put nothing else on the table.
You have no
Do
idea.
you know? Hold on, just slow down. Okay, let's go backwards. You claim that the mountain is doing a very specific thing. I get that. Do you know what perspective is? Yes or no?
Yes, I know the rules of perspective.
Excellent.
I literally work in 3D
with
graphics,
the lines of
so
perspective.
I make
That's
render
cool.
engines.
That's cool.
I know
That's
what
awesome.
it is.
Excellent. You don't have to have lay an egg. So if you know what perspective is, the convergence point is based upon what?
The vanishing point, which is at the infinity.
Yeah, what is that based upon? As you being the observer, what is the vanishing point based upon?
If you have a line that goes forever, then it appears to end up at a point. That's what the vanishing point is.
That's in the
Not
back
what
of
it
your
is,
eyeball.
what it's based upon, your eye level. So, if you've got an object that you are witnessing, for example, your dirty great big mountain, your eye level is closer to the bottom of it. True or false?
Yes, it's true.
Excellent. That's very basic. So now, as you get further away from the mountain and perspective shrinks it down evenly along all sides, does the bottom get to your eye line first,
Yes,
or
it
does
does.
the top get to your eye line first?
Both of them is going to reach your eye because it's linear. It's a flat
Incorrect.
plane.
You've just said you're closer to the bottom.
Yeah, you are closer to the bottom.
So
excellent.
So light has a longer flight path over one route than the other.
He's talking past your question, though. He said both of them are going to get there. He said which one first?
The bottom one is going to get there first because it's shorter.
So you're saying the bottom's going to appear to disappear first due to perspective?
Why
Yes,
would something
that's
closer
exactly
to
what's
you,
happening.
Why would something that's closer to you appear to disappear before something that's further away?
That's how convergence, perspective, and all
That's
of that
not how
works,
that
mate. You
works
might want
at
to look
all.
into it. For someone who's done art and is a render expert, you should know this.
Because you can't make mathematics do what you describe here. It's impossible.
Hold on a minute.
Because
We're
that's
not
how
talking about
vanishing
mathematics. Hold on. We are not
Perspective
talking
lines.
about mathematics. We are talking about reality. We are talking about your eye level in comparison to a large item. You've clearly stated that you're shorter than the subject matter. So, as per the law of perspective, everything shrinks down evenly as it gets further away. The issue is, as it shrinks down, you are closer to the bottom of it. So, because you are closer to the bottom of it, the bottom will appear to disappear first. This is what gives us our bottom-up obstruction. This is why we think things are going over the curvature, is because of our elevation in comparison to the item that we're witnessing.
But it doesn't make any sense to me why you would think that something that's closer would appear to go away.
Something that's closer is not appearing to go away.
Yeah, so you should still see it. You should still see the base of the mountain no matter how far you are.
So you're telling me you've got some miraculous infinite vision?
Well, at some point they're going to merge and you'll not be able to distinguish between the two.
This is what psychologists think of flat earthers. Psychologists view the earth.
Right, we mentioned angular resolution loss. You will not be able to resolve the distinction between the ground and the bottom of the mountain.
You know what? Just download Blender and model your little experiment and try and explain why it doesn't happen there. It's just doing perspective.
Your issue is, when you're looking at stuff in Blender, you're zooming in and moving around. You're seeing what you think it should be, not what it actually is.
I do know how
It
that
doesn't model the human eyeball vision and the perception of perspective either.
Yeah, but the human eye is still...
Yeah, but I know.
The eye can't bend a mountain out of view. It's like a little camera.
Maybe the weather can, right?
Yeah, but only so very slightly.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
But on Mount Rainier, that effect is impossibly small. It doesn't matter anymore. That's why I bring up the mountain.
Really
because,
impossibly small. So small that we have what are called refraction tables in astronomical journals and celestial navigation journals, all kinds of things to account for that very real phenomenon. You've got the sun flattening phenomenon on the horizon, very well studied in art.
Yeah, but the thing is that the mountain is 4,500 meters tall, and refraction can only bend a few, 10,
No, you're looking through a massive gradient, massive air temperature and pressure change from the base all the way to the top where it's freezing cold and snow-capped. And all of that change, the K factor in your globe world, is compressed to a very small, narrow field of view. So all that distortion is happening within a very small field of perspective. That's a lot of change.
But it still is going to be visible if it was flat. Well, in fact, since atmospheric refraction has a tendency to lift things, if the Earth was flat, then the
really? It does have a tendency to lift things. Why is that? Because you're assuming Earth curvature.
No. Like the atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, maybe it's just flat.
Atmospheric refraction lifts stuff up, which, if the Earth was
only
flat,
if you presume curvature, right? Because you have to back into atmospheric refraction because you haven't actually measured it.
This has nothing to do with that. Atmospheric refraction, regardless if the Earth is flat or not, is bending light upward, especially when it's hotter. It's bending a lot more when it's hotter. That's causing whatever's visually far away is going to look like it's higher than it is. That means that if the Earth was flat, it would look concave. It would appear to roll upwards.
That's only if we keep your globe refraction that has R embedded into it, the radius of Earth.
Yeah, which I might add is 7.6R. So if you actually do the math, it doesn't extend your geometric horizon of Earth's surface all that far. Try it. See what happens.
No, I recommend you guys try what I'm saying because it makes perfect sense. Also, learn how optics work because
I understand a fair bit of optics. Some of my favorite actual flat Earth proofs are in infrared.
Do you have pictures?
I got videos and pictures, even from hot air balloons. Why don't you come to our server and check it out?
I think that it should be modern theory around light and everything is already explaining why we'd see further at a lower wavelength because it's literally.
Yeah, but nobody really understands much of this, I've got to admit.
So let me get this straight, Philandrous. You're telling us, due to curvature, you can't see the bottom of that hill, but yet if I was to go and get an infrared camera and then magically the bottom appeared, you would say...
No, it would not happen. Impossible. That would be impossible.
Really?
Yes.
So we can't see, you're telling us quite clearly that we cannot see the calculated horizon of the Earth. Anything beyond that should be quite clearly obstructed. Yes or no?
You cannot see the base of Mount Rainier from 230 kilometers away.
Let's forget Rainier.
It doesn't matter.
Forget Rainier. Forget the mountain. If we go out, and I'm going to use the ocean for example, it's a calm day, no waves. We have a sailing ship. It's 10 feet tall.
Yes,
right?
tiny.
Once it gets beyond the claimed curvature rate or distance, you're saying quite clearly that we cannot see it. It doesn't matter what happens, we cannot see it.
Yeah, unless you go higher, then it will be...
Same elevation. We're not changing our elevation.
All right, we'll stick to one elevation. That's okay.
You might want to have a look into some of the long-range infrared videography. Jay Tolan Media. Jump onto YouTube, and you can come back and apologise later.
Also, refraction changes.
You're laughing.
No.
Infrared reduces refraction. It clears the air due to the wavelengths that aren't being used.
The longer wavelengths refract less. That's just how it is.
We know. That's why we use it.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with the radio wavelengths are compared to light. Radio wavelengths, like 10,000 mile propagation distance.
Yeah, it's just that infrared is not going to make the bottom of Mount Rainier appear. Which is the reason why I keep bringing up the mountain is because it's giant and it's alone. This is why it's such a perfect reference point.
It's not alone. The photographs you've showed us have rolling hills in front of it. It's a very poor example. You're not the first person that showed us.
How do we know how plumb to level you are over that distance too? You might be looking up a little bit. It looks a little bit curved.
Tilting the camera's not going to change how the mountain appears.
Yeah, it's going to change your center line. And
because it's pivoting on the same axis. If you're just tilting a camera up, it's just rotating on its pivot. It's
but it changes the perspective of the line of sight.
It's not going to reveal more of the mountain if you tilt the camera.
Nobody's claiming that. It's just You can make objects look like that they're moving with respect to other objects in the foreground by playing with perspective and tilting things and field of view and all kinds of fun tricks.
Yeah, if they're very small and the camera has a very large focal size, then the depth of field effect is going to make it appear that you're looking around objects, because literally the what is it called? The sensor is literally picking up around it because it's a surface inside the camera, right? Like it's
so like, why can't we see the base of the mountain?
Because it's curved under the earth.
Aren't there trees and hills and all kinds of things? Like if I pop open a map, I think I'm going to see trees and buildings and stuff.
You can't see any of that when you're far enough away.
Yeah, maybe the angular size is too small to resolve, like I told you earlier.
That doesn't make any sense, because
it does. That's how you see.
No, that's not how you see. That's not how it works at all.
Yeah. In fact, the vanishing line is 0.02 degrees on the back of your eyeball.
There is no vanishing line inside of your eye. That's not what a vanishing line is. That's a nexus. That is the different thing. Vanishing line is a...
And you've got on the back of the eyeball, and
no, that's convergence of waves.
You've got something called an energetic pseudosphere, which is hyperbolic, which explains why perspective is also hyperbolic. It's offset from the ocular axis by several degrees, and it's a pseudosphere with negative curvature. Yeah.
That makes... I have no idea what you're saying.
Would you like to see diagrams and few articles on it?
I would like the more shit I can look at, the better.
Okay. It's going to be a minute. Hold on.
So let me just ask, is the plane of the Earth infinitely large?
I wish we could know, bro, but we're limited by laws and statutes on where we can freely travel and explore. But we wish we could actually go.
Yeah, so the model is basically that Antarctica is a wall of ice around.
No, that's a claim. That's a straw man, bro. That's Professor Dave using azimuthal equidistant map.
I don't like Professor Dave, by the way. I hate him.
Not good. Well done, wise man.
He's a bastard.
Well, whatever. So am I, actually, but there you go. Listen, the AE projection has been strawmanned against Flat Earth since the what do you call them, the Flat Earth Society, who claimed it was a space disk moving upwards, and that replaced gravity. Then Game of Thrones and all those clowns jumped on the back of it and started throwing up an ice wall for everyone to believe in. We know there's an Antarctic shelf when you go south in a certain direction, but we're only allowed to go south in a certain direction and none other. You try it and you'll get turned back or arrested or something in reality. We don't really know what's out there or how far it goes, but we know it doesn't curve.
Right. But don't you think that, if you just imagine, let's not think about reality, but just like an imaginary cartoon universe based on gravity where everything is a ball. Don't you think that that model is if everything attracts, the only thing that you end up with is a pile of spheres, basically? I know that you're going to bring up the galaxies, which are not spheres.
I was going to bring up why the necessity to imagine everything. Why don't you just get out into reality, mate?
Oh, but I do.
If you want to theorise about it, that's fine, bro. Another part of this that's been lost is heliocentrism is the current theoretic model. It's what science's best guess is. Good science never rests, never stops. It's not settled, ever.
No, I totally agree. I mean,
and that's the point. Sorry, mate. That's the point of what we're saying. We've tested the science. We've tested the claim and found it wanting.
Right.
It's a model. It's a theoretical paradigm that doesn't conform to the constraints of testable natural law, mate. What we experience, what's tangible to us.
Right. Well, if you ask me, what do I believe in, right? I personally am very fascinated by physics and the space and all that kind of shit, right? But I, for example, I don't believe that the Big Bang Theory is correct. I don't believe that the universe exploded or expands. And if you were like me and followed that kind of research, you would find that they're actually moving away from the Big Bang kind of slowly, but it appears to be the case that there is no, like they say, okay, the universe is this and this old because we can only see this and this far, right? And then they made a new telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope, that can see even further, and then they found more galaxies that are older than they predicted, and now they think the universe is even older. And some people, like physics 60 years ago, there were people who theorized that the universe was actually infinitely in size and that it doesn't have an age, it's an infinite existence. So there's, like, in the model of, like, the world where the Earth is a round ball and there's gravity and bullshit, there's a whole set of different physics theories that have totally different ideas of how the universe works. Like, you have people who think that electromagnetism is actually what gravity is supposed to be, that they don't believe in gravity, they believe that it's just a version of electromagnetism, everything is following that rule. You have plasma universe theory where everything is different. It's like, there's actually quite a lot of different models. And so it's not like set in stone. Like, academia has a specific model, but like if you listen to theoretical physicists who are actually interested in developing theories, they have different opinions on this. So it's not like it's a black and white model.
That's boring. All right, yeah. Well, I looked up this thing. I mean, this isn't like proof or anything, right? But ChatGPT and Google say that that Mount Rainier is one of the worst places of optical distortion in the world. Top 10 worst places in the world. How do you feel about that?
Let's hear.
It says it. It's right there in the chat.
Yeah, I'm reading it. I'm a slow reader.
It's as bad as Pontchartrain by the looks of it.
Pontchartrain is like a sewage dump. They're in big trouble because they're. Yeah.
Well, that's for be interesting because I've been in Seattle, and definitely since I come from Norway, the air is much. That's a thing that's very obvious if you're in the Arctic Circle, is that the air is much clearer and you can see much further than, for example, like immediately. When you go from Norway to Seattle, you notice that the cloud layer is twice as high up than in Norway, for example. There's a lot of differences. Like, I can literally tell that the sky is not the Arctic Circle just by looking at it. There's lots of different things like that, and it's just hotter.
You can see further when the conditions are clearer.
Yeah, and colder. Generally, the cold air makes it very clear. So, like,
I thought the
in the winter in Norway, you can see
the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the horizon, if it's clear, we should have a true representation of our reality. So the horizon should be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That should be the limiting factor, no matter the atmospheric conditions, right? But when we have clear conditions, it's perfect, right, to see further, which means there's less stuff in the atmosphere, I presume. Right? It's not as dense, or there's not a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. These types of things, it's clear. When it's clear, we see further. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, mate.
When you were talking earlier on about, sorry, dude, one more thing. When you were talking earlier on about all the different theories and different physicists, I would suggest to you stick to actual physics, the physics of water, and what it does, hydrostatic equilibrium, what it does under pressure and also under vacuum. These are the things that we can actually put against the model, dude. And the atmosphere, if you want, in a sense, instead of theorizing that it may be something else.
Well, if you ask me, I would say that if one sticks to wave mechanics, then everything makes more sense in physics, especially the periodic table and shit like that. It's just different angles.
You're going to need a straight line for that wave to be measured.
Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted upon by another force such as wind. That's from the National Air and Space Museum. Science in pre-K. What else?
Yeah,
water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life. That's from the physics hypertext book.
They're just assuming that gravity is what's leveling out the water on the Earth.
So the gravity that I would assume is leveling out the water means that gravity is perpendicular to the water that's horizontal.
Yeah, water is going to level out perpendicular to the gravitational direction.
So perpendicular to the gravitational direction. Yeah, so horizontal. Water forms a horizontal surface. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is horizontal on the surface.
No, they're saying horizontal in that the horizon appears to be... I mean, it's just a word.
Horizontal is zero rate of change of slope. As in the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, or c for us in Europe. That's a straight line from left to right.
You can't surmise what Jedi is saying. He's reading the words. You can't surmise the implication behind it. Come on, man. It's not applied as or thought of as when they wrote it that, generally it's curved. And if it were curved like Jedi said, it would be measurable, man.
Well, is there anybody else who has anything they want to say as well? Because I feel like I'm being the only one who's being debated on.
No, but it's cool that once you got out of the debate mode, then you were like, yeah, listen, I know water's flat and perpendicular to horizontal, and that, yeah, the single cause fallacy that that says that the reason we can't see is because of the Earth curve. I know that in reality, when it's colder or there's less light pollution, I can see further. I mean, it's cool that you drop it when you're out of the debate.
No, I haven't dropped anything. It's just a different... I see things very differently from you guys. So you have to realize that when you say flat and horizontal, you think about this math graph kind of horizontal, the X line is going to be straight, right? But the horizon is just where the difference between the sky and the Earth is. If you're far away, the Earth appears to be round, and then the horizon would just curve. Like if you're very high up.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't when measured. So you can take 4 measurements at altitude, say 35,000 feet from an aircraft. It's called the dip angle correction. The level of the horizon descending from your eye level. Now you can make 4 measurements from being in an airplane. Just keep it simple. One facing north, one facing east, one facing south, and that's right, one facing west. When measuring the dip of the horizon from eye level, you measure the same angle of dip. Therefore, you do not measure any curvature.
The horizon drops below the horizon line.
That's what I just told you. The horizon dips from eye level. It's called a dip angle correction. So from your eye level, you can measure the declination of angle below that using a sextant, for example, which measures angles. So when you turn around measuring the horizon, there's no change in that angle. It's always the same, 360 degrees around you, the observer making the measurement, measuring the plane of the horizon that doesn't curve. It just curves around you when you look around.
But our eyes don't have a fisheye effect on it, so we see linearly, like perspective.
Yeah, I know. I'm just telling you that we don't measure the curvature of the horizon. You just said that we do at altitude. We don't.
Well, we see the horizon drop because that's exactly what would happen if it was a sphere.
It also happen on a horizontal plane.
No,
as you gain altitude away from that horizontal plane, your eye level.
If you had an infinitely long plane or a large plane, like a plane that goes to infinity,
doesn't matter how large it is, dude,
then it would never drop. The horizon line of the plane would never drop, no matter how high it go.
It would.
What?
No, that's not how infinity distance works.
Infinity.
Like an infinitely large plane.
The world in angular size. If it's 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, or infinite miles, you're still only going to be able to perceive a short portion of that surface based on your eye height and the angular resolution of your eye or the optic that you're using. And the atmosphere that you're looking through, remember?
Right, but if you get rid of the atmosphere, And you have a flat plane.
So hypothetically, we're gonna click our fingers. Come on, dude, please.
No, but you're talking about.
You try now explain something that you don't see. We have to click the atmosphere out, and hey presto, there it is. I guess that's what we have to do when we're standing at the beach for the 6-foot observer, who should see horizon at 3 miles away, but it's at 10. But if we click our fingers, the horizon will magically spring back to that 3-mile distance.
For me, it's more
problem is that if you close your eyes, it doesn't change the measurement, dude. It doesn't change a flat linear measurement. Close your eyes, it's still a flat linear measurement.
Yeah,
it's
but if you
see or not.
Yeah, but if it was a plane, then the horizon line wouldn't drop like it does. It's
measured as a plane.
Plane.
The only thing you're seeing is the drop of you going up. When you go up, you visibly see the ground further away from you. Of course that would happen. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know why you're saying that, dude. Like, here, let me paint a scenario, right? Like, there's a lake, there's a lake. I'm at a lake.
Is he roboting for everybody else?
I think it was me, but yeah, he's roboting.
All right, who cares? Your server muted. Anyway, if you go up 10,000 feet, there's 10,000 feet of sky between you and the ground. You think that's not going to appear in your field of view and take up portion of the angles of your field of view so that there's a differential between the horizon being rendered in your field of view versus the sky? Are you crazy?
No, I'm not crazy at all. What you're saying sounds crazy because you would just see more.
No. Hold on, brother. Check it out. If I'm low to the ground, if I'm standing on the ground, there's 6 feet of air between me and the ground from my eyeballs because I'm 6'3". Okay? If I go up 10,000 feet, there's 10,000 feet of air between me and the ground. Do you think that's not going to occupy a portion of my field of view that would make the horizon be lower than if I was standing on the ground? I mean, what is going on here?
But why?
Where does that 10,000 feet go? Hey, bro, real quick, where does that 10,000 feet of air go so that it makes the horizon in the exact same place? Tell me, where does it go?
No, that
in Houdini's magic. In Houdini, does it go into Houdini's magic hat? Is that where it goes? Where he pulls the rabbit out?
Why is the horizon lower?
Because there's 10,000 feet of air, dude, between me and the horizon.
But why would that make it lower?
Holy crap, dude! Imagine this. Imagine going up real high, and the ground is below you, and then telling somebody else that the ground that's below you wouldn't be below you. That's basically what you're saying.
No, that's what I'm saying at all. In fact, this is extremely easy to draw out.
No, what you're saying is that the horizon would always render at the same location in your field of view, regardless of your height.
Very large flat plane, yes.
No, there's a problem. No, there's a problem with that. Nope.
You're defying the logic of sight lines.
You're wrong.
You can't even draw this. You can't make a diagram.
Yes, I can. You can draw a triangle from an observer. And you'll see that.
Show me because you have to visually show.
Yeah. Hold on, buddy. I'm gonna have to mute you because you can't compose yourself. Let someone finish the sentence. All right. So you don't see in straight lines, dude. You see in angles. Okay. So it's not just drawing a straight line out. You have to draw an angle out, and that angle that represents the equivalent of what would you think would have been a straight line is actually 0.02 degrees for somebody's eye. So you have to draw a triangle out. Not just a straight line. So you're already wrong. I'm sorry. So it's clear you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know the implications of actual optics versus graphics on a computer screen, which aren't real. Okay? That's the problem here. So I'm going to mute you, see what you have to say about that. Then I'm going to give you an example that you can go out and do in real life and prove your claim wrong. If you're so inclined. It's very easy. Go ahead.
Well, I think you should supply a diagram that explains why this happens.
Okay, so since you didn't address what I said whatsoever, and concede that we see in angle packets and in triangles and that we don't see in straight lines, so since you didn't do that, I'm going to give you an example to do in real life because demonstration trumps explanation every time, right? You agree? Real life, like reality, not sit in front of a computer, right? So here's what you do. It's very simple. Find a lake, approximately 1,000 feet across, 333 meters, something like that, approximately that length. Find something on the other side of the lake. Get in the water on the other side of the shore. Lower yourself down in the water, and you will see something on the other side of that lake disappear from the bottom up. Okay? You'll see that at that size lake. Now, the implications of that is this. For your observation height at that range, the horizon should be, if you claim the Earth is a certain size, 3,959-mile radius, the horizon should be at a certain location, which isn't even on the lake at all. It's actually 3 times greater than the lake. So that means the horizon that you say blocks things from the bottom up doesn't even exist for another 3 times greater distances than the lake is. But you will witness something disappear from the bottom up. And then you will know for an unequivocal fact that it's not true that the only reason things disappear from the bottom up is because the Earth is curved. The end. Go and do it. And until you do it, I'm challenging you. Until you do it, you're just smoking mirrors, bro. You got to get out in real life and do real stuff.
But the reason why you see 3 times further when you're that close to the ground is because of the atmospheric refraction, because you're very close to the ground.
Bro, everybody here just heard you completely not understand a word I said. You need to go back and watch the live stream and take notes.
I think you should be a little bit more open.
Went right over your head, dude. It went right over your head. It went right over your head like a pilot pretending he's accounting for the curve of the Earth when he flies.
Why are you guys always doing these parables? Like you're acting out how I'm thinking preemptively. You're pretending like I'm thinking in a way that I don't.
I talked about, listen, bro, I talked about something you could do to prove that something's disappearing from the bottom up when it can't possibly be Earth curve as the cause. You then talked about the reason why I can see 3 times further is because of hot air or some nonsense. It had nothing to do with what I said at all.
Well, my challenge then
so I'm correct. Listen, friend, I'm correct and you're wrong. That's simple.
That's just your opinion, right?
No. Go back and listen to the live stream. Go back and listen to the live stream. Write down a list of all of the facts that I said, and then write down a list of everything that you said in reply, and you will see that I'm 100% correct.
Don't you think it's a little strange that things disappear at all?
I don't find it strange. I don't find it strange because I actually understand.
Forever. Sorry, AI. That things disappear at all? Yeah, it's based on angular size. Things eventually get too small to see.
Yeah, but for example, the mountain I showed you, the base of the mountain isn't too small to see. It's literally just under.
No, it's occupying a critical angle. The portion of the mountain that you can't see is occupying the critical angle. Now, we have a video that was made by us. It's about 8 minutes long, 6 minutes of exposition on the topic, facts, figures, diagrams, and 2 minutes of demonstration about why things at the bottom, as they're going out away from you, start to enter the critical angle where you can no longer resolve, and how the angles are actually different from top to bottom and bottom to top. Okay? We have it all measured out, and we can demonstrate it, and you can go to the lake, like I said, and demonstrate it to yourself. Like, you could accomplish this before next week is done, and you could settle it once and for all.
But what makes you think I haven't seen this already? We have lakes that much larger than what you suggested in Norway. It's very easy to see this.
I don't care about large lakes, dude. You'd see one more time, audience, one more time. Didn't he just completely miss what I said? The whole reason you're doing it on a small lake is because the size of the Earth that they claim, it cannot possibly be the horizon causing the effect. That is why you do it on a smaller lake. For goodness sake.
No,
okay.
What?
Even if I do or don't, it's irrelevant. The point is, friend, one more time for the audience, you completely misunderstood what I said. What I said is that it's not possible in any way, shape, or form that the curve of the Earth is causing this quote-unquote alleged obstruction. You're going to witness it with your own 2 eyes. And the only category that it can be in, pay attention, the only category that it can be in is optics. And that means that optics alone is sufficient to hide the bottom of something. So your claim that it must be geometry is false. The end. Sorry.
That's correct that it's atmospheric optics, yeah. But
right, so not the geometry of the Earth. I rest my case, and I'm going back to work.
But that's why I don't
Sir, my friend. Game, set, and match. I win, you lose. A good day, sir.
Is that how you guys roll? You just pretend that
that's how AI rolls.
You don't even let
That's
me
what
finish.
AI did.
You're just kind of steamrolling me. Just
That's
like,
what
oh no,
AI
it's
did.
just
He
I
said,
win.
Good day, sir.
Don't talk to me
AI did.
again. I don't want to hear
kinda
about
feels good.
anything.
Kind of feels good, right? Feels good.
Do you understand why curvature cannot be a factor and you can be 100% confident?
Yes, I already explained it.
Can you tell the audience it's a check on learning, please?
So, it's called atmospheric optics, and it's a true thing. And you guys are involved.
Pause. You missed the point. The point is you do it over a small body of water.
Yes.
Where the curvature of the Earth cannot possibly be a factor.
I know the Earth doesn't matter, like the curvature doesn't matter there. I'm saying that this reason why that happens at that distance is not because of the curvature, it's because of the atmosphere. Which
okay, very good.
I already mentioned this when I talked about Mount Rainier.
So there's other reasons.
Exactly.
There are compounding effects, yes. That's why the mountain is much better, because it's so big that those differences in atmospheric optics cannot account for the larger distortion.
You're so certain of that.
Because it's so obvious.
Because you have a strong belief the curvature must be there. It's a bias. You have a strong cognitive bias. And you have no evidence.
For I can say that you don't want to look at big objects because
we've established that there are other reasons, and now you're discounting those other reasons.
Yeah, but the reason why I bring up the mountain is because I agree that all these effects are compounding, right? That's why I'm using the larger objects, because the larger the object is, the harder it is for you guys to pretend that it's not.
No, it's not that. Do you remember sorry, my friend, please? Thank you. Remember earlier I asked you to Google an Earth curve calculator, and we had the little conversation about the Oryx and stuff, and you said, it should have refraction included into it. Yeah. When we're making observations and making predictions about how far something should be before it disappears from our point of view, do you think that Earth curve calculator and I'll give you a refraction slider involved, is taking account for everything that we should account for when we're making observations of things at distance?
Yes, because that calculator that includes atmospheric refraction also includes temperature, because the temperature changes the refraction rate, and you can actually check that if you look at the horizon at different temperatures, like say winter and summer, you will see that it actually checks out to that calculator perfectly.
Okay.
Because it's correct.
Cool. Okay, cool. Where's the angular resolution optic formula? Because obviously things get smaller with distance. There's no mathematics involved in this Earth curve calculator that makes a prediction of how far things should be before we should be able to stop seeing them. There's no angular resolution limit.
Well, you mentioned the triangle.
Sorry, right? Hold on, I'll be clearer for you. It doesn't take account of the observer's perspective, like things reducing in angular size at distance.
Mm-hmm. Well, the angular...
No, this isn't the calculation that we would use. We would have to include that little thing, wouldn't we?
Yes, so angular resolution, you talked about the triangle earlier, right? Like the top and the bottom draws the triangle from the viewer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the further away an object is, the slimmer that triangle is, the longer it gets. It gets longer and slimmer.
Okay, so this calculator that we Googled earlier, that was a waste of time then, because that doesn't have that in it.
Let me find the calculator.
Okay. Tell me why the object appears to descend downwards within the mathematics. Hopefully I'll have a diagram on there for you as well.
Because it's the curvature that is causing it to dip below the horizon, because the horizon is literally a curve. Gotcha. I know that's hard to imagine, but that's actually
no. I can imagine a thing on a curved surface, my friend. Please, I understand the idea that's involved of things being on curved surfaces and them appearing to go downwards. But we understand, because we make observations in perspective view, that things above our eye line with distance appear to go downwards anyway, don't they? Like the ceiling down a corridor. Look down the corridor and the ceiling appears to be getting lower. Doesn't mean that the surface beneath it is going downwards. It means that that's how you see the world.
If you have a perfectly flat floor, you will never be able to put the camera in such a way that you will never see the entire floor.
Sorry,
from
things
the angle.
don't. Again, this is weird. The corridor example. You're standing at the end of a corridor looking downwards towards the other door at the end of the corridor. You'll notice when you're looking that the ceiling appears to get closer to the floor with distance, like the floor also appears to ramp upwards towards where the ceiling is and appears to get close to it at distance. Yeah, it's not actually doing that. It just appears that way. So the mountain, it's obviously going to start appearing that way. Doesn't mean that it's on a curved surface, because the top of the mountain's above your eye view, right? Above your eye level.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's not in there then. So we shouldn't be using that. Why?
So if we take
Well,
the corridor,
it's called point of reference. It's called point perspective, point of reference, right? When you're looking at something, the calculation and processes of your mind is to detect the intricacies of distance and spatial awareness. But it's seen or it appears, like you said, as an illusion, because your mind cannot calculate the
This is probably an unwanted interruption at this moment. I don't understand why you're speaking. If someone's going to interrupt, then I hope it's with a concise point that can be quickly made and is, helping the point that's already on the table. Trying to help this man understand how he sees the world. Let's try not to confuse the matter.
No, I'm not trying to confuse anybody. I'm just trying to make it clear for him to understand, right?
It's not making it clearer for me. I do apologise then.
Oh, sorry. But
I provided the calculator, by the way.
No, but basically, like, the way that your mind sees things and the way that you perceive things is illusory, right? Because it's slightly illusory. It's not fully illusory.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Period. Because these effects are reproduced with cameras, so it has nothing to do with your mind whatsoever.
It's just
what do you mean when you look at the horizon? You're looking at it with your mind. You're looking at it with your eyes.
Yeah, but your eyes are
but these effects are. Hold on, friend. These effects are reproduced with cameras. So you're looking at a photo, which is set in stone, right? The images on the photo has nothing to do with your active mind creating any illusions at the moment. It's literally just a piece of paper with ink on it.
Yeah.
Yes, so there are things. Listen, you are correct. You are correct. Listen, friend, you're correct. Yes, to a degree. You're correct that there are things that you see with your own eyes, from behind your own eyes with your own mind, that have certain effects. Those effects aren't necessarily the same as what cameras do because you're experiencing it. But what we're talking about is something that you could take a photo of. So it's not just as much about your mind and your eyes as it is about optics generally. Okay, make sense?
Yep. But it's called point perspective. It's called point or point of reference, right? But it's point of reference is when you see something that appears to be a certain way, but it's actually something totally not different, but totally real in the way that it's actually not portrayed in your eyes. Like I don't know how further to describe it, but
yeah, everyone has their point of view. Everyone has their vantage point. But there's a very important thing we all have to understand. Before we go on, we all have to understand this. We do not see in one-point perspective. That is an artist's tool to mimic reality. It's not an accurate one-for-one of how your eyes work at all. That is not how our eyes work.
I know that for sure. I know that for sure, yeah. 100%.
Look at the diagram I posted. It explains why the mountain is dropping so much.
Is it because it's on a curved surface?
Yeah, just look at the diagram. It's very easy to understand.
I know, but is it because it's on a curved surface?
Just look at the diagram.
It's because it's on a curved surface.
Because you're not going to look at it if it is, right?
Dude, I'll press the button. Right. Usually, everybody else is posting. I hate jumping onto links, but I see it's Walter Bislin, and I'm going to press that. Not that I usually jump into links, but I will just for you.
Yeah, there you go.
It's on a curved surface. So it's on a curved surface.
Yeah.
Okay. So why do things that are above your eye line, like the corridor example, why do they appear to get lower to your eye line with distance?
Yeah, but if you look at the visible...
Yes. So this would look like that anyway. The top of the mountain would go downwards from your point of view if it was on a flat surface, right? Obviously, you're saying within this that the only reason that the mountain within the formula is kept in its absolute value is appearing to descend downwards is because the surface is curving downwards.
Yeah, because the curvature, especially for the mountain,
but you're ignoring perspective.
No, I'm not ignoring perspective.
You are, because this is... Sorry.
The perspective lines are already drawn there.
You see the diagram that you gave me?
Mm-hmm.
This is an orthographic function. Right? This is a side-on view. It's like me observing an observer making an observation. Right? Yeah. We don't see the world like that. We see the world where things with distance will appear to reduce in angular size. So the diagram's the wrong type of diagram for you making an observation in the first place. It would be more akin to a landscape picture that an artist could draw, right? Where you were making the view of an object at distance and it appearing to get smaller based on the angular reduction with that distance.
Yeah, but the line there, if that line was the red/green line, right? If that moved closer to the eye in that curved line, then it would occupy
curved
with a black curve.
Why is it curved?
Because that's the Earth's curvature. It's from the advanced Earth curvature calculator.
Yeah,
so no perspective instead. You've replaced perspective with curvature to do the same thing. Congratulations.
Perspective is always a part of everything. Like spheres exist in
you've replaced. There's no perspective here. Curvature has taken its place.
No.
Yes.
If you
draw with your orthographic diagram.
If you have a sphere and you slice it in like a real clay ball, like an actual clay ball that you make.
Then you need curvature and perspective. This doesn't show perspective.
It shows perspective from the side.
No.
Yeah, and we don't see the world from the side. This is why this is an orthographic diagram. It's like an engineering blueprint.
Yeah, but the sight lines are straight anyways, right? Like figuratively, like if you don't, like the calculator even accounts for refraction, so it's going to do everything correctly anyways.
I would need to pick drop over distance with this. Due to perspective. Show me a diagram in orthographic view depicting perspective. Do you see the problem?
No, I don't, because I don't think you understand what happens.
I fully understand this.
If you draw, no, you don't.
The geometry.
I do understand this geometry. It's very easy.
Right,
it's projected geometry.
Yeah, we understand that, but it doesn't take account for the angular reduction of the object in question, that we're making a prediction of how far we should lose sight of it. It's not taking that into account.
That laser you posted
laser?
There,
sorry, we're talking about this. Sorry, is this you conceding that you don't like this anymore? And you want to go and talk about lasers now? We can talk about lasers, direct line of sight targeting systems that work on that very premise. Yeah. If you're going to skip away from this, dude, then wow.
You're assuming I'm doing that because you interrupted me.
Okay, so why do you want to talk about lasers? Is it in direct reference to what we're talking about?
Because someone posted a picture of a laser cutting.
Is that what me and Amish are talking about?
I'd like you to show me an orthographic depiction of perspective. I know you can't do it. You know you can't do it. You know it exists.
I'm literally getting to it. You just keep interrupting.
Oh, we have to wait for lasers first?
No, because it's already posted. It's already posted. Are you not even looking at the chat?
Sorry, did I post this? Did Amish post it?
Jesus Christ. You guys are assuming a lot.
Wait, where's your depiction of perspective orthographically?
Practical Droid posted a photo where someone has a laser that draws a green line.
I asked for an orthographic depiction of perspective.
Yes, so let me explain it with that picture.
No, I want to see a diagram, like what you're showing with Walter Bison's diagram of curvature without perspective.
You don't want an explanation if you don't let me explain this. It's very easy.
Well, you're not providing what I asked.
Let me ask this. Why is it?
No, speak about your laser, otherwise you'll feel hard done by.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I really have to ask, why is it that you don't?
No, we're going to let you talk about your laser.
What are you afraid of? That's what I'm.
No, we're letting you talk about your laser now. If you stop talking and listening, me and Amish should just come to that agreement. We don't want you to feel hard done by. Please speak about your laser.
Yeah. So when you talk about orthographic depictions of perspective lines, that's the same as what that laser is doing when it's shooting through that room. That if you took a rope and connected it through all of where the laser is touching the ground and the wall, and then you move to the side of it, so you kind of like pretend like you're the orthographic perspective, you would see it's the same thing.
Yeah, the laser.
Do that with the mountain orthographically with perspective. You can't do it because you need curvature too. I told you can't do it, and that's why. Gotcha.
You got nothing because you think that you're constantly dispensing one theory for the other. Like I'm actually.
No, you need both. You need both perspective and curve drop. You need both. I said this like an hour ago to you too.
Perspective has nothing to do with curvature.
Sorry, perspective.
Really?
We're making predictions about how far something should disappear from view.
Drop over distance? Perspective, distance? Get it?
The triangle that you talked about, which shows angular size, which is what you're talking about when it comes to things getting smaller, if you just look at that, the geometry of that, you will see that the triangle will never shrink to zero. No matter how far it is, it will just get very slim.
That's nice.
Yeah, where's the curvature then?
I still don't understand how that's relevant.
Triangles without curvature scale down like mountains scale down without curvature. Okay.
From my perspective, what you guys are doing is that you're mangling perspective logic to explain why it appears that things are curving.
You are leaving out perspective to reify curvature in its place. Geometrically, mathematically.
No, that's just what you believe. You want me to say that.
That's what you said. Dude, that's what you said. I asked you very clearly. I asked you clearly. You gave me two responses.
At all.
The curvature of the Earth and the refraction was taken account for within the calculator that we're talking about. Those two things. I asked you clearly if that's all we needed to take account for. We brought up the obvious, and you're saying we don't need to take account for the angular reduction of objects with distance. I mean, come on.
No, I think that you guys just need to look into how perspective works. That's all.
Are you going to try and prove the globe today?
And it doesn't exist within the formula that makes predictions about how far you should see a curved surface. It's not in there. We just told you about it, and now you go and learn about the thing that we've just made you aware of. How rude.
Yeah, no wonder we're so insulting.
You're always insulting.
Is there any globe evidence, though? Has you presented any argument for the globe yet?
There's an insurmountable amount of evidence. You just don't want to see it.
And no, we just like going through it and pointing out that you haven't taken account of things about.
I think it's more that you have a worldview that demands that Earth is flat.
No, we just understand how it's measured. We're going to be measuring all of these things. You'll notice in angles. You require a level for measuring angles from.
Like, so what was the
we've
globe
got infrared optics, and we can see way too far for the globe.
So, like, how do y'all explain, like, the sun and stuff like that?
Well, explain it.
I mean, I'll accept your condition that my worldview demands it be a flat, because my worldview is based on observation, measurement, and practical demonstration. There really is level.
Okay, so, like, yeah, so how do y'all, like, explain the sun?
What about
like,
it?
Day and night time?
The sun's not there.
Oh, so you don't believe in the sun?
No, we do. That's when it's daytime. We saw the sun in the day. You asked about night. That's when we don't see the sun.
Sorry, that was a lot of yap.
Yeah, it's clear that you're going to ask questions and not listen to the answer. I'm just pointing out what you said was ridiculous.
In the middle of me asking the question.
What? Explain the sun.
We heard you answer the question.
Why is it night time?
Maybe he's not noticed. Maybe the guy's not noticed that the sun moves. Have you not noticed that the sun moves? Okay, so we both can agree, but the sun moves, but how? Okay, great. Well, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. The sun's moving over the flat Earth. Okay, that's not a full explanation. How does it work? What do you mean, how does it work? How does it constantly go from day and night? You just said it moves. Okay, how? Yeah, it moves. You see it move, yeah?
Right. We just observe it move. We just
what do you mean, how? What do you mean, how? You're not really explaining. You're just saying, "Oh, it just happens." Well, how would you verify what is causing the sun to move exactly? Oh, through some type of like empirical verification or like. Okay, great. What would you do? Like that. Okay, so we're watching the sun move. Now what? So like a scientist would posit like gravity. They would posit like a certain size, like
So
to
I'd say
explain
some words.
the day and
How would
night
you
cycles.
verify it?
And then,
So how would they verify
it's
it?
expected. Oh, hold on, wait, listen. And then it's expected under the scenario, if it is like circular and these constants actually exist, that we would have day and night cycles. But if we have the hypothesis,
No. They're just seeing it move.
Okay,
bro.
no. You're not going to interrupt me. I'm trying to educate you, fatty. So if we have
not
educating me. You're not educating
all you do
anyone.
is
You're
posit
spiraling.
just, oh
You're
well, this
spiraling.
thing happens. So
You're
that's not really
spiraling.
proposing.
So you've just said, oh, they would just say these words. They would just say the word
randomly
gravity.
occurs.
All right,
But if somebody has a more consistent prediction for the hypothesis to explain the data.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. You said the word hypothesis a couple of times. Would you be able to give me one for the shape of the Earth?
I think he ran away.
Oh, that's a shame. He was lively.
Triggered. How does the sun move? How would you explain that? Oh, you would just say gravity, and then you'd posit the gravitational waves. Cool story,
Guys,
bro.
what's on the underside of your flat Earth?
Well, how are they predicting anything that they haven't already observed? That's
I know.
Earth is a
and when it comes back, so they see the sun move, and then when it's moving, they say that must be gravity. And then when it comes back the next day, that confirms it. Must be gravity. Derp.
But you gotta know what's first. They don't
What's
know.
on the underside of the flat Earth?
We don't know. What do you mean by underside? Sorry. Nobody thinks that the Earth is Nobody thinks the Earth is a disc like a coin to have a tail side of the Earth. The Earth is probably more termed as the floor of the universe, and the sun, moon, and stars reside in the sky above the floor, the horizontal plane of the Earth. Don't know how big it is, don't know how far it extends, and I don't know what happens when you dig down.
So you don't know much, really?
Apart from it's measured flat and stationary.
What do you
That's
know,
all I
dude?
need to know when making the claim that it's flat and stationary.
So just basically nothing, then?
You tell us, dude, what do you know about the Earth?
Okay, go on, Cyclone, sorry.
I think I've heard enough. I think I've he's just admitted to basically
Could you tell us this? Does the Earth's surface curve?
No, I've got my answer. Thank you.
Okay, you don't know. Run away.
Milo, can I clear something up for you, dude? See all the stuff about flat Earth that you've seen on the internet? Looks like a space disc. It's got an ice wall and all that's floating around in the galaxy, you probably think that we think it's instead of a globe and heliocentrism. All that's a troll, mate. We're not saying any of that.
I like your accent.
Well, do you understand what I'm saying? I don't care if you like my accent, bro. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Actually, could I add something to that? Because I can say what I personally believe a legit flat Earth perspective of the world is. Like what I imagine, like, because I understand what you're saying about like the pizza in space. It's a little bit corny, right? It doesn't like there's something underneath that's just empty or whatever. What I believe flat earthers believe the world to be is basically that there is this plane that is forever, and that there is an infinite depth beneath, and there's an infinite.
No, dude, who's telling you this? No, that's not what any of us are saying. So just stop there.
That's the only thing I can find on the internet.
That's what you're imagining. That's fine. We're not making a claim to any total size, total depth, infinite, whatever. We're not saying that. We're saying the surface that we are all on, that we all have access to, is observed, measured, and practically used as flat, in direct contradiction to the globe model, which would necessitate curvature over a distance. It doesn't have that curvature, so whatever it is, it's flat. It's also motionless. Right. There's no motion to it. It's also contained. It's not flying through a vacuum in space.
Right. So then the way you guys model the world is basically...
Not modeled, observed and measured.
Right. But like, you only think about what you can see.
No.
It's not a question of you only think about what you can see. It's about what can be seen, what can be measured, and what can be used practically.
Yeah, I actually respect that perspective. Like
Well, you should, because that's called reality. Anything else is called the imagination. You're basing your worldview on not even your imagination, someone else's imagination, based on government cartoons.
Well,
please, for the love of God, someone give us some evidence that isn't government space cartoons, that the surface we live on is a giant spinning ball in a vacuum. Please. What are you guys doing? Tell me about the sun. What's underneath? How much does it weigh? What color is your hair? Dude, give us some fucking evidence. I mean, all these questions are great and all, but it just makes it obvious that you guys have no idea why you think you live on a giant spinning ball.
You forgot if the moon is flat as well.
Yeah. What about the moon?
See the problem in believing in stories and theories and ideas of what people think? This is why you should actually ask us, listen to what we say, and go out and test it for yourself. We don't surmise Earth is like this all across the place. We live all across the place, on every continent, and yet it measures the same everywhere. This is collated information from across the face of Earth.
Right. Do you think the moon is flat, facing us?
No.
See, I told you, Cyclone.
Well, it's obviously not a spinning ball, is it? It's obviously not a spinning ball of rock floating around, is it?
Forgive me for sounding facetious. I do apologise, but how would we know?
Have you seen how the moon wobbles over time?
Yeah. So we see, and I agree that me and you, same thing. The moon looks like it could be spherical, but how would we prove that?
Well, it's from our point of view, the only way you could guess that it's spherical is because of its wobbling. That's the only.
The wobbling.
I understand
do you mean
the problem.
libration? Do you mean libration?
No, I mean the lunar cycle.
Over the period of the moon cycle, 28 days, we get to see more than 50% of the lunar surface because it wobbles around a bit. That's libration, dude. So that's getting us to see 56 of a surface we presume to be a sphere. Okay, how do we prove our presumption?
Well, if you look at it close up, You can see the craters go in and out.
Okay, so that shows that it's potentially got some three-dimensionality to it. That doesn't tell me that it's a sphere.
But that's fair. But yeah, it does have some three-dimensionality, at least that we can agree on.
So I'm glad you understand, because the point is we can make lots of guesses by standing on the Earth and it looks a certain way, and I'll agree with you. It looks like it could probably be a sphere, but that's only going to be speculation until I can verify that, and that would be getting very close, like to it, and going around it and seeing the bits of it that I haven't seen before, like around the back. Yeah. So we wouldn't know
necessarily. Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily agree that it's a sphere. So there's some disagreement, or not everyone has the same idea about what the moon is. But suffice to say, like Jedi says, it's not something you can go and verify. But what I would say if it was a spinning ball, like they tell us, then the fact that we only ever see one face of the moon would tend to stand against that. And of course the globe side would say, oh, it's tidally locked, but then again, that's just another fantasy claim that they've got no evidence for. If you think it's a spinning ball, you would need some evidence that it's a ball, which you don't have. So that's not getting us anywhere. Back to the Earth. Has anyone got any evidence that the Earth is a giant spinning cartoon ball like the government show us? Because the globe side could really use some evidence right about now. It's been about 10 years since this has kind of come up again, and there's been nothing.
Well, I do think that if you look at the sun through a different interpretation, you can see that it's actually just the Earth rotating. You can also see the stars spin.
Wait. But I'm asking for evidence that Earth is a ball. Are you telling me that if I squint enough at the sun, I can tell the Earth is a ball?
It's more like if you look at the star sky at night, right? If you're in an unpolluted.
I've done that many times. It didn't tell me the Earth was a spinning ball.
You've seen time lapses of the stars, right?
Yeah, I've seen many time lapses. I've seen the luminaries move like they do. It didn't tell me anything about the Earth being a spinning ball.
You can definitely see that the sky is rotating, though.
Yes, correct. The sky, not the ground.
Yeah. So if you imagine that rotation of the sky is in fact causes the.
Okay, I see. So you're saying if we just imagine that the Earth is a spinning ball, then we can say Earth is a spinning ball. We imagined it.
Yeah.
No, but see, what we're doing here is we're looking for actual evidence, not imagination. Understand that?
Since the Earth is rotating at a fixed rate.
Oh, well, no, but that's the imagination part again, remember? What's the actual evidence? Who's measured that? How fast is it rotating, according to you?
I forgot the speed, but it's pretty fast.
Pretty fast, okay. So you should be able to give us some decent measurement of that. So who's measured that?
1,000 kilometers an hour minimum.
Wow, that's very fast. Any detection of that whatsoever?
The only detection of that would be the stars.
Oh, that would be begging the question then, because that's the stars, not the ground.
Why is the stars rotating?
Because the stars are rotating.
Yeah, but why?
What do you mean, why? All right, so does that mean you don't have any evidence that the ground is spinning?
Well, you can't feel that the train is moving fast when you're in it.
Okay. So because you're imagining not feeling a train move, that's the evidence that the ground is a spinning ball. Is that what you're saying? Because
you can't feel, like you can only feel acceleration and deceleration.
Right. Okay, but if it wasn't moving, you would also not feel any movement.
Exactly.
So that doesn't tell you that it is moving.
Right.
We're looking for evidence that it is moving. Remember, that's the claim.
The evidence that the stars rotating is evidence.
No. I know the stars are moving, but you're claiming the ground is.
If it's a fact that you can't feel a train move when you're in a fixed speed.
No, not a train. You're claiming the ground is spinning.
It would be the same effect on the ground.
No. That would be begging the question. I don't want you to tell me why you can't detect the Earth moving. You're claiming it is moving.
Be able to
I want to know what the
no matter what.
Well, then why are you claiming it if you've got no evidence of it?
For the same reason I can claim that the train is moving, because I can see outside the window.
No. You can know the train is moving. People can verify that a train is moving.
Because you can see outside the window.
To verify that the ground is moving.
you can see outside the window, right? You can assume what direction a train is going by what's moving outside the window.
No. You can't look at the stars moving and just say that must be the ground moving. You only have evidence of the stars moving from that observation.
And then you can look at the moon and see that the shadow of the moon is always following the rotation of the Earth. You can see that.
So the moon's moving too. No, see how you're just begging the question again? You're slipping in rotation of the Earth. That's what you're trying to prove. Don't just assume it.
Philandris, correlation is not causation, bro. You can't just look at one thing and think it's the same as something else, therefore it is. That's bad
so come on,
science.
Be serious. Be serious, dude. Who has measured some motion of the Earth? You said 1,000 kilometers an hour? That's significant. So where's that been measured?
Well, we have measured it. It is measured.
You haven't measured
basically, it's a constant rate, right? It just spins.
Well, well, that's what you're trying to prove. It's a constant motion measured by who?
For the same reason that the stars in that is on a constant rotation speed. They don't.
No. You're saying not the stars, dude. You're saying the ground is moving. I want the measurement of that.
For the same, so okay.
All right, dude. Okay. So you're saying no one's measured the ground moving. Okay.
If you
we can dismiss that claim then. No, not train. You're claiming the ground is moving.
Yeah.
Okay. Has anyone ever measured the ground to be spinning?
Could you measure the speed of a train inside a train?
Just tell me, has anyone ever measured this 1,000-mile-an-hour motion of the ground?
The speed of a train inside a train. Is that what?
Dude, why are you avoiding the question? Has anyone ever measured this motion of the ground that you just claimed?
You were pretending that's the case.
Has anyone ever measured it
yourself?
Chegwin.
No, you're just saying that's fact. You don't back up what you're saying.
All right, dude, try again. Has anyone measured it? It's a question. It's not a claim.
Yes.
Right. Who?
Everybody. Every scientific institution.
Everybody. Okay. Name one.
Every country. Take anywhere.
Okay. Name one group who measured it. Show us the measurement.
The Chinese, the Japanese, the Americans.
The Chinese.
Europeans,
okay. How did the Chinese measure 1,000-mile-an-hour motion of the ground?
In relation to the sun.
You got a measurement? Right, you're just going to beg the question again. You're just going to look at the lights in the sky and say, that's the ground moving. So you don't actually have any measurement of the ground moving. Is that right?
Philandris, can you link this Chinese thing that you say did it? Because I can link you stuff from science that say that we couldn't measure movement of Earth. In fact, we measure movement of the stars and celestial bodies. Can you link me something saying that it's actually true, what you're saying?
Well, do you guys understand relative motion?
Could you understand providing evidence for your claims?
Could you...
So are you just going to concede then? You don't have any measurements of the ground moving? Can you just concede if you're just going to waffle around?
No, because I refuse to concede.
No. Okay. Post the measurement then. If you're not going to concede, you'll need to post the measurement.
We can measure the spin of the Earth through Ringler's gyroscopes. So that's something set on the ground.
Is that right, guy?
Are you?
We're going to see if this guy, if that's this guy's answer, then fair enough.
Every time somebody's tried to talk, you completely diminish them within 3 or 4 seconds of them speaking. Let me
diminish them. No, I'm asking him to provide evidence for his claim, dude.
I think he's afraid
what are you talking about?
I'm literally giving
You're so deflective. It's crazy.
Okay, so have you given up that whoever the guy was just claiming it with no evidence, are you giving up? You don't have the evidence, you're going to give it to this guy?
I'm not giving up. I refuse to give up.
Okay, so what is the measurement? So what's the measurement?
You don't get to dictate how.
Okay, so you don't have it.
Done.
So you don't have it. Just put yourself on mute.
That's not what I'm saying either.
You don't. You obviously don't. You obviously don't. Put yourself on mute, and we'll get the other guy. The other guy thinks he does have a measurement, dude. You've conceded you don't have one, so just put yourself on mute.
I haven't conceded anything. You're just very rude.
Yes, you did, because we asked for it.
I haven't.
You didn't give it.
I haven't.
You conceded. You not providing one is a concession, dude.
Sorry, mate. You're being really disingenuous. You're not allowing people.
That's all right, dude. We were just closing out the last conversation. Don't worry about it.
They were all trying
we're closing it out because he was asked for evidence for his claim. He's not provided any. I think you have it.
And stop interrupting
So let's do it. So what's your measurement, dude?
Right, so you can measure the spin of the Earth either in a sidereal day or a solar day. One is either 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds or something, and then that's the Earth's rotation relative to distant stars. That's the one that you don't like because you're saying.
Well, what do you mean? Well, what do you mean?
Sky, that's us looking into the sky and measuring it through just observable things whilst we're on the ground.
But that's motion of the luminaries that you're tracking, though.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying.
Yes, that's not the ground.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that's not good enough for you, but that's a standard scientific basis.
Well, what do you mean it's not good enough for me? It's not what you're claiming. You're claiming it's the ground moving, and then you're pointing at the stars.
Really quickly, because I just know as soon as I get 5 or 6 words in, you're going to interrupt. You need to stop being so disingenuous. Ask a question.
No, I'm asking for evidence for the claim.
Look, you're just repeating. I'm trying to give you the fucking answer that you want.
Well, it doesn't include speculating on the lights in the sky. I want the measurement of the ground moving.
Instead of being so eager to jump in, you would have heard me say that's what you don't like, because that's what the other guy was saying, and that's why I was saying.
Yes, that was begging the question. That's why we don't like it.
No, that's a
it doesn't matter what you like.
Yes, that's begging the question. Yes, we don't accept.
You're begging the question.
Fucking sentence.
No, it's begging the question. Come on, dude, get to it. Get to it. Measurement. Who? When?
The burden of proof is on you guys anyway, you fuckers.
No, it's not. It's on you. You're claiming the ground is spinning. That's on you.
Hundreds of years of scientific discovery.
So now you're just going to start spazzing out, dude.
With the new theory. The burden of proof. Prove that the Earth's flat.
Take a breath, dude. Take a breath, dude. You're spiraling out. No, the burden of proof is not on us. We're asking you for your evidence that the ground is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You're saying you've got measurements of it.
I'm asking you.
You said you've got measurements of it. Let's see it. What's the measurement?
What's the measurements of a flat Earth?
Okay, so you don't have it.
He's not going to go anywhere. Mean sea levels. So to keep it simple, water's horizontal on the surface.
What are the measurements? Come on, you guys fucking drillers
maybe you don't understand. I'll start again. Zero.
Good luck, Jedi.
This is like weird, dude. Did you not understand what I said?
Put the numerical measurements of the flat Earth in the chat. You prove to me that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you understand what I said about the surface of water, don't you?
No. I'm doing what you guys do now. I want the numeric evidence. I want you guys to prove to me that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but you just seem to be stuck on repeat, saying the same thing.
Okay, well, before we move on to that, let's just confirm that they were asked for evidence and measurement of the surface rotating, and they didn't provide any, and now they're wanting to move on. So that's fine. We can move on.
Sure.
That's no motion of the Earth.
Mate. You can't.
No, that's exactly what just happened. The guy claimed that the Earth was in motion. We asked him for a measurement. He didn't have one. You came spiraling in, saying that you had one, and now you're avoiding it already and going to something else. So that's what you just did.
Absolutely not. I tried to bring you in actual numbers, actual scientific experiments, actual locations in the Earth where we do measure all of them.
You just spazzed out, dude. But yeah, go ahead. Let's see
a scientific experiment that proves the rotation of the Earth.
Scientific experiment. Let's see it.
Yeah. You said lots of scientific experiments, so show one that proves the rotation of the Earth.
You had the opportunity, you thick cunts, you decided to talk over.
I tried to address you, but you said I wasn't, so now we're going to talk about what you said. Said lots of scientific experiments. Could you give, dude, just give one. For anything that you claim about the Earth, just one.
How about just an observation? Don't even need the experiment.
No, specifically, he said science. I want that.
Yeah, I know, but like, just even asking for an observation would be a very hard ask. To have him go through the full scientific method, he probably doesn't even know what it is. Yeah, he doesn't even know what science is to begin with.
You have to start the observation.
I wonder what he'll choose.
This guy.
It's not going to be the ground, that's for sure. The thing he's claiming is moving. But that was a freak out, though. I mean, we gave you the opportunity. You came in saying, that's unfair. You didn't give him a chance to respond. I know, I've got the measurements. Okay, what's the measurements? And then you just freaked out again.
Did he run off? I was going to go through the.
Keep going.
Okay, I was going to go through the whole thing with the.
Yeah, that guy was. He was really emotional about his claims, but couldn't back any of them up.
Well observed, Dandelion. That's what I was picking up.
If they could keep their temper, I would happily explain to them about the dimensions of Earth and why it doesn't fit in reality, but they can't keep their temper for 2 seconds.
No.
But what about the moon? Is that flat too?
And he's trying to make it my fault that the guy can't provide any evidence that the ground is spinning.
I reckon about that guy that bought that expensive laser thing to measure the degrees of the Earth spinning or something.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that the Earth is spinning.
What was that about, though? Like, what do you think it was recording?
I think he's vaguely heard a claim online, never looked into it, and he's just regurgitating it.
No, there was a flat earther.
Win laser gyro, Bob Nodell.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. He falsified the globe because inside the globe model you would have to get 15.04.
Not sure.
Never got anywhere near 15.04.
15.
It was
exactly. 15.
No, 15.04.
That's
plus or minus. And if it plus or minus a little bit, he was never anywhere near. He was never anywhere near.
Is this what you're claiming? Are you claiming the ring laser gyro is proof of the Earth spinning now?
What would they get if the ring laser gyroscope has been predictive?
Hear me out.
What result? What result should you get?
Whether it's 15 or 1504, the fact that it isn't exactly 1504.
7 at one point.
He got 20 and 17.
Okay.
3. It's like 3 degrees per hour. If you look at all the data, all of it, he posted it.
Guaranteed. This guy's definitely never looked at the actual data that came out of it. But even if we pretend that it said what he believes it probably said, so then I could ask you, all right, what is the cause of that motion? And then what would you say?
I don't care, but.
Well, there you go. I guess we can cut that short then. We don't need to go into that then because you don't care. But suffice to say, if you were going to say, well, it's caused by motion of the Earth, then I'd say, how do you know that? And you wouldn't be able to tell me.
No, but that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you, like,
that's what they were saying. That's what he was saying.
I know what they were saying. I can tell you what they were saying. I don't care what they were saying. I want to know.
Right. So you agree that wouldn't be proof that the ground is spinning?
No, exactly. Yes, that's true.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So we've got no evidence that the ground is spinning.
Yeah. So far, that's where we're standing.
Yeah. No, I agree. There's no evidence that the ground is moving.
But what do you think it was measuring?
I don't know. How do I know it was even measuring anything? And it's not just some calibration issue or some kind of interference. Some kind of interference. How would you know? You would have to be able to manipulate the cause to see what's causing it, right?
No. What all we're doing is observing that our parameters are reading something. They're giving us a reading, but
you've got a contraption that's reading something, and you've got no idea what's causing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your readings falsify one model in particular.
That's not quite true.
Yeah,
it is because we've already told you 7, 3 degrees, 21 degrees, 17 degrees. It's what 15.4? Did you say, Grit?
It needed to be 15.04, and even when the globalists
slower. No, it is spinning, but
even when the globalists use weighted averages trying to skew the result of 15.04, the best they got was like 14.6.
You said it was 15.04 earlier.
That's what they needed to get. You needed to get 15.04 to have a cross reference with your model.
It was spinning slightly slower.
No,
what does that mean?
With a weighted average, the best they could get was like 14.6, 14.6.
So it was spinning.
No, it falsified. It falsified the globe Earth.
But it's still, if it was moving spin, then it's still was spinning.
Days were getting longer. Days were getting shorter.
When you averaged all the results, meaning you threw out the highs and the lows and did an average, when you averaged it, it still didn't get the result they needed.
What do you mean the result they needed? If it was measuring spin...
15.04.
I get that, dude. I understand, yes.
No, we don't know it's measuring spin.
Measured spin.
No. We don't know that it's measuring spin. If it was to measure, if it was
measured something else that coincided very closely to what spin
I asked you the question. It's like you forgot. Psycho asked you this. Like, what's causing that? You're going to have to verify that. You're going to have to manipulate that caused it to happen.
This is what we're here for.
Yeah, when we're not going to be doing that, dude. What we're pointing out is the measurements are all over the place. So if it's measuring spin, is the Earth getting faster and slower?
Can I see how wildly out of place these measurements
We've already told you.
Have you got a link? I know you've told me,
but it's like you don't understand the premise.
I question your judgment.
Excuse me, please stop. It's like you don't understand the premise.
Just a link.
I'm not going to engage, dude. Seriously, do you even understand the premise?
Yourself?
Do you even understand the premise?
The Earth is, man. They're lying to me.
Right, why is this wanker able to talk through me? This is really intolerable.
Sorry, Jedi, because he's got no manners. Bro, there's a link in the chat, and it's Bob speaking. Sadly, the man isn't here to explain to you, or he would. We only have so much information on it, and we don't have any way to correlate the data that we have to Earth actually moving. You're assuming it correlates to it.
Yeah, you've already conceded. Yeah, you've already conceded that.
Sorry?
Yeah, no, I was just saying he's already conceded that. He says he's not even trying to claim it's proving spin of the Earth. So I don't even know why he's trying to keep talking about it. This is the most annoying thing the Globers do. On the one side of their face, they'll say, I'm not trying to prove the globe. And on the other side, they'll argue this red herring like it proves the globe. So you're going to have to make up your mind. You're going to have to actually stand on your claim, if that's what you're doing. If you're claiming that this is proof that the Earth is spinning, you're going to have to tell us how you proved that. If you're not, then we're not going to talk about it. Why would we waste our time?
Okay, bro, I'm going to unmute you. Stop talking over everybody. Take turns.
What's up, Leo?
What's up, people?
Yeah, this guy's been coping for like a year, and he does the same thing every time. Just comes in with some nonsense.
Well, man, I just got here and just trying to listen. He's like, blah, 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 blah. Stop yapping, bro.
So he does every bloody week. So yeah, you're not claiming this is evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball, are you?
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Cool. So does anyone have any evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball? Because this is what they're brainwashing the children into thinking. So that's what we're interested in. Is there any evidence for it? Or do we just have to go along with cartoons and pretend that it doesn't matter that there's zero empirical evidence to support any of this? Get serious. Jesus Christ, it's been like a year with you, dude. You still not ready to confront reality and just accept that there's nothing for the globe?
Irony right now.
Yeah, the irony. What are you talking about, dude? I mean, reality is what you've got outside. That would be flat and motionless. So, are you ready to deal with that?
I'm dealing with it, bruh. It's
happening. How are you dealing with
it? I'm dealing with it.
Have you managed to debunk it yet?
There's another couple of links in chat for you, Chief. Enjoy.
Thank you.
So, Chief, if nobody told you the Earth was a spinning ball, would you have figured it out by yourself?
I reckon so, yeah.
Oh, really? How would you have done that?
Amazing.
What would have gave you the first indication?
just the way the sky moves, really. The way perspective
my
works.
bingo card. It's always the sky.
Make sure you write this. Make sure you write this down. The way the sky moves, the way perspective works.
Also, sky
the fact that
plus
all the
perspective
planets around us are
equals blob.
Where is
How
that
would you
wrong?
have figured it out by the sky moves in perspective?
This guy doesn't know what perspective is. Tell us what's perspective. Tell us what is it.
Oh, it's what you can see. No, it's the angle of It's got loads of technical terms. Your perspective.
Oh yeah, that one. That's clear. I get it now.
Like, what are you asking? What are you asking?
Yeah,
Because
something that you don't
You
know.
would have figured out the globe because of how perspective works, but you don't know how it works. That's crazy, just.
Oh, I can't define it off the top of my head. This is tedious.
No,
Let me just.
well, it's a very. Look, you don't. I didn't ask for a definition.
Think of in my head.
I didn't
It's
ask for a
supposed to be your
definition.
proof. Supposed to make you think Earth's a ball, but you don't know what it is.
Just say your point of view.
Perspective.
Just use
The arc
colloquial.
representing three-dimensional objects in a two-dimensional surface, so as to give the right impression of their height, width, depth, position, relation.
Okay, now tell us how that tells you the Earth's a spinning ball.
Particular attitude towards or way.
It gives you the right. So you can tell how tall something is by looking at it. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's more about what our
more about imagining the Earth's a giant ball.
information that our eyes receive about how shadows are cast and such to gauge how far something might be from something else, and depending on other factors like.
Okay, now get us to the globe from here. How are we getting to globe?
God, what kind of dressing you got on that salad, bro?
So you see the world, and then where does the globe come into it?
It just sort of disappears, doesn't it? Everything
Just sort of disappears.
Yeah.
What sort of disappears?
Stuff that goes around it.
Goes around what? What are you talking about, dude?
That goes across the earth. Like,
What goes across the earth? Wait, across? That's flat.
All the stuff that's on the plane is on the earth. All
It's on the
stuff
plane.
that's on the earth.
So that would be a plane. So that would not be a globe then if it's a plane.
Maybe. Okay, but it doesn't seem like a plane, is what I'm saying.
So then what were you talking about? You said perspective makes you think it's a globe. You mentioned perspective. I said, how does this make it a globe? And now you've said because stuff moves across it.
The way stuff.
The way stuff
Can you be more specific? What way?
I'd expect.
Please be more vague.
Further, if it was flat.
Further?
Yeah.
What, you think we would see so perspective?
Like much further than any example you could ever provide.
Hold on.
Really? Go ahead, John.
You understand how perspective works, right? Things with distance appear to shrink in angular size to eventually reduce so much that you can't see them anymore.
Oh, this is so tedious, guys.
Oh, it's so tedious, guys. Exposing me for the millionth time is so tedious. Sorry, Jedi. He's been a melt.
So, Chief, if you saw a car very far away.
No, sorry, here. I cut Jedi off there. Let Jedi finish it.
No, you're right. Enjoy, please, dude. I'm getting frustrated with him anyway.
So say there's a car very far away. It's got two headlights. Why? If it's far enough away, it only appears it has one headlight.
Depending on your eyesight, how bad it is.
How bad it is?
Or how good it is. Sorry, you might have really good eyesight. Maybe yours is the best, and mine is less. I definitely see blurry shit sometimes.
No, because the same phenomenon happens with mirrors. You can take like an 8-inch rectangle mirror, a 9-inch triangle mirror, and then like a 4-inch circle mirror. And then the reflection of light off those at like 10, 20 yards, they're all going to become the same size, just different brightnesses, and they all become round. Okay, that's how light works.
The light.
Yeah, I mean, that's more the diffusion of the surface causing that.
My God, dude.
This is killing me.
Yeah, we're not going to
This
get to
is
any globe
just
evidence, are we?
random nonsense, bro.
Why
This
does
is just what he does.
It's like you threw a grenade into a dictionary and the words came out of his mouth. It's crazy.
I know, but the answer, depending on your eyesight, isn't good enough. I still want to know why the car looks like a bike far away. As in, why do I see one light far away, but when it gets closer to me, it's an actual car, and I see the two lights? I want an answer to that.
Well, because photons act like waves and particles, bro.
Well, actually, it's probably better to move to some new guy. I mean, this guy just does the same shit every time. He just spirals into this incoherence.
Resolution.
Low energy coping.
Resolve.
Oh, it's so tedious as I can't find any evidence for my globe. Resolution. Things move across the Earth, therefore, globe. What about the new guy? You must have some energy.
I want to ask Chief one more question. Is anger resolution related to perspective?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so simply, how would you have figured out the Earth is a globe from perspective?
Well, it's not just that. That was just one aspect of the things. We could
which didn't actually show you anything to do with it.
How come nobody else figured it out this way?
And this is weird.
Many people
I know it's not just.
They figured it out from perspective. Can you give us any papers on that? How would they figure it out from perspective?
You're calling
not just perspective. Not just perspective. That's what I'm saying. This is tedious.
I know. We know. But the thing that you've circled underlined as perspective. Let's talk about that then. You seem to not want to and point to other things, and we're probably not going to be talking about that because eventually we're going to go around in a circle and talk about perspective. See, he does this every time I talk. Why are you talking through me? Is it because I'm pointing out what you're doing and you're embarrassed?
No.
He has no shame.
Yes, he just pulls these words out of his ass, and then he realizes, shit, I've just said another dumb thing that they're going to call me out for. This is sad. And we just do it a million times, and you've been doing it for a year, dude. No, you said perspective. We said, what about perspective? And here we are. You mumble coping all over the place. It's tedious, dude.
I love you.
So you don't have any evidence for the globe.
I really want to figure this stuff out, man.
No, you don't. You don't want to know. You already know, but you don't want to know.
Don't know.
You already know it's not a globe.
You can't even evaluate
You're just
whether
coping about it.
I don't know it's not a globe.
Because you haven't figured it out.
You do know it's not a globe.
You guys appear to know, and I'm asking.
That's why you've got no evidence for it.
But you're unable to override.
But dude, you're the one claiming that Earth is not what it seems. But you're the one claiming Earth is. You're the one claiming Earth is not what it seems.
No,
and you've got no evidence for it. Yes, you are, because it seems flat and motionless, and you're saying it's not that.
That's an oversimplification.
No, that's exactly what's occurring.
How do you know that? How do you know it's a simplification?
Because that's not what I'm saying. I can hear from what you're articulating.
Okay, so you are saying it's flat and motionless like it seems. Okay, so you're saying... Okay, so you are... Yeah, so you are saying it's flat and motionless like it seems.
No.
No, it's not like it seems.
You haven't made a coherent argument to straw man.
That was too absolute. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you are, dude. It's boring. It's boring.
Cyclone, you could ghostwrite a book of globe haiku poems for Chief, and then by the end, the Earth would be flat. Don't you think that would be
That's right.
good? Yeah, it's like they would just slowly mutate. Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Into that. Yeah, could you do some globe haikus, Chief? At least.
You said something like, yeah.
Well, since you're not going to give us any globe evidence, could you give us maybe a globe haiku?
I don't even know how to structure a haiku.
I'm going to go limerick.
Well, that's disappointing. I'm sure you could Google it.
Limerick would be even better. There was a guy that came in that was supposed to bring me a globe limerick. Remember that guy that told lame jokes all the time? He's left. I mean, I'm sorry. I know that doesn't narrow it down very much.
Yeah, that's way too vague. It covers about 90% of them.
No, it's Ask the Shrub.
That's the one. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Yes, Ask the Shrub was supposed to give me a limerick. I asked him 3 times, and then he just disappeared. Gosh, yeah, we should ask this guy for a limerick. That's how to get him to go away and never come back.
I was just going to say that is a good tactic because I've still got that other guy. Who was that kid who said that he paid someone to verify the NASA moon footage or something? He paid for an analysis, is what he said, and then we started calling him out, saying, "Where did you go for this analysis? Who did the analysis? Let's see the analysis." And I wasn't going to let him off the hook until he provided it.
Mrs. knows.
No,
She's
it
always
was
on that. She knows.
It was Hush. That's who it was. Remember that guy, Hush? He's not been around because he knows he's going to have to give us that NASA analysis that he claims he paid for. He said he couldn't give us it at the time because he was eating breakfast.
Oh, Rayleigh's giving us a haiku for
So wait, do you guys not believe in the moon landing, that the Earth is a globe, or both? Like, I'm not trying to be mean. It's just like, is it both?
Yeah, no. That's all government cartoons.
All right.
Propaganda. So yeah, no, that's not real.
Moon landing.
The Earth measures flat. So that's.
Rayleigh's already got the last page for your book of poems. Did you see it?
Okay, let's hear it. No, I'm not on the chat. Someone hit me with a haiku.
Flat Earth stretches wide, horizon lies still uncurved, stars spin overhead.
Oh man, I feel like I'm in a spa in Japan. That was beautiful.
That's lovely. Nice one.
See that, Globers? It's not so bad in here. We even do haikus for you. Since there's no evidence to discuss for the globe. So the guy who was asking about the moon landings...
Like mathematical problems or something?
Mathematical problems, yes. There's a lot of mathematical problems with the globe, if you'd like to hear some. Because they claim that there's a mathematical rate of curvature of the surface of the Earth, right? To be this ball of this size that they claim. But then when people go out to try and observe or measure or detect it in any way, it's not there. It doesn't exist. It's just flat. So yeah, there's a lot of mathematical problems with the globe. That's what we're coming to find.
The horizon distance math problem.
Oh yeah, the horizon distance doesn't match. Have you heard about those mathematical problems for the globe?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you were asking about the math problems. We're saying the globe has a bunch of math problems. Like no curve, no geometric horizon. Things like that. You heard that?
Yeah. It's kind of like common knowledge, or what they teach.
So,
what's the formula for common knowledge?
So if you understand that there's no curvature, then you understand the Earth's not a globe, right? Or do you?
So if there's no, yeah, I guess.
Okay, cool. Well, welcome to Flat Earth then.
Yeah.
Because yeah, there's no curvature. The water's all flat. Anyway, I'm going to peace out. So good chats, guys. Have fun.
Peace out, bro.
Bye-bye.
Yes, Arnold, that yeah sounded a wee bit dubious, did? Like you either didn't understand or you don't believe? Could you clarify?
I think I'll honestly just stay on the sidelines.
Fair enough, dude. As long as you're here to learn and take it all in at your own pace, that's all we ask. By all means, if we're trying to fool someone or we're lying, please feel free to investigate and actually prove us wrong. Go out and test reality for yourself. Questions are always welcome, man.
All right.
Oh, Chief has even gotten in the spirit here with the haiku. I feel like yours is somewhere in the middle of the book, Chief, because your book's going to start out admiring the globe and then end on the flat Earth. This is like an on-the-fence haiku. Curved seas, arcing skies. Ships disappear, hull first. Oh, magic or science?
Some dipshit just couldn't read a map.
I think I found his wheelhouse here. I really think you should get into the haiku there, Chief. It might help clarify your thinking.
Is that the number structure of the haiku? Is it like
Wait, you didn't read
4,
Jedi's?
5, 3?
It's 575.
575.
Oh yeah, you didn't. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, it's still a poem.
It doesn't have to be a poem, but if it rhymes, it's sort of extra good.
Yes, I'm quite aware. Thank you.
Oh, Buzz.
Who was the moon landing guy? Which guy was that?
Neil Armstrong?
No, I mean somebody was just asking about the moon landing. Somebody in here. Maybe they're gone.
Believe in the moon landing?
The moon. We will steal the moon.
Did the moon land?
How do you reckon there's mirrors on the moon?
Are there now? How do you know that?
Are there?
Apparently. I've heard a lot of people say it and show how it works.
Yeah, tell us how it
Are
works.
they all just making it up?
Yeah, tell us how it works.
Mirrors on the moon.
Yeah, tell us how it works, man. I know how it works. Tell us how it works.
And you can laser it or something.
Yeah, and then what? You shoot your laser at the moon, then what? Then what happens?
You can see a sort of
You can see it. They
Isn't that
claim
like
they
a
get back
straight up
3
Austin
photons
Powers
per minute.
plot?
Okay, they don't see it. Okay, stop it. Just stop, bro.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? They detect 3 photons per minute.
That's
you have to use a photo multiplier. Do you want me to show you how it works?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you already know how it works. Remember, they showed it to you. Remember, they see it. Horse shit, dude. You're making shit up. Stop, please. It was literally an episode of the Big Bang Theory TV show. It was literally an episode of the Big Bang Theory TV show. Where they're like, I seen the spike. Because they're looking at an oscilloscope. And they get 1 spike, which represents 1 photon.
Oops.
So it is happening, though, yeah. They are getting these photons.
They're getting the photon from somewhere. Probably the ambient environment.
Why is it, like, consistent if they do it from... No?
You're just making it up, dude. Stop making shit up or I'm going to mute you. You make up one more thing, I'm going to mute you. You don't know anything about it. You're just making shit up. You don't know if it's consistent, if it's not consistent, what they see, what they don't see. You have no idea. It's a story you heard once, and that's it. And they also did it before. That's right. Before the Apollo. Before your mirrors were ever there. Yeah, they did it in 1961, Crimean Observatory and MIT. Before mirrors, dude. You can actually just Google Apollo retroreflectors and it goes all into it. You guys, man, didn't you think for a second maybe we've heard this before? Maybe?
I've played these games before.
Well, I think Valandris a while back was going to tell us how the scientists demonstrated curvature, weren't you, Valandris? Before that other guy came in and started having a meltdown.
Seems like everybody's having a meltdown. I'll try to not scream.
Okay, it's a deal.
No, but I feel that the mathematics around perspective is how you derive conclusions about objects that are further away than you're able to reach. And since I know the mathematics behind perspective calculations, so that you can correctly predict the size of an object in an image plane based on the focal length of the lens of the camera or the eye. The eye has a focal length as well. You can, for example, see that if an object is shifting its position with distance, then to like linear, uninterrupted perspective is not the only thing at play with what you're seeing, and that's how people start to think that the Earth is round, right? Because you see an object move, not only shrink. And that's basically how that's why people, even 3,000 years ago, imagined that the Earth was round, because you can also do the same measurement with shadows from the equator to other parts of the world and measure the difference in angle between the shadows of a stick pointing straight up from the ground, vertical. And you can calculate the size of the Earth from the difference of the angles. And this checks out because you can do the same for small objects. So you just scale up small experiments to large scale, and you see a correlation between the large and the small. And that's why.
Really? Everything you said, you made up. Again, dude, with you guys. First of all,
nothing was made up.
Eratosthenes was in Egypt, which isn't on the equator. Pretty sure. And nobody scaled up anything. And then you talked about correlation. You go, oh, there's some mathematical correlations of shadow lengths. Can you post them in the chat?
You can pick two positions.
Can you post them in the chat? The correlation mathematics in the chat, please.
It's algebra.
Yeah, well, so someone did it, right? So post it in the chat.
Why are you so aggressive?
Okay, because I just said you made that up, and now you're proving it.
No, I haven't made that up.
Okay, so who did the correlation calculations, and when did they do it? And what are they?
I mean, Pythagoras.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable for him to ask
Eratosthenes. You don't even have the right person.
This is what happened before. You made these. You hold on, just before you keep going here. Let me just point out. This is what happened before. You made all these claims. Cyclone asked you to back it up. Then the other guy came in and started white knighting for you and had like a complete emotional meltdown tantrum. He couldn't provide any evidence either. So now we went back to you. You made more claims with no evidence. Indio asked you for the evidence. That's not aggressive at all. That's just reasonable. So we're ready for it. Go for it. Post it.
Well, the evidence for that the Earth is round is that the sun can light clouds from underneath.
So we're changing subjects now.
Oh, that's a good one.
You have to explain that. It's easier because the mathematics is pointless to talk about. You have to be trained in it.
Well, no, we understand the mathematics. We were waiting for you to go through it.
You simply have no idea what you're talking about.
No, we were waiting for you to provide it. We weren't quiet, waiting and hoping you were going to provide it, dude. Indio asked you for it. Now you're saying that we don't want to listen to it. You're the one changing subject.
You said that I made it up, even though it's just
you made up
correlation. You discover it yourself. It's
you made up the correlation. You made it up. No one's ever done that. No one's ever done that calculation. Scaling it up. Who did that? Scale it to what? What'd they use?
It's very normal. Like you make a model and then you make a larger model. This is standard engineering.
You make a model.
Yes. Yeah, like an engineering model.
The models need to be tested against reality. That's what we want. We want data.
If you make a small car, you can make a large car, right?
Yeah, well, that doesn't work. You can't make a freaking goddamn 1,000-foot car. It doesn't work the same. Obviously,
it would cost a fortune, but you could.
No, No,
you could. It's just like
can't.
ridiculously hard.
No, you can't.
Very, very hard.
Because once you get into large volumes of the cylinders, your fucking car ain't gonna run no more.
Yeah, but the point is that the mathematics can handle scale. You're just multiplying the sizes, and it will still be true. You know, like a triangle is still a triangle.
True. What will be true?
The angle of a triangle will be the same regardless of how large a triangle is.
Thanks. Back to that. Obvious.
Okay. Yeah, it's very obvious. But
awesome.
How can the sun illuminate
back to
clouds
shadow angle measurements?
Yeah, shadows
how can the sun illuminate clouds from underneath? It's very simple.
Yeah.
You know the surface of the Earth reflects sunlight, right?
Yeah, but not. It has an albedo of approximately 0.25 or 15.
That's nonsense. So you're just making that up again.
Albedo is the reflection.
Stop making shit
surfaces.
up. I know what albedo is. You're not educating me. You're making up your fucking number, bro. And reflectivity is based upon the angle of incidence.
Yeah,
even rough surfaces. So
I've read the mathematics for surface distribution functions. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. You can keep appealing to bullshit that you're never going to substantiate. You're never going to substantiate anything. You're just going to talk nonsense.
That's what you want to believe.
Okay, substantiate anything you said. Anything.
A diffuse reflection, which is what you're saying, is causing the sun to illuminate.
No, I didn't. Specular reflection.
Yeah, but there is very little specular reflection on forests.
That's nonsense. See, you're talking out your ass. You don't know what you're talking about. Small angles of incidence, even a rough surface, will have a specular reflection because the little, the fucking valleys, right? If it's at a small angle from the light rays, can't make it inside the valleys. So it's like a smooth surface. And unlike you, I'm actually gonna back my shit up.
Yeah, but if you cast sunlight on let's say a foresty mountain range, which is very, very dark, that's not going to cause enough global illumination to hit the clouds.
You're just saying that, dude. You're just saying nonsense.
You can test this. You can literally test this with a flashlight.
Yeah, and they have. And I'm going to post the paper where they tested this.
Yeah. Show me. Check out this picture, for example. How do you explain this much luminosity hitting the underneath? Because even the surface of the ocean cannot reflect this much light back.
It's utter nonsense, dude.
How do you
doesn't
know that?
look like much to me.
It's quite a lot. It's very bright.
Surface of the ocean, water, which at angles of incidence greater than 20 reflect nearly 100% of the light. Okay.
Yeah, but
are you high, dude? Are you like
the ocean
it doesn't matter. Look in the chat. Look what I posted. Look what I posted.
Of course, the waves of the ocean matter for how much it's going to reflect. You can see this with still water. It turns into a mirror. So a mirror doesn't exist. Well, it's like you're just saying that.
Now you're making my argument. Thank you.
You don't believe mirrors?
And not a diffuse reflection.
Well, specular and diffuse reflection is actually the same thing. It's just how.
Oh, Jesus Christ! That's why. What gave it away when they use different words?
It's just a dispersion based on the roughness.
Yeah, based on its Lambertian property, lumpy Lambertian. That's how I remembered it.
Yeah, but the Oren-Nayar function.
Yeah, not specular.
The Oren-Nayar model is better.
Just making stuff up, dude. You're absolutely right, Indio.
Oren-Nayar is
problems
actually
earlier with Jedi.
Layer is used in VFX. It's what makes 3D graphics in movies these days look so convincing that you can't even tell they made it into 3D. The reflection model is so accurate.
Though. Especially when he keeps talking.
I think you guys just act like you know things when you hear stuff you haven't heard before.
Cool. Yeah, now you
don't know anything about bidirectional reflection distribution functions, for example, even though it's standard in the 3D industry. If you actually work with 3D at all, if you could even last 1 year in the animation industry, you would know that those exist and that they're standard and everyone
has no idea.
Them.
So what? So what they exist? So what? They suck.
Because they are
suck.
So accurate.
They're not accurate. What? I can see any 3D generated imagery and know it's 3D generated. I've never mistaken it for an actual photograph. Someone making a painting and taking a photograph of the painting is more realistic than 3D rendered shit. So don't say it's super realistic. You're full of shit, dude.
No, because the really good 3D, you have never noticed it was 3D to begin with. That's how solid
give me an example. Why don't you post an example in the chat?
Well, he's running away again because you said you were going to cite something, and then he said, post it. Sir, did you read it? Did you look at it?
What I'm basically saying is that the amount of light that...
Sir, did you read it? Did you look at it? That's the question.
Which one?
The citation that you gave him to post.
I'm not sure what you mean. Optic.
Optic. Know what I asked about. All right.
Can you please? I'm trying to have a conversation. Can you please, just inform me so I don't miss out? Because the fact of the matter is that the amount of reflectance from the ocean is not going to cause the sky to light up like that.
You keep repeating yourself. You're wrong, dude.
How am I wrong?
How am I wrong? Substantiate what you said.
How much reflection is going to occur when light
depends on the angle.
Yes, and that's the Fresnel function.
On the angle, that's right. Yes. The angle's over greater than 20 degrees. The surface is 100% reflective because the air, water boundary becomes 100% reflective at angles greater than 20 degrees.
Exactly. So if you have a perfectly flat ocean, if you have a perfectly flat ocean with no waves, then that would check out.
Dude, you're a clown.
No, if you have a perfectly flat ocean with no waves, but the thing is that you're forgetting that there are waves.
You don't need no waves.
But the waves change how much light reflects back because the waves have different angles.
Reflects back. We're not talking about. That's right. So the waves is like an undulating rough surface, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you're at. Okay. So the light is coming at a shallow angle. Can it go inside those little divots?
Nope.
It's at a shallow enough angle.
So that's not going to be reflected.
Answer my question. Can the light go inside those little divots if it's a shallow enough angle?
No.
Okay. Exactly. So where does the light go?
It goes all over the place based on the angle of the light.
It goes all over the place. What happens when it hits the water?
It reflects all over the place.
It doesn't reflect all over the place. There's no all over the place because you only have one surface. You have the peaks of the waves, and that's it.
If you have a rough surface, it's not going to scatter light the same way as a reflective flat surface.
Talking about scattering.
That's what you're talking about. That's what it's called.
Okay, so now I'm going to post another thing in the chat.
Yes.
I'm drawing that diagram just so you understand, because you don't seem to be getting it.
I'm looking at it.
On. What's that say? Did you read it?
Yeah, it says that things reflect 100% at a certain angle. But in the diagram, they're also showing every reflection is happening at a horizontal portion. It's not displaying a curved surface.
You're asking us to explain this on a flat Earth? Weird.
I'm asking you to explain just how sunlight can hit underneath the cloud with that amount of luminosity, because what reality is that the sun is actually underneath the clouds because it's literally dipping below the curvature, causing it to light up underneath.
We know the claim. This is weird. We know your claim, but you've asked us to explain this on flat Earth, and we're telling, and you can the water that we're talking about is not curved.
Yes, it is. There's waves on it.
No. From a flat Earth point of view, it isn't.
No, I'm talking about the surface detail, the detailed surface. The wave structure of the surface is rough, which causes the light to scatter in many different directions and be absorbed also. Like, since the waves are going up and down, some light is also going to be absorbed by the waves because they're going to hit at an angle where it can refract into it. That's going to absorb a lot of the light. And the Earth, when the sun is at a very steep, like deep angle, close to the horizon, with all the waves on the surface, most of the light is going to be absorbed into the waves. It's not going to scatter up. And the ocean is always very wavy, so it's not very reflective.
We said specular reflection.
Yeah, but specular reflection is light scattering. It's just scattering in the reflective component. It's not the refractive component, just based on the angle. Sometimes it's also...
Reflection is not scattering, dude.
It's scattering by the angle. Like what I mean by scattering is that the different parts...
that says in any physics fucking textbook that reflection is scattering.
That is just...
Specular reflection, specifically.
Well, specular reflection is a term that isn't exactly what's used in physics. They're just calling it
midwit, bro.
They're calling it reflection.
Midwit.
No, I'm not. You actually are debunking yourself, because what you're saying is that they never mention scattering, which is default. Have you never heard of subsurface scattering?
Okay, you can post anytime you want. Subsurface scattering is nonsense that's within the 3D graphics realm. Okay.
Your skin does subsurface scattering.
It's meant to emulate opaque surfaces.
No, opaque is not. Subsurfaces are translucent. That's the opposite.
Oh,
God damn it.
My
you
Lord.
Don't know what you're talking about. Opaque surfaces, metals are opaque.
No.
Your skin is translucent. Light goes into it. You can see your blood veins through your hand with enough light. That is light scattering through. And as you probably have noticed, the light gets diffused and blurry through your hand because it is scattering through it.
So when I have my little slider and I want to make a transparency overlay and it says opacity 100% to 0%, and I slide that and it's 50%, what does that mean?
That means it's translucent at 50%. Lets
transparent
50% of the light through,
or transparent
50% scatters back.
So this is like the episode of fucking The Boys.
I haven't seen The Boys.
Yeah, you should have, because there's an episode where the bad guy or the hero is named Translucent.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. And then he gets corrected that it means that it doesn't mean what he thinks it means, and you're doing the exact same argument.
Well, in technical terms,
translucent does not mean transparent. They're not the same thing.
Translucent means that it is like glass is translucent, right? The atmosphere is translucent. The same with clouds. Clouds are translucent.
Allowing light, but not detailed shapes to pass through. Semi-transparent.
Semi-transparent is the same. That's just another way of saying translucent.
Midwit.
Look at that picture. The cloud is literally glowing underneath.
That's nice.
Wow, Earth must be a globe.
Because the sun is lower than the clouds.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah.
How can you tell from that picture where the
Why is there no sunlight above the clouds when there's
that yellow line above the clouds? What's that yellow shit?
That's the horizon glowing.
The horizon?
From the sunlight on the horizon.
The horizon is glowing.
Yeah, because the sun makes the sky glow.
So the horizon is above the clouds too?
Not the horizon line.
You just said the horizon is glowing.
I mean the orange line.
This is getting painful.
It's a figure of speech. It's not like super
Are you like
technical.
channeling Chief or something? Just utter garbage word salad nonsense. Just you're puking up shit out of the fucking.
No. Everything I say is perfectly logical. This is
perfectly logical. You couldn't form a logical syllogism.
Yeah. It's literally what you need to know if you were going to recreate something like that.
Do it. Form a logical syllogism that concludes with what you're trying.
Sorry, say that again.
Form a logical syllogism that concludes with what you're trying to prove. Give us two true premises.
Syllogism? I'm not perfect.
You just appeal to logic, dude.
Yeah, but syllogism, what does that mean? I'm not a perfect at English.
Two true premises that, when added together, reach a logical conclusion. The two premises must obviously be sound and true.
Right. So in that picture, what the two true parts that make that picture appear the way it does, if you were going to recreate it, is reflection and refraction of light at different wavelengths. You need refraction, which is scattering, the translucent part, to let the light glow, because you can also see that the cloud is emitting red light, because it's not... You're seeing through the cloud, but the cloud is also scattering. It's brighter, deeper down than what the camera can see, but the light is scattering upwards, just like your skin scattering light. And then you have reflection, which is what you see on top of the clouds, because the top of the clouds are also reflecting the light of the sky, the blue sky. You see the blue light on top.
Crazy. Fucking crazy.
Do you know what a true sound premise is?
You mean like binary logic, which is like the core of all logic, like logical operators, like A, B.
I'll keep it simple, like something that's true. Like, I'm a man.
Yeah.
Right.
A is A and B is B, and A cannot be B. That is
no, no, dude. I'll try and help you, right? So, I'm a man. That's one premise that is true.
Mm-hmm.
All men are mortal. Right, we die. That's another premise that is true. So therefore, I'm a mortal man. That's the conclusion that I reached when I had the two logical syllogisms, the two premises together. Two truths that, when added together, you reach a logical conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that then? You didn't.
Yeah. No, I did. You just
okay, so I'll try and help you. So what's the first premise? Something that is true.
In what category do you want me to say
with regards to your fucking cloud shit. Sorry, I do apologise. With regards to the argument that you're making.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know. It's becoming frustrating.
Handle ideas.
What you're talking about?
Well, do you know what reflection is?
No, dude, don't ask me questions. I want your logical sense.
Yeah, because reflection is
Villain, about that picture, why I did found this text? This is a picture taken above the fires in California. So there's fires there underground those clouds.
Well, awesome. In that case, it only proves my...
Awesome. You are a clown.
How?
You are just a clown.
Well, but I did paste a picture earlier.
You are just a clown.
Forest fires prove
I did show a picture earlier, so you're deflecting.
You are just a clown. How about you prove the curvature? Drop over distance. You have proof of that?
Yes. In fact, it is curved. And it's crazy that you don't want...
Post the proof at the side chat. No more blah, blah, blah talk. Post it.
Why is it that you guys think you can control people?
Oh, now you are running away because you are full
saying,
of empty words. You are full of empty words.
He's not. No, he's not trying to control you. It's been like over an hour since you made claims about the curvature, and we asked you.
I mean, if you guys are not interested in reflection and refraction,
some evidence,
then you can just drop it. But of course, I mean, you guys don't really
listen. Villain
get it out.
Let me finish with this guy. There's no refraction that makes a ball appear flat, okay?
It's very
yeah, but you
telling.
don't say you guys have been showing how you see curvature constantly and explaining it in a way with another mechanism.
Where?
When it's so easy.
Where was that then?
You talk about like the short little lake where you see that you can't see the other part because it drops down, blah 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 blah, and that is a curved light path, and you're pretending like that makes it flat when it's curving. You say it's flat,
that's a
but it's
claim.
curving.
Can you prove that it's curving?
Well, you have to first assume that the light path is curving.
Why? No, I need you to prove that it's curving, not that you're going to assume that it's curving. Wow.
Well, you can't explain the mountain. That's the thing.
I can't explain a mountain.
You have no idea why.
I did several times. What the hell? You just hand waved it, and what? 3 hours later,
I'm willing to debate any detail.
You asked for what's called a special plea. You asked for a special plea in debate. You said basically, first, if you just grant me this one exception, grant me that this is curving, then my entire argument will make sense. And Jedi said, no, I'm not going to do that. You have to establish that as a fact first.
Yeah, Jedi's too busy flying on a frisbee right now.
Well, my claim is that sunlight can hit beneath a cloud, which you can also see. Here's another thing. Have you ever seen a sunset with multiple layers of clouds where the lower clouds are getting in shadow before the higher altitude clouds? Have you ever noticed that phenomenon in real life? Because what's happening is that the lower clouds are in the shadow of
These are just stories at this moment in time, dude, with explanations.
You've never been outside, basically. You've never seen the clouds. You have never seen high altitude clouds. That's crazy.
I didn't say that. That's definitely not what I said.
The sun can have set under the horizon and still clouds are
to be a 13-year-old child.
Oh yeah, back to
seriously, please stop. And you
just belittling and insulting, great.
Right, Milo, shut up, dude. It's either you be quiet or I'll mute you.
Like I give a fuck.
Okay, there you go. That's what I'm going to do. This is getting tiresome, dude. Seriously, these are just stories. My friend, thank you. It's ridiculous, dude. These are just stories. You're claim stacking from a very, very biased point of view. Every time you get challenged on it, you start preaching. As in, you start regurgitating stories about your idea about how reality works. After a while, it's become a coping mechanism for you. Every time you bring us up, you start snorting in derision and pointing at us. That will be you projecting.
You don't think that applies to you at all?
Oh, can you present that orthographic depiction of curvature and perspective at the same time?
You can draw a circle in perspective.
Of the mountain, and specifically of that mountain.
Yeah, it actually follows the advanced curvature calculators diagram.
Really?
Sorry. No,
because the terrain goes around the globe, and they're poking out.
Where is the angular reduction calculation?
There is no angular reduction because that doesn't exist.
But we're making an observation. So things are going to reduce in angular size with distance. We already went through this.
I demand that you back up angular reduction.
What you demand? Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, because you use it.
Hold on, shush. No, it's fine. It's fine. I just want to be clear. You demand of me that I prove to you that things look small.
No, I already know that they do.
Okay, that's what I'm pointing out. You intolerable
but they don't
man.
Disappear
That's
under
what I'm pointing out. Where's that calculation in the Walter Bisling calculator? Where is it?
But the advanced curvature calculator actually predicts the mountain perfectly. Like it literally, you can import the model of the mountain and put it in the calculator.
Where's that angular reduction formula within the calculator?
That's refraction.
No, that's not refraction. This is things getting smaller with distance. Like the mountain looks quite small. Dude, please stop trying to save your embarrassment while talking through me.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
Well, then shush. You've obviously got some kind of hubris. My goodness, man.
As well, you have a lot of hubris.
I know. I get lots of hubris when I start pointing out that people are just incorrect. At this moment in time, you're saying that this calculator makes accurate predictions about how far things should reduce in angular size until we shouldn't see them anymore. but it forgets the reduction in angular size. It's making a prediction about how far we should see things over a curved surface, right? That's what it's doing.
Yeah, it's a perspective renderer with a curved Earth.
In orthographic view.
No, it's not orthographic.
Sorry, the diagram that you gave me was most definitely orthographic. Do you want me to repost the diagram that you gave me that is most definitely orthographic?
1 second.
Sorry,
Maybe he
I do
messed up.
apologize, mate.
I meant that I posted earlier about that. Here you go. Sorry about that. There. This is what you're looking for. It's interactive. It's very detailed. It has. You can import targets. You can set their size. You can decide the temperature of the atmosphere. You can have how high you are.
You can set that size.
Yeah.
Can you set how much angle they will take up for a person observing at distance?
No, that's a product of perspective. It's not something you set.
Wow. So when making predictions about how far.
No, that's just
here,
how perspective
we
works.
shouldn't take this into account. My goodness me, dude. Like, wow, I've got to go. Sorry.
Good God. Can't debate at all. I recommend everybody to look at that calculator. Try and prove it inaccurate.
Yeah, we've seen this calculator, dude. It extends the radius of the Earth to accommodate any observation. It's fallacious, mate. Are you mad?
Look at the last picture I sent. That one also shows how refraction affects the apparent position versus the visible geometric position. This is exactly what the atmosphere is doing. It explains why things appear higher than they are at distance.
One refraction, what's your calculation for the extension of refraction on 1.22 miles, please?
Refraction lift object by the power 2 by distance based on temperature. It's basically a very simple equation. But then we're assuming that
you can extend the geometric horizon by how much?
It depends on the temperature. It's variable.
Okay, what about at night when it's cold?
Then it's lower. The hotter it is, the higher it is. Like, for example...
yeah, okay, so at night when it's cold, we see things more in a straight line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
Right, okay. So if we were to show you lights from a distance, from beyond, theoretically, the constraints of the globe, what should be hidden by the curvature, over ice, in a dim atmosphere, is that bent up or down or sideways, or what's going on there?
Well, you can probably try and figure out why you can't see the other continents from every continent.
What the hell?
No. We're not talking about continents.
Again, stop running away.
We're not talking about continents. We're talking about an observation from what technically should be beyond the curve of Earth, in the conditions that you specify for this low refraction. Yeah, we see them clearly. So what's your reasoning behind that?
Refraction is what you guys observe, where you can see further than the primitive calculator assumes is what you can see, because that's what my last image shows, because you have a visible position.
No,
which is
you just present a diagram. That's not a photo.
What causes
what happens in the photo.
What causes that deviation of the light path?
It's the temperature gradient of the atmosphere that changes. You know, you've seen like in like a road in a desert where it's a perfect mirror.
Yeah,
that's when the difference in temperature gradient is so high that you get a index of refraction so high that it actually starts to reflect perfectly at that angle. That's exactly what's happening in the atmosphere. It's just not that aggressive unless it's super close to the surface, which is only possible in a desert. That's what's happening. So it's lifting the light, and then eventually, if the gradient is strong enough, it just immediately reflects it. 100%.
Awesome stuff. So you need a temperature gradient.
Yeah, which there always is. But when it's colder, the gradient
is... When you're in the Arctic Circle and you don't have such a temperature gradient, and it's a drier atmosphere and cooler conditions. Why do you see further?
Well, probably because it's flatter in Antarctica. And also, the atmosphere gets more translucent with cold. When it's a lot of humidity in a hot atmosphere, then it just becomes denser with murky shit that blocks the view. So the rays of the light gets obscured faster by distance. But as you can also see, if you're on top of a mountain, then the atmosphere is more shallow, and then you see way further.
Yes, exactly. This is what we understand. It's only the atmospheric conditions and the optic that you use, the limitation, how far you can see. The curvature of the Earth is always superseded when conditions are ideal. Like, not a lot of stuff in the atmosphere, not a lot of temperature gradients, right?
Yeah.
You said this earlier. Inside the Arctic Circle, you see like a lot further. Yeah. Well, you should be able to see a horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's height in feet. We don't see that, my friend.
The thing that I am questioning here is that you basically see the effect of curvature, you just don't agree with the exact result because of temperature changes, gradients in atmosphere and stuff like that. That's what the calculator is for, because there's so many variable conditions.
No. This would be the ability for you to backwards engineer observation to fit your model because you've got a reflection slider. That's all it is. You're just begging the question.
Yeah, but this model was created to predict the visibility of...
No, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit.
No.
Bisland's calculator doesn't depict topology either.
No, but this is the basic,
I know. Right? That's a big problem. So you got lots of stuff cut off at the bottom due to topology.
Yeah, but how do you think that people calculate if radio towers can connect to each other, for example? Like antennas can see other antennas. They know, for example, that based on temperature...
They're above the topographic features on the topology that's causing obstruction.
We also know that...
mitigates path loss with elevation, of course.
Yeah, but we also know that there are certain distances where it's impossible to send signals because it literally flies out.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so why is microwave 4/3 R and light 7/6 R?
Not sure.
Yeah. If it's line of sight, how come the horizon's beyond the curvature of the Earth for radar?
You can't just say something and then back it up, man.
No, I'm asking you. That's microwave horizon is considered 4/3 R. It's over, like, it's beyond the curvature of the Earth, and it should be line of sight. The curvature of the Earth should be blocking it.
That's because the wavelengths are very long, so they're able to curve. It's very simple.
Oh, really? So something that is completely blocked can be seen by it?
Yes, because from its wavelength perspective, that isn't as blocking as it is. Like, if you could see in radar waves, you would see right through things that are appearing to be solid.
See through the Earth itself. Okay.
What?
Yeah, but it's the same principle as big waves going around a pillar in the ocean. If you have a small wave, it's going to be completely broken up by the pillar. But if you have a big enough wave that's fatter than the pillar, it's going to go right around it without much interference at all. That's exactly how those wavelengths work in atmosphere as well.
So something on the backside of the mountain is able to return a radar signal to me?
Yeah, because the waves are refracted around the mountain. Because
no, they're not. There's no the law of reflection applies, ding dong. Don't you know what the law of reflection is? You don't have a logical angle.
I can code it, so it's pretty solid. I will know it well.
Yeah. So show me via the law of reflection something on the backside of a ball that can reflect back to the observer.
You can get a wave, like if you have a ball in a pool and you splash waves in the pool, you can see waves go around the ball floating in the pool. So I don't see why that would be surprising, because that's the same thing.
I'm still waiting for like an example of this.
I just gave you the example. No, how can something go
you
around
gave me a non-analogous example.
Yeah, that's ripples on the surface.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening to radio waves as well. They ripple. They also reflect.
Oh, so it's not refraction then?
It's both reflection and refraction. It's everything. Both are happening at the same time based on the angle of incidence. It's just what you guys shared earlier. It's how it works. Like
it's everything to make a ball. It has to be.
I mean, if the waves are bouncing off of things, wouldn't they be altered though? Like, wouldn't they slow down? Like,
yeah, they eventually slow down, but it just takes quite a bit of distance before they are becoming.
Well, no, it's not. No, it's not necessarily that. So radio waves are very sensitive, right? Like when an antenna receives a signal, and it has to be very specific. I mean, even if you're going off of a protocol like TCP, it still has to be specific.
Yeah.
So if it slows down at all or speeds up at all, it won't work, right?
Yeah, that's true, especially if the system is tuned at a super specific wavelength. But of course,
I mean,
everything is
right. There's going to be, like, for example, you have to take into account the distance. It's going to slow down ever so slightly, but it's going at the speed of light, right? However, when it hits something, it's altered.
Yeah, but this is about like how resonance work, where like like if you have a guitar and you play one string, then some other strings start to ring with it because they are hitting the harmonic overtones of those strings, right? Because they're doing sympathetic resonance, and sympathetic resonance is how radio antennas work. And if you look at the sympathetic resonance sensitivity curve for different objects, you see that it's not like a certain frequency. It's more like a peak at the ideal frequency, but it dials out at frequencies slightly lower or higher, and how shallow that resonance range is how difficult the waves are.
What signal is it resonating with?
Well, if it's, say, 3,000 hertz, for example, just random, like you could, this is the same in electrical systems. You have a resonance coil, for example. You match its.
No, hold on. I'm going to stop. Hold on. I don't want us to get too confused here. In order to have a resonance, there needs to be two signals or two wavelengths, right?
No, you just need the one.
You only need one.
I mean, it's a frequency, right? Like it's a signal frequency.
Well, yeah, but resonance is two. Usually, when we're talking about resonance, we're talking about sound waves. But I understand the analogy, right?
You guys want to take this to another room?
Multiple. No, well, it ties back to flat Earth, right? Because he's saying that his justification is that the waves bounce off of things, but I personally question that. I've heard this all my life, but I'm skeptical to that claim because when a wave bounces off of something, it alters, and if it alters even ever so slightly, then the data transmission rate is going to be extremely inconsistent. Extremely inconsistent.
Yeah, this is the problem with radio and other signal systems in general. Like it's the same crap with like Ethernet cables that are too long. They start to lose the coherency of the signal. Computers, for example, can't even send signals properly, so they have error correction mechanisms where they kind of like ping the same signal multiple times to make sure it's captured. There's tons of problems that they have solved through very interesting and clever engineering tricks and programming tricks, of course, as well.
Like what? I mean, I'm in that field, so like I don't like there's plenty of like I'm completely unaware of any type of protocol at all that is able to decipher a signal that has changed both amplitude and frequency.
Yeah. That's
because we usually use both. I'm forgetting the name off the top of my head, which is strange, but we usually interpret these signals with both the frequency and the amplitude. However, multiplex, that's what we do. But if it alters, then the data isn't going to be the same. So my point here is like when you're running this test, if you're saying that you get reliable data transmission bouncing around a mountain, I don't buy that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course, but I understand. Like basically, if you're at a shallow angle, then the signal gets weaker the more out of the direction of the ray. Like it curves around, right? But it doesn't do it a lot. So there's like the mountain basically casts a shadow for the wavelength, right? But the shadow is very soft. So if you're in the range of the penumbra of that shadow of the mountain in that wavelength, then you can pick up the signal, but it's going to be shit. It's going to be weak, right? But I'm also thinking, like, you were talking about amplitude modulation, like AM radio, but you also have
it's FM and FM frequency, AM amplitude. But usually today we use both, which is, I'm pretty sure, someone can fact check me, it's multiplex.
Yeah, from what I've heard, FM radios for high quality short distance signals because they're frequency modulation, so they are like picking up multiple frequencies.
It really just depends on. I'm unsure of that. I think it just depends on how much data do you want to send.
But like the more data you want to send, the higher frequency you want the signal to be, because then it can pack more shit into the waves, right? It's
yes, that's why you use both. Correct. Yeah. Well, look, this is getting a little too technical. You can we can move on. We can move on.
Yeah,
I don't think we found agreement there, but it's getting a little technical. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. But it's fun to talk about. Anyways, but I'm done. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, anyway, you guys left off at can a signal bounce around a mountain?
I think he had enough, man. Go on.
I'm with the broken leg getting my ass fucked over here. That's what I'm doing.
Congratulations.
Who's next?
What do we got? We got Hello. We got Milo. Got Normie. Maybe Al Arnott, who just joined, wants to chime in on the Flat Earth. We got Dave. And we got Cross Guy. Oh, who said that? Who said Ayo?
So I was in the animal ethics chat last night, and there was a bunch of people there. There was Twonger. He was there. There was Twonger. So let's see.
Okay, what does this have to do with Flat Earth?
Point number one.
Zero, what's it? It's just me.
I think my guy is roboting.
Is robotic.
Here are some.
He's playing Scatman.
Several lines of.
Dave, we can't understand you, bro.
Thank goodness. Go through the photos from space.
Dave, try again next time.
Was that him that said photos from space? That was the only audible bit of it.
Space.
All that, and then we get photos from space.
Multiple independence.
Dave, cease and
Your mic
assist.
shit.